we could not hold it physically. So we are here virtually in the online mode. And we are happy that we got all the speakers here to talk on the issue of or on the theme of corporate governance under the Companies Act 2013 and Sebi Lodr 2015. We will start the program with the anthem of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, who is the knowledge partner in this event. So I request the technical team to please play the anthem of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India.
Asatu ma sadgamaya tamsu ma jyotirgamaya mrityurma mritangamaya asatu ma sadgamaya tamsu ma jyotirgamaya.
Thank you very much. Let us begin the program. Myself, Professor Subhranshu Shekhar Sarkar from Department of Business Administration, Tezpur University. We welcome you all. This event is organized by the School of Management Sciences, Tezpur University, with the Institute of Cost Accountants of India as its knowledge partner, and the entire event is supported by NFCG, that is the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. NFCG is there to support the event, and we are really grateful to the Institute of Cost Accountants of India to join with our endeavor for hosting the event. I welcome all the dignitaries in the inaugural session. We have Professor Binod Kumar Jain, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University with us. We have CMA Biswarup Basu, the Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. CMA P. Raju Iyer, the Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. CMA Balvinder Singh, the immediate past President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We have Sri Rajkumar Bhor, the Director of Torsa Machines Limited, and he is also representing the Federation of Industry and Commerce of Northeastern Region. We have Sri B. Paul Muktiye, the Chairman and Managing Director of NetFee. And of course, we have the Chief Speaker today's inaugural session, Dr. M. Aris Ahmad, who is the Principal Secretary of Public Enterprise Department, Government of Assam. We have also the other speakers of technical sessions with us. Professor Papuri Borwa, the Dean School of Management Sciences. Sri Bijay Kapoor sir was the Director of Board of Studies of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and presently advisor at the Deloitte. We have Professor Chandan Goswami, the Head, Department of Business Administration. CMA B.B. Goel, who is the former Chief Advisor of Ministry of Finance. We have CMA Devashish Mitra, CMA D.P. Nandi, who is the Senior Director of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, the Chairman of Banking and Financial Services and Insurance Committee of ICAI. CS Amitabh Banerjee, who will be the speaker of a technical session today. Dr. Ramesh Kumar, the ROC, Register of Companies of the Guwahati and other northeastern states, CS Biman Devnath, and also will be joined by, we are joined by CMA Rana Bose, who is the chairman of the Guwahati chapter of Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and we have got CMA BB Mishra, who is the finance officer of Tezpur University. So we are here for this particular event. We will start the event with the inaugural speech of our beloved Honorable Vice Chancellor of India, Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor Binod Kumar Jain. Professor Binod Kumar Jain is an ex-professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and also the former Vice Chancellor of Doon University. He assumed the Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University in 2018. A seasoned academician, Professor Jain studied BSc from Agra University and completed MSc from Aligarh University. He was conferred DPhil from Sussex University of UK. And Professor Jain has been a nice person here, and we are very fortunate to have Professor Jain as the Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University at this moment. I request Professor Binod Kumar Jain to address the audience, sir. For your benefit, I can just say that the audience comprises of the members of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We have senior officials of state level public enterprises. We have faculty members teaching in the field of law, business administration, and other allied disciplines. And of course, a major chunk is there of the students who are studying business administration, commerce, and law. So we have a mixed gathering today. And now I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor Binod Kumar Jain, to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sarkar, for very kind words and for giving me this opportunity to be with you in this inaugural session today. I must say that organizing this orientation program on corporate governance under the Companies Act 2013 and Sebi LODR 2015, it is so appropriate to have thought about conducting this orientation program in the midst of this concern being expressed about the performance of the public sector undertakings in the country, and in general the public discourse on their divestment. But we must also be cognizant of the fact that since independence, the public sector undertakings, whether under the control of the central government or various state governments, they have played a very important role as far as the growth story or the progress of the country is concerned. And in fact, they have been the backbone of the economies since independence. The state level public sector enterprises have been no exception in contributing to the state economy and that of the country as a whole. But as all of you are aware, that the liberalization in 1991 gave an impetus for a market-driven economy. And it is then that the entrepreneurial spirit of Indians was let loose, and then the private sector started flourishing. And this actually put pressure to perform, on the part of the public sector entities, and they came under increasing scrutiny. As you are aware that these public sector entities have very sort of unique governance structure, wherein you have a significant presence of the government, and given that they are somewhat unique in their in the nature of the responsibilities as well as the kind of operations they undertake. They have to also face the market challenges. They have to also be profitable. At the same time, they are supposed to be also socially responsible, environmentally conscious, and then what have you. So this is not a very sort of enviable situation as far as the public sector undertakings are concerned, because they are constrained not only by the regulatory framework of the country, but as I said, since there is a that much less room to maneuver because of the various the ownership and management architecture which is prevailing in the PSUs. So on the one hand, these public sector undertakings have to deliver on the mandate for which they were set up, but at the same time, some of these also have to conform to the regulatory framework which is existing in the country, including that of Sebi. So with this above background, the topic of corporate governance for such enterprises has always been very intriguing subject of study and practice alike. For some of us who are not from the field of business administration or corporate studies, I think if I were to put it sort of very crudely, the corporate governance is about alignment and convergence of the interests of not only the management, but all these stakeholders. So it is about not only making these entities profitable so that they can contribute to the revenue or to the GDP of the country, but it is also about the way they conduct their operations. It is about transparency. It is about ethics. It is about accountability, and they have to, as I said, conform to the regulatory framework, whether it is national or international. But for some of us who have who have practiced the discipline of environmental sciences, we do understand the importance of certain best practices which the public sector undertakings have to engage in, and these are about optimizing on your resources, whether it is a human resource or whether it is the capital or the financial resources. And at the same time, you have to be responsive to the society, to the environment, and in general, you must be perceived as following the best practices, which means that you would aim for a certain brand value for your organization, and because that would also give you some kind of competitive edge. Because if you have a certain brand, and as you are all aware that certain corporate houses in this country do have a certain brand value, and that is a win-win situation for everyone, not only in terms of providing employment, the social security for the people, producing or manufacturing items for for the country's various requirement. And I think it is important to really have a serious look at the corporate governance across the board, whether it is a small enterprise or a big enterprise. And it doesn't necessarily have to be relevant in the case of private enterprise, but of course the state-owned or these central government-owned entities. And it is, to my mind, it becomes even more important, especially when we are in a very globally competitive market. So you have to be competitive, you have to have a brand value, you have to be efficient, lean, mean, and at the same time socially responsive. And given the current pitch of the central government on making India an Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as taking the economy to another level, to something like $5 trillion, which the Prime Minister is aiming at, I think all of us have to put our heads together and see how best these public sector undertakings or entities can be managed. I just take another minute or so. This good governance is not specific to only corporate entities, but even in the field of academics. We also are required to adhere to the regulatory framework of our regulatory agencies, whether it is University Grants Commission or some other funding agencies. And we take pride at Tejpur University in employing the best practices as far as the resource utilization is concerned. And so with this, with these few words, I wish you the very best in terms of the deliberations, and I'm confident that all of us would enrich ourselves, because there are participants from Institute of Cost Accountants of India, then from the government side, Dr. Ariz Ahmed Saab is there, and then we have Bishwarup Basu, the president of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. And we have Mr. Balwinder Singh, who is the immediate past president of ICAI, and some very prominent dignitaries, Shri Rajkumar More, the director, Torsa Machines Limited, and my own colleague in the administration, Papuri Barua, and all of the faculty members, and all those participants who are virtually connected. So thank you, Professor Sarkar, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice deliberation. Actually, you have given a comprehensive view of private, public, academic, where the governance is necessary. So as you rightly told, that this term governance is not only related to corporate, but it is also related to non-corporate bodies as well. And we are grateful to have an administrator like you for ensuring a good governance at Tejpur University. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for joining and address the gathering. Thank you, sir. We are very much grateful to the National Foundation for Corporate Governance for supporting the event. The National Foundation for Corporate Governance was set up in the year 2003 by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, in partnership with the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, ICSI, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to promote good corporate governance practices, both at the level of individual corporate and industry as a whole. In the year 2010, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and National Stock Exchange NSE, and in 2013, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs were included in the NFCG as trustees. Since establishment, NFCG is playing a key role, a key facilitator and reference point for high standard of corporate governance in India. We have a small clip of NFCG describing the activities of National Foundation for Corporate Governance for furtherance of corporate governance practices in the country. May I request the technical team to kindly play the video. The NFCG video may kindly be played. For some technical issue, the audio is not coming, and these are the stakeholders of NFCG.
Corporate governance has been the keystone to successful economies. To align with these global ethos of good governance, to ensure transparency, to boost confidence amongst investors, and build trust in the stakeholders, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, MCA, in the year 2003, partnered with Confederation of Indian Industry, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, set up the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. With a vision to be a key facilitator and reference point for the highest standards of good corporate governance in India and its mission, NFCG further made a significant difference to Indian corporate sector. Post-2010, other stakeholders also came forward to join NFCG in fostering a culture of good corporate governance practices. For more than a decade, NFCG as a catalyst has been successful in sensitizing industry on the implementation of corporate governance practices through seminars, conferences, workshops, and directors' orientation programs, thus contributing to the society at large. Developing a framework for corporate governance reforms, the Foundation not only facilitates the effective participation of diverse stakeholders, but also deepens links with national organizations for collaborative actions, promoting voluntary adoption of corporate governance practices as the key to sustainable wealth creation. With this continuous endeavor to strive for excellence, NFCG is changing the regulatory landscape in the country by gaining a momentum for better corporate governance in every way possible. NFCG is continuing its initiatives towards achieving this goal and thus fostering the economic progress of India.
Thank you very much. Ultimately, we are the slaves of technical God. Yesterday, actually, we had a practice also several times. We have tested it, but now today there are certain issues. Anyhow, thanks to the technical team that ultimately you could win over the technical difficulties. This is the theme of corporate governance as practiced by or as advocated by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the Chartered Accountants of India, the ICSI, the Institute of Corporate Affairs, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And with all this endeavor, we try to make it a culture of corporate governance in the country. Thank you very much. And we are grateful to NFCG for supporting us in conducting the event. We have today with us the Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Biswarup Basu sir. CMA Biswarup Basu sir is the President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India for the period 2020-21. He is an alumnus of the South Point High School, Kolkata. He started his professional career in 1985 as a management trainee in a multinational company of repute, and thereafter joined Bharat Coking Coal Limited in 1988 as finance officer. Subsequently, he joined a wholly owned company of Government of West Bengal, a senior position where he served for 29 years, has a total stint of 34 years of industrial exposure. He was elected to the Central Council of the Institute for the terms 2015 to 2019 and 2019 to 2023 as a Central Council member. He was elected as the Vice President of the Institute for the year 2019-20. He has been chairman and member of various committees and boards of the Institute. And during his tenure, he has taken several initiatives that would increase the scope and development of the profession. He had the privilege of serving the profession as a member of the Eastern India Regional Council, EIRC, of the institute for 3 years,
Hi, good
95 to
evening,
98,
So,
98 to
today,
2000,
yeah,
three
so good
terms
evening, everybody.
actually, 98 to 2001, 2004 to 2007 in various capacities.
Okay.
We are
Hi,
honored,
good
sir,
evening,
to have your
everybody.
presence.
So,
So I request
today our
CMA
session
Mr.
will be
Basu, sir,
primarily on
to
multiple
just
regulation.
address the gathering. Over to you,
And
sir.
A very good morning to all of you, our eminent panelists, our beloved members, my professional brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be present here today. I am really honored because I have been given an opportunity to say a few words. The endeavor taken by people, by Mr. Aris and others to organize a seminar of topic on the topic corporate governance is of immense importance in present economic scenario. Learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, knowledge makes you great. What is knowledge? Knowledge is nothing but wisdom. Knowledge is the summation of righteousness, courage, and creativity. So the word courage is very important. In today's scenario, transparency, accountability, these words are very important. We need to prove that our government is corruption free. We are duty bound to provide our role at the boardroom. We directors at the board should maintain transparency, ethics. Ethics is also the buzzword which we should maintain. I will not take much of your valuable time. I wish the program a grand success as because I have to attend another important meeting. I wish the seminar a grand success. I also pray to God for your health, happiness, and prosperity. Before I conclude, I quote a few words. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, sir, for your very short and crisp briefing. Actually, we would have loved to listen to you more, but in another occasion, probably we will listen to you more. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining the event and also have the ball rolled for the day. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. We are joined by CMA P. Raju Iyer, the Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Sri P. Raju Iyer is the Vice President for the term 2020-21. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and he is in practice since 2000. He is an associate member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, UK. He has a rich experience of over 4 decades with increasing and progressive responsibilities covering wide areas of organizational development, wealth creation, and value addition process to the profession. He has been a member of the council for the term 2015 to 2019 and was elected consecutively for the second time to the council of the institute. He has been chairman and member of various committees and boards of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, such as Professional Development and CPD Committee, Cost Accounting and Assurance Standard Committee, Cost Account Standards Board. And he also nurtured as the chairmanship the Internal Auditing and Assurance Standard Board. He has got prestigious Marvin Jones Fellow and as a president of the Lions Club in 2012-13. And he is also being actively involved in various social activities. We are honored, Sir Raju Iyer, sir, to have you with us. May I request you to kindly honor by your speech. Over to you, sir.
Sir, Mr. Raju Iyer is yet to join.
Okay. So since Raju Iyer sir joins, I think we have Balvinder Singh sir with us already. So Raju Iyer sir may join in between. And because Balvinder Singh sir is there, who is the immediate past president of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, he was a council member for the term 2000. He is a council member for the term 2019 to 2023, and he also held the position of the president of the institute for the year 2019-20 and vice president of the institute for 2018-19. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, also a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and a fellow member of Institution of Valuers, and also the licentiate of the Insurance Institute of India. He has qualified in the year 1996 and is a leading practicing cost accountant. He is representing the institute in the International Integrated Reporting Council, IIRC UK. He is the director of the governing board of Insolvency Professional Agency of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and also ICMAI registered valuer organization. He has been the chairman and member of various committees of the and boards of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He has represented the institute in various meetings and events of International Federation of Accountants, Confederation of Asian and Pacific Accountants, and South Asian Federation of Accountants organized in India and abroad. He is an expert speaker for accounting standards for the last 21 years and has addressed large number of sessions on accounting standards, cost accounting standards, IFRS. He is the author of the publication of Conceptual Clarity on Accounting Standards. We are really fortunate to have Balbinder Singh Saab with us, and today he will address the gathering on corporate governance and its role in making it more transparent, accountable. Over to you, Balbinder Singh Saab.
Very good morning to all of you. Very distinguished President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Vishnu Basu sir. Dr. M. Ariz Ahmed sir, IAS Principal Secretary, Public Enterprise Department, Government of Assam. Professor V.K. Jain sir, Vice Chancellor, Tejpur University. My co-panelists, Dr. Shalini Thapa, CMA P. Raju sir, Shri Rajkumar Bor sir, Shri B. Paul, and galaxy of these speakers who are taking up these sessions further to this inaugural session. Pleased to be addressing at this event organized by School of Management Sciences, Tejpur University, which is supported by NFCG and the CMA as the knowledge partner. Talk of the corporate governance is the accountability of the board of directors for all shareholders of the corporation. It's basically not only shareholders, I would say it's for all the stakeholders, including the shareholders, employees, suppliers, customers, and the society at large. And the objective is to see that corporation is fair, corporation is efficient, corporation runs with a transparent administration. We can also say there is a system, corporate governance is a system by which the companies are directed, the companies are controlled. In my opinion, it is the governance, the corporate governance is much more than a corporate administration. It's fair, efficient, transparent functioning in the management systems. It is a code of conduct of the board of directors must abide by. And it's a set of systems, set of procedures, set of practices, which ensure that the company is managed in the best interest of all corporate stakeholders. We need corporate governance owing to different reasons we have seen across over a period of a number of years. It has become necessary in view of various reasons, including we have seen there is a widespread of shareholders. Large number of shareholders are spread across nation and even across the world. And majority of shareholders being unorganized and having an indifferent attitude towards corporate affairs, it necessitates that there is a corporate governance. Moreover, we have seen a changing pattern of corporate ownership. It has changed considerably in the present day times with the institutional investors, and institutional investors are Indian as well as the foreign. We have seen the mutual fund also being the shareholders in the large private sectors. These investors have become the great challenge to corporate management, and they're forcing them to abide by certain established code of corporate governance. In addition to this, we have also seen a number of corporate scams and scandals in a couple of years, over a decade or so, to see that the investor, the stakeholder has a confidence in the corporate sector, and further for the economic development of society, this governance is necessary. In addition, the society of today holds greater expectation from the corporate sector. Maybe it is a reasonable price, maybe it's a better quality, pollution control systems, utilization of resources, and other social expectations. All such social expectations also require standardized, or I would say coded corporate governance systems for the best management of the company as well as for the society. We also seen the some hostile takeover of the corporates in recent times, and to see that this doesn't happen, there should be a code of corporate management and corporate governance, which is need for that. World over, the studies also see that there is a huge increase in the top management compensations. Also, there need to be a check, and this corporate governance disclosures and the rules and regulations also need to have a check on that. The Indian companies also have a desire to see that they're listed, large number of companies, I would say, that they're listed in the international stock exchanges, and it will be possible only when in India they're running the entity with a strong corporate governance. Standardized codes are important when we go to the global world. And how this corporate governance or what are the principles to be followed, I would say there are certain key ingredients or key principles for corporate governance, which apparent the initial or the very important. I can see that transparency is one, accountability is another, and independence is a third important ingredient or a principle for best corporate governance. In fact, the transparency is the foundation of corporate governance, and it will be supporting or helping public confidence development in the corporate sector. How to bring this transparency, the corporate need to disclose an accurate information, adequate information, and timely information of their operations and affairs to the general public. If I talk of the accountability, the board, the key management personnel need to use the company's resources in the best interest for the stakeholders, and they are accountable to all stakeholders. If I talk of the independence, the good corporate practices require that the board should be non-partial, impartial, and they should take the decision in the best prudence and best interest of the organization. The corporate governance code is prescribed in the Companies Act 2013, as well as we have a Sebi code of corporate governance. If I talk in a minute on the Sebi code, it discusses composition of a board of directors, which should include the independent directors, the role of independent directors also. The Sebi code also discusses the composition of audit committee and role of audit committees. It also discusses the remuneration of directors, what is the procedure to fix that, disclosures in respect of that. The Sebi code also discusses the procedure for a board meeting, composition committees of the board. It further discusses the management discussion and analysis report. It's mandatory to be disclosed, and further required in the management report to be disclosed is opportunities and threats in respect of business also. They need to disclose, as Sebi, the corporate need to disclose the shareholder complaints, investor complaints in their annual reports. And for the separate report on corporate governance in annual report is also necessary as per Sebi. And a compliance certificate from a professional declaring that the corporate governance norms have been followed is also one part of that. This today's full-day orientation program on corporate governance is an excellent effort on the part of organization, institutes, and the knowledge partners. And with these initial remarks, or I would say the opening remarks, I conclude and wish this event a great success. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the nice speech. Thank you, sir, once again. We have Sri Rajkumar Moore representing the private sector. He is the director of Torsa Machines Limited, and he is also representing the Federation of Industry of Commerce of Northeastern Region, the FINER. He is a person who is actively involved in furtherance of corporate governance in the field of private sector, as well as he is also involved in various other fields. I hand it over the session to Sri Rajkumar Moore, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you, Moore, sir. Sir, you have to unmute the microphone. Sir, you have to unmute the microphone. Most of your voice is not reaching us. Sir, you have to unmute the microphone. More sir, you have to unmute the microphone.
Yeah. I think I'm audible now.
Yes, perfect, sir. You can make the
Yeah.
slide full screen. You can make the slide full screen. Then it will be more. You can continue, sir.
कुछ बोलेंगे ये कर लेगा
You can carry on, sir. No problem. You can just put F5 in the keyboard. You can just put F5 in the keyboard.
Yeah, is that visible now?
Hi, it is visible. You can continue, sir.
Yeah, okay. Respected Vice Chancellor Shri Vinod Kumar Jain, esteemed speakers in the panel, my dear students, good morning. My special focus will be on students to know that with the due permission from organization, I shall speak on the private enterprises, how they follow corporate governance and benefit from it. In all my business and industry career for over 50 years, I have seen people rise and fall, usually for simple things that they do or they do not do. Let us check them out in following slides. I shall tell you how the good governance have helped companies grow exponentially. I have three companies. One is Torsa in Guwahati. It operates in Guwahati and Calcutta. Another is very small companies. They are medium-sized companies. But what we got from following the corporate governance is that all my companies across the country, and it is built because of some of the guidelines which are supposed to be followed by the listed companies, but we still follow them, being a small company also, and we are immensely benefited from them. As my previous speaker has already said about what is the framework of corporate governance, and they issue various guidelines which we recommend all the small and big companies, as our very respected Professor Vinod Kumar Jain, Vice Chancellor, has said that corporate governance should be followed by all big or small or government or private companies. I am also of the same view, and we very strongly follow these norms in our all business activities. I will again like to say the students to know that these corporate governance practices are good to follow, and some few of these chapters they should be studied. They can get into some of the study books, or they can go into the sites of Sebi and company register of companies, and there they can get these study materials which they should see. My dear friends, in fact, I am here today with you to impress that though the corporate governance is suggested to be followed by listed companies. However, in our small and medium scale companies, we found these guidelines of great value to create brand. Our brands are created through these corporate governance norms, and we are preparing for further development. We have in mind that in down the line, say 2 year or 3 year or 4 year, we will list our companies with the Sebi. So to prepare these corporate guidelines, they guide us to build the brand, to establish the goodwill, and thereby they give us opportunity to think about development and think about listing the companies in coming times. Corporate governance of my thought, if I'm allowed to say how we think about corporate governance, is a strong board with clear vision for the company, bringing in new dimensions and dynamics, ability to create wealth because all the stakeholders, shareholders, your employees, your suppliers, they all
More sir,
how
your
company-
slides are not moving. You can move your slides also.
I have moved my slides, sir.
Okay, all right. ठीक है.
The corporate governance of my thought is a strong board with clear vision for the company, bringing in new dimensions and dynamics, ability to create wealth because all your stakeholders, your shareholders, your investors, your employees, your suppliers, all will look at how your company is performing and how much really the value addition you are able to do for their shares. Adopting certain visionary guidelines suggested in we follow these United Nations agenda. Some of their agendas which suits us, the sustainable value for people and nation. I am very happy subscribed about that, and he has encouraged me, I will particularly say, by saying that the companies should have a human behavior and they should inculcate some of the environmental activities into their activities today. In all my companies, thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity, and with core of my heart, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, more, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your effort in making the slides and also make us understand your perception of corporate governance. And we are happy that you are also practicing corporate governance in your own company, in your own organization. And also you have shared your own views on that. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. You can kindly stop the presenting button, so that the screen is totally visible. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We are now joined by Sri Paul Muktiye, the Chairman and Managing Director of NetFi Limited. NetFi stands for Northeastern Development Financial Institution, which is one of the development banks in the region and also the first one to start the venture capital funding in the Northeastern region under the leadership of Paul Muktiye, sir. He is professionally a BTech in electrical and electronics, a PGDM from IIM Ahmedabad, and currently is the chairman and managing director of NetFi. He has the experience of over 28 years of in the development banking and in diverse and varied areas of financial systems. Prior to becoming the CMD of NetFi, He was the chief general manager at IDBI Bank and was handling the small and medium enterprises division of the bank. Sorry. He has wide experience in the areas of project financing, treasury management, forex and trade finance. During his tenure, NetFi has done a lot for the development of the region, and we are happy that we are closely associated with him in his endeavor. We are fortunate that he has agreed for today's session. I now request B. Paul Muktiya sir to just share his ideas with the audience. Over to you, Muktiya sir.
Respected Vice Chancellor, eminent speakers in the panel, faculty and students, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir. Yeah.
Okay. At the outset, I'd like to thank the School of Management Science, Tezpur University, for inviting me to be a part of this panel. This is a very topical subject. I think in the board, I think in the corporate world, corporate governance is the buzzword today. The previous panelists have already discussed what is corporate governance, what are the core principles. So I will not touch on this subject, but I would like to say that the corporate governance is very important because in any organization is important because it reduces the risk of corporate crisis. It also helps us in getting access to external finance or having borrowings at a lesser cost. It improves our operational performance. And for those which are listed, share performance also, it improves. So these are the reason why corporate governance is very important. And the image of an organization having good governance has many, many advantages. Though corporate governance is a buzzword today, but for the last 25 years or so, I think we have been hearing this in the industry. Prior to the 1990s, we don't have guidelines for corporate governance. There was a belief in self-regulation the world over. But the big failures which we see in the Enron, in WorldCom, give a feeling that there is a need for having guidelines which are mandatory in nature. And in India also, I remember during the late 1990s, the industry association came out with guidelines, I think CII, ASSOCHAM. Then many committees have also been set up. Kumar Mangalam Birla, that committee was there, Naresh Chandra committee, then after that, Narayan Murthy committee. So many of these committees have been set up and guidelines were laid down. And if you remember, in the old Companies Act, we don't have this concept of independent directors. They're only executive and non-executive directors. The concept of independent directors became more important in India, especially in the 90s because of the liberalization. And there's a feeling that in the corporate world, the promoters were not being fair to the small shareholders. There was also a belief at that time that the financial institutions were only taking care of their own loan or investments and not giving a fair share to the minority shareholders. So we have seen a lot of guidelines. I think those have already been highlighted by the previous speakers. And the fact that we have so many committees shows that in spite of all these guidelines, we still see the same kind of problems. I think these guidelines have not really helped in reducing the corporate crisis. I think we see frauds happening in many companies. And the reason, in my view, is that for a corporate or a board to perform properly, it is important to have good people there. See, in the earlier days, when we look at the executive and non-executive, most of the non-executives are from the promoter group. They may not have experience, they may not have the necessary background, and in many cases, they don't even attend meetings. Later on, when we talk about the independent directors, today, each one of us find it very difficult to get competent independent directors. Further, how do we select independent directors? When we look at independent directors, we normally select people whom we know. It is not possible for us to advertise. And I think it is because of this, the ministry now has come out with this data bank on independent directors. I don't know how this will solve, but the issue of selecting independent directors has been bugging us all these years, because we would like to get people who are experienced, who knows the business, who have, let's say, because we want a board which has experience in all the areas where the organization is dealing. And the only way in which you can select is from people whom you know. So I think unless we are able to really put a structure in place where we have competent independent directors, where the nominees of institutions, nominees from the government are people who have experience in that field, I think this subject will come again and again. I think recently, very recently again, Sebi has set up a committee on the, what is this? I think there is a committee which has been set up under Uday Kotak, I think in 2017, where the recommendations are more or less on the same areas. It only shows that it has not worked. The fact that we need so many committees and we are appointing committees whenever there is a failure somewhere, it shows that it is not working. I think this is a work in progress. I think the students today, I think who are there, I think they can, maybe they are the one where the responsibility is there to provide solution to this. But the subject itself, the corporate governance, I think is a very, very important. As the respected Vice Chancellor said, it is not only in the corporate world, even in the educational institution is important. And I think you can also see educational institution, if you have a good setup, a good management, the organizations in the university prosper. If the leadership is not up to the mark, irrespective of all these guidelines, irrespective of all these, I think the institutions as well as the the universities, they cannot go forward. So with these few words, I wish the program all success. I've seen you have a very elaborate topic. I'm sure these discussion on this topic will highlight all these problems, and you will also come out with some solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have already received feedback that it was excellent speech and people liked your speech. And really, you just highlighted the year 1992. And when I also studied my PG, and actually, sir, when we studied PG, we had a book called Business Policy. At that time, we did not hear about what is corporate governance all about. We had a business policy book. There were certain policies, industrial policy, MRTP Act, everything. Those were being taught to us. And all corporates were bound to follow those policies and rules. But 1992 has been really a earmark history in the country, which really has shown us the way.
The Cadbury committee, I think there was a lot of discussion.
Yes. It was very nice listening to you, sir, and thank you very much for joining. And I think the students are also benefited by your lecture. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Now the moment has come when we are just waiting to listen to the speaker of the inaugural session today, Dr. M. Ariz Ahmad. To introduce him to the audience, it's my pleasure to show a person that who can just show that one person can change the world. He is a person of that kind. Wherever he works, he has changed a lot. When we joined this university, we are doing something. He was the district magistrate at our district. Still, people remember the transparency which he introduced in the rural development works in the districts, and where he made a culture of putting the boards and writing everything there. So the transparency and accountability, etc., is his working style. And now he has joined the Department of Public Enterprises. Now he is heading the department as the principal secretary. And since joining, he has done a lot to give a new facelift to the entire team of people. We are very happy to see that there are very, very good people, energetic people in the state level public enterprises. And he has already made a culture of work in this entire gamut of the public enterprises. Today, we are here, sir. We have a combination of audience before you. Your own officials of state level public enterprises are there. Besides, there are young minds, this bunch of students. We are the faculty members and also the professional members of the professional bodies of Institute of Cost Accountants, Chartered Accountants, Company Secretary, and other institutions also. So now I hand it over to Dr. M. Ariz Ahmed to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, friends. The outset,
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Professor Sudhanshu Sarkar, the Tezpur Management Sciences, and B.K. Jain, CMA Biswarup, my friend Mr. Balvinder Singh, Mr. Rajkumar More, Mr. Paul Mukti, and the esteemed dignitaries, and my colleagues from Assam Public Sector Enterprises, and the students. See, today I will be sharing what the governments are struggling, rather the present government of Assam is struggling. One is theories, second is in practice. Though many a time we have the best minds in the government, but after joining government we turn out something different. So every time it's an everyday exercise to discipline ourselves, the human behavior. So now, if I'm allowed, I will just share the presentation so that I remain focused. Note. Okay. Professor Sarkar,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your screen is
visible and
your screen is visible, sir. No problem.
Yes.
You can just make full screen if possible, sir.
Whether the presentation is visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir. You can just make it full screen if possible.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Audible,
Yes,
sir.
audible.
Very much audible.
Okay. Okay. Somehow I'm not getting a good voice, so I will continue. I was given a perception that everything is fine. Okay.
Yeah. We can listen to you. Yeah.
See, I have organized the presentation into these headlines. To start with, I am explaining where the Assam public sector enterprise stands. What is the philosophy behind the public sector enterprises? See, all this started, the public sector enterprises started before independence. At that time, the industry was inception stage in the country. So government was adopting mixed economy model, where the public industry is promoted for self-reliance, so that whatever is required for the country can be produced in the country, and at the same time we generate employment, and it addresses the socio-economic needs of our society. After liberalization, so the emphasis was to productivity, efficiency, and it all the sudden put a lot of pressure on the public sector enterprise to deliver, to survive. Because initially, as noted earlier, so before liberalization, the emphasis for the efficiency and effectiveness over a period has eroded. Okay, it is natural in the government systems. Okay, but reasons are government is expanding enormously, and the administration naturally will be under administered. Given the large population and size of the machinery required is not matching, and of course our own systems. That is how we build over a period. So the efficiency, productivities are should have been the everyday business, but in our systems, it been generally it does not tend to be like that. Okay, but it should have been ideally it should be everyday business. Many times we forget because many other priorities it take over. So present state of affairs are, one word, they are not good. We need to become professional, and we need to prove our credibility and prove that we are worth. The key players of Assam public sector enterprises are the board of directors, every PSC. The very purpose of public sector enterprise, why we are saying public sector enterprise, unlike government organizations. In government organizations, especially for the students, they better appreciate. I am principal secretary in the government of Assam. So who is my boss? I report to the political executive. Okay. Whereas in the public sector enterprises, it is not so. Their board of directors are the boss. They are all in all. So they are given a reasonably very good autonomy so that they did not come to other players, stakeholders. The autonomy is very good because that's why the public sector enterprises. So they should behave like a business entity, and where the decision making, everything is empowered to the board of directors, and they're all registered in the Companies Act. Of course, there are some public sector enterprises which are registered, which are created by statute. The separate statute are there, separate acts are there for that. Some are there under Cooperatives Act. So like that, the very purpose of creating public sector enterprise is that the decision making of their operations lies with the board of directors, not with any outside entity. Okay. So further, the board of directors play a very important role, and together with the board of directors, CEOs, the MDs are there, who are the CC, operational heads who delivers based on the decisions of the board of directors, but within the framework of the Companies Act. And administrative department, or in other words, you can say the government. Because it's very important for the reason that most of the company shareholder is government. So the government means, as you are aware, government has so many departments. So the company coming under a particular department, they are responsible to ensure that they are the shareholder, they are the principal agency, whereas board of directors are agents. So that principal agent relation is very, very important. And the fourth entity is public enterprise department, because just for the reason that the professionalism, the Companies Act is there, and many other statutes are.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Sir, are you showing the slides?
So every government, whether it is government of India, state government, they have created this department to provide a professional technical support to all the public sector enterprises and to the administrative department, because many times they do not aware about the various statutory requirements. Of course, since public money is involved, CAG is there, and companies comes and the public sector enterprises coming under the Companies Act have to comply with the register of companies. And since public money is involved, the state legislature has a role where the Committee on Public Undertakings have an important role. So coming to the public enterprise department.
Sir, just to interrupt you, sir, are you showing the slides?
My slide is not moving.
Sir, are you showing the slides?
My slide is not moving.
No, sir, your slide is not moving, sir.
Your slide is not moving, sir.
Slide is not moving.
Yes, sir.
Sir, slide is not moving.
Yes, sir.
Slide is only on the first title slide. It is stuck, sir.
Okay. Professor Sarkar, where is the problem? Is it with my system or at your level?
I think they, sir, you can just stop presenting and then again present. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Stop presenting and again present, then let's see.
Sir, you go to the slide mode, sir. Slide mode.
Is it okay?
Now you can see, and and presentation mode it will be better, sir, if you put F5.
The role of public enterprise department has been defined by the rules of executive business. It is decided by the cabinet of the every state government, similarly in the government of India. So under the mandate, so before creating any public sector enterprise in the state, so they had to consult this department, and any appointment to the board of directors ought to be consulted. Of course, all these things requires the approval of Honorable Chief Minister, and any investment beyond a particular amount also requires the consultation with this department to see that to ensure that the investment is reasonable because it's a public money, and the every public sector enterprise behaves in a disciplined manner in terms of accounting statutes, so that they are required to submit the accounts, so that this department scrutinizes and takes timely course of action. See, the cherished goals of Assam public sector enterprises are to provide financial support, that is welfare, to the different weaker sections of the society. Then basic essential amenities like power, water, housing, and to support the skilled artisans, weavers, and to harness the natural resources, and to promote small-scale industry, and in the agriculture sector, veterinary allied sector, and to generate opportunities. Still, somehow I'm okay. The full slide is not coming. Okay, full slide. Fine, it's fine. Still, it's working. Okay, if I do full slide, it's not moving.
Okay, we can see the slides. No problems.
So this is just this slide just to be completed, and coming to this particular scenario where the number of public sector enterprises in Assam are 40, and till now the capital investment has been more than 17,000 crores, with whereas the turnover is only 8,000 crores plus, and profit and loss is clearly visible. It's a matter of concern, I should admit, and the net worth also area of concern, and of course, so presently they are providing employment for more than 35,000 employees. Coming to the corporate governance basics, the basis in the country, one is the Companies Act, then the Sebi guidelines of class 49, and now Sebi Lodr 2015. So before we discuss corporate governance, why corporate governance is required? Okay, we are part of the government, so what is expected? We should, because who is my employer? So on paper it is government, but in reality what is government? The people of the country, the people of India. So whatever I am consuming, so I should, because the people of India should know. People of India should know what the government is doing. They are the real masters of the country. So similarly, the word is used as a good governance.
Okay, in the general government balance, it's a good governance. So now when it comes to the corporate, means companies, so there should also be some fairness. I mean, not only fairness, the total fairness should be there, because they are using shareholders' money. So just to appreciate what is corporate governance, why every citizen should be concerned, just I'm showing a few slides. The Satyam scam, so you can see the table and you can see the what all, I don't want to read, and please just you can see the slide. See, this is one case. See, you may think that it is Satyam, it is one organization. No, it is. See, they have taken loans from the banks. Loans means the banks deposits are by the public. So this is people of India are affected. People of India. It is the responsibility of the government. It is the responsibility of the government to make sure that every citizen's rights are protected, their investments are taken care, protected. Okay, so it appears some connectivity issues.
No, sir, we are listening to you. No problem. Clear, sir? It's clear.
Why this? You lost network connection. Okay, okay, that is your connection. See, this do's and don'ts, please mention. Okay. So good. I was told that the equal parallel system is working, and so I'm getting confused. Okay, fine. See, the point here is that the next slide I'm showing, this is the public sector. The Satyam, one may feel that it is a private sector, but whether it is private sector or public sector, the people of India are involved. So it is the responsibility of the government, the regulatory agency, to make sure that everybody's hard work is respected, protected. See, this is one case where the public sector is involved, where the CBI, as per the news item, saying that the MD of the Punjab National Bank is aware about the fraud. Okay. And this is another case where yes, bank scam, everybody knows how the people have suffered. This is another case of Kingfisher, where again the governance, how companies should be run, affected, how many citizens, how many employees. So this is these 4 slides illustrates the importance of the corporate governance. So what exactly corporate governance? It is simply good business, honest business, not to do cheating, not to do fraud, and one should mind their business sincerely, seriously. So coming to, before we understand what is corporate governance, we should know who all matters in the corporate governance. So first thing is that the corporate, here we are taking into consideration the companies, the corporations which are registered in the Companies Act. Of course, there are public sector enterprises which are not registered in the Companies Act, but still they are public sector enterprises because of the statute and also because of the other reasons. So here, before we, we should know who are the stakeholders of corporations, or the public sector enterprises, or any private enterprise. We should know who are the principal, who are the owners of that company. So generally, it's shareholders. In case of government companies, public sector enterprise, we are using the word public. Public means the government. Okay, public sector enterprises, the shareholder is government, means the people of the state. Okay. And the agents, who are the agents? The board of directors. On behalf of the government, the board of directors is given empowered to take all the decisions. So they are the agents, the principal and agents. Together with them, there are other players, whether it is creditor, their auditor, the regulators, the employees. So they are all the main stakeholders. We should know that they are the players. Since they are the players, why the corporate governance is required? The principal is not running the company. The agents are running the company. Okay, the agents, once the agents got the resources at their disposal, naturally all the human element will come. how to benefit myself, how to benefit my family, my relative, or so many personal greed, all these vices will come into picture. So again, there are more members among shareholders. There could be a problem between the principal shareholders and the board of directors. May be problem. So these conflicts are natural, and the results are disasters. It happened. You're seeing how in the bottom I mentioned how it developed. There are so many corporate scandals. All these company structures, you will find that in Western world, they are the beginnings of this corporate world has started in the Western world. You see large scandals there. So then especially the USA come up with a particular act. Okay. So then across the world, a lot of the government started to bring some discipline. The recent example I had given is back. So the main purpose of the corporate governance is to minimize the conflict of interest between the stakeholder, between the principals, between shareholders, between principal and agents, so that the greed, all these issues that can be better addressed by a particular discipline. How to bring discipline? That is what the corporate governance is saying. So what it is saying, it is putting some systems. What is the system here? For example, board of directors should be there. Within board of directors, some are professional, some are independent, and they have decided processes. So you have to take decisions in this manner. And again, principles. What kind of principles they should follow? They should have transparency, so accountability. So they have set the systems, processes, and principles. So what exactly they are looking at by having this corporate governance? The commitment to values and ethical conduct of the business. Okay, the business should be whatever. See, any business it should bring goodness to the society. Okay, and transparency, statutory compliance. You should meet the requirements of the law, and the disclosures, the decision making should serve the purpose of the company. So in general, across the world, the report, there are 3 popular reports about corporate governance: Cadbury report, Principles of Corporate Governance by OECD, then Sarbanes Act. See, so one is that rights and equitable treatment of shareholders. Okay, they are the principal owners. Okay, then interest of other stakeholders, role and responsibility of the board, and what is the role of the board and members and the CEO of the company. We should have clarity. And integrity and ethical behavior. And what about the behavior, conduct of each of the members, CEO, and disclosure, whether my relative or somebody's relative, if somebody does transactions. So all this disclosure so that we prevent, minimize the fraud, all those things. When it comes to India, with regard to the public sector enterprises, and they have set up, based on the committee, they have come up with a corporate governance guidelines, wherein specifically, as I mentioned earlier, the corporate governance, basically handles with 3 items, that is systems, processes, and principles. So here the systems, the board of directors, audit committee, remuneration committee. So similarly, for a subsidiary company, most of the Assam, I think only one company has subsidiary company. And disclosures, if somebody does a transaction, business with relative. So similarly, compliance to the schedule of, these are all processes. So these are all things which are listed there. And based on that, the government of India presently grading all the public sector enterprises. So for example, how they are grading, so you can see, I don't know whether you could see or not, the composition of board. Within that composition, do you have the functional nominee independent directors or not? Similarly, non-official directors, how you are appointing, how the part-time directors are compensated, remuneration is done, the board meetings are being regular or not, whether the whatever statutes are there, whether being complied or not, whether all the members of the board director, do they have code of conduct, whether there is a risk management policy, whether the board members are being trained or not, whether audit committee is constituted or not, whether audit committee is doing their job, whether audit committee is empowered with the required powers, whether meetings of audit committee are at least 4 are held in a year or not, whether whatever action has been suggested by the audit committee, whether it is being follow up action is taken or not. Similarly, remuneration committee. These are all very important. For example, remuneration committee. So what does he? If you take Satyam case, he's paying very heavy amount to the members. So they are approving whatever they wanted. So remuneration committee also should be reasonable. There should be so that objectivity exercise done. Similarly, you have the review of the financial statement of the subsidiaries, review of the performance of the subsidiaries, transactions, and similarly accounting standards, because there are accounting standards are now available. Then consolidated financial statement analysis, the segment-wise profit and loss statement, board of directors, risk management, remuneration of the directors, see management discussion and analysis, disclosure by senior management. Because any member who is doing a transaction is relative, so everything should be disclosed. The audit committee, the consent committee should examine it, and every annual report of the company should disclose the corporate governance, what all they have done in this regard. The compliance certificate should be obtained. So regular holding of the annual general meetings, adoption of the audited accounts. So these are all very important. There are very few parameters which Government of India has based on which all the CPSCs are ranked from the excellent to the poor. So when it comes to the Assam public enterprise policy, it does speaks about the corporate governance. So we are working on that. So when it comes to the using the Government of India template, so what all should be there and what we have in Government of Assam, it's a long journey. We are prepared now. We have pulled up our own resources. We are on the track. We have taken a decision that we will be following the journey. Okay. So, for example, board of directors, most of the companies, their board of directors composition is not full-fledged. They're not appointed timely, and DIN numbers is issued. Meetings are not held regularly. Audit committees are not in place. Remuneration committee, disclosures. There are all issues of challenge for us, and accounts and statute compliance. These are all we need to improve a lot. So now we are working whatever is there in the pipeline. Yes, we are working to professionalize our board of directors, and we are coming up with the new revised guidelines on corporate governance. Okay, it does not mean that old guidelines we have followed. So it remains challenge, but yes, it's a everyday business. We seek the cooperation of all the public sector enterprises and the administrative department to make sure that every enterprise in Government of Assam delivers. They comply with the law, they become professional, productive, profitable, and sustainable. See, here one of the challenge of any public sector enterprise, especially in the state government's level, is that having full-time MD. Because there is no point saying that the public sector enterprise is not performing. It's just for the reason that we don't have independent CEOs. Unless we have independent CEOs, you can't deliver. So most of the CEOs are dual charges, additional charges. So they cannot give full attention to the company. Otherwise, in business, there cannot be loss. There cannot be loss. How can there be loss? Because there's so much investments are there, assets are there. The sector-wise, they are very good, well-placed domain of the business. But if we are not delivering, means because the number of reasons are there. One of the reason is that we don't have independent full-time MDs. So similarly, the other policy framework is one of the weakest in the system. We are working on that. You can see here how many public sector enterprises have not held AGMs. They have not held are not holding the board meetings regularly, timely, and this also shows the audited accounts of the different companies. So for how many years they have been pending, and how many companies are performing in terms of profit and loss. Of course, those who are claiming profit also, they are not to be believed just for the reason that their accounts are not updated. Okay, I can say many things without updating the accounts. So, but I'm happy to say that all the public sector enterprises of Assam, they have committed by 31st March, they will update their accounts. They will update their accounts. We are on the job. I'm confident that they will deliver their promises. Okay, we will be reviewing from the next month again. and the state of technology and assets. Just I'm sharing. And for last 1 year, we have been with the help of all the whether Accountant General of Assam, ROC Assam, then all the 3 professional organizations, ICAI, ICSI, and ICMAI. They're so kind, so helpful to us to build the capacities. We have been holding a national workshops, capacity building exercises, tasks. We have constituted a task force with the public sector enterprise and the administration department jointly to make sure that the public sector enterprises delivers. And we are working to strengthen the board of directors, sensitizing the administrative department that if we fail to strengthen the board of directors, then we have to close it with our own ambition, our own fault. Then we'll say blame that the public sector enterprise is not performing. The blame is with everybody. So we should fix the issue collectively. Okay. And we are working to improve their personal performance with Sparrow online and online recruitment. Presently public sector enterprise selection board. We want to make it online oriented, and model service schools we want to bring. So this is about the workshop. Once again, I congratulate all the 3 professional institutions, ICAI, ICSI, and ICMI. Now I could see from ICAI the members are present, and ICSI, Mr. Nagendra is here. So Nagendra now, at that time he is vice president, now he is the president of ICSI. And you can also see from Basu Saab also very much here. And our Honorable Minister is there, and IP Institute of Public Enterprise Hyderabad is very much there, and Mr. Saha from the Department of Public Enterprise Government of India. So we have roped in the best mind, all the players, and this is about the task force. We want that the public sector enterprise, they can deliver. There is no point of failing. It's only our decision to deliver it. So the response is extremely good, I should admit. My friend Mr. Balwinder Singh is very much here. He's kind to help. Namrata, they're from ICA, she's very kind to help. So now our target for 21-22, 2021 is updating account. That was our focus. Now 21-22 is professionalization of the board of directors and MDs. They have to deliver it. We have to deliver it collectively. We will make a difference. It is definite. And productivity and profits. Yes, we had to, because we had to provide an enabling environment to our MDs, because they are struggling in difficult circumstances. Because weak in manpower, weak in technology. So we are hopeful that we will support them, and we all together will be making a positive difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice presentation and giving a comprehensive picture of your work for reviving the SLPs in Assam. Actually, we have witnessed the work which you are doing, and we earnestly hope that with all your endeavor, SLPs will deliver in a better way in the near future. Actually, our focus of this seminar is also to have some kind of corporate governance essence in the state level public enterprises. As you have already acknowledged that there are certain limitations, certain constraints with which the SLPs are to work. We are in a democratic country, so we must honor democracy also. So that with the democracy, there are certain constraints which you people are facing. So that's why SLP must work with some kind of constraints. But these are the uniqueness and the peculiar characteristics of state level public enterprises anywhere in the country, and you are also trying your level best to see that all the loss-making public enterprises can be converted into profit-making, or at least they should be made accountable. They should just submit the records of accounts, they should publish it, and they should make all the updated declarations. Really, it was very nice to listen to you, sir.
He is very kind to help us always. Mr. Chittaranjan is very kind to help us. We are grateful to him.
Yeah. So thank you very much for joining this inaugural session. We are really grateful to all the speakers who have talked on this issue, starting from the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tejpur University, Professor Vinod Kumar Jain, the President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Biswarup Basu, CMA Balbinder Singh, the immediate past President, Sri Rajkumar Moore, representing the private sector, Sri B. Paul Mukhtia, the CMD of NetFee, and of course, Dr. M. Aris Ahmad with your nice presentation. And I think all the people from SLPs who have attended your lecture may have got more energy and vigor to work again for the betterment of the SLPs of Assam. Thank you very much. And with this, we end the inaugural session here. We will take a short break of around 3 to 5 minutes, because at 11:45 we will be starting the technical session 1. But we will just take a short break. With the break, we will just show you certain promo videos of Institute of Cost Accountants of India, as well as in Tejpur University, we are going to start one executive MBA program from the next academic session. So we are inviting applications from 16th of March. So we will also show a banner for that. And with this, we will start the technical session 1 at 11:45 a.m. And we earnestly hope that all the members will be here for the next technical session, where Sri Bijay Kapoor will address the gathering. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Corporate governance has been the keystone to successful economies. To align with these global ethos of good governance, to ensure transparency, to boost confidence amongst investors, and build trust in the stakeholders, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, MCA, in the year 2003, partnered with Confederation of Indian Industry, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, set up the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. With a vision to be a key facilitator and reference point for the highest standards of good corporate governance in India and its mission, NFCG further made a significant difference to Indian corporate sector. Post-2010, other stakeholders also came forward to join NFCG in fostering a culture of good corporate governance practices. For more than a decade, NFCG as a catalyst has been successful in sensitizing industry on the implementation of corporate governance practices through seminars, conferences, workshops, and directors' orientation programs, thus contributing to the society at large. Developing a framework for corporate governance reforms, the Foundation not only facilitates the effective participation of diverse stakeholders, but also deepens links with national organizations for collaborative actions, promoting voluntary adoption of corporate governance practices as the key to sustainable wealth creation. With this continuous endeavor to strive for excellence, NFCG is changing the regulatory landscape in the country by gaining a momentum for better corporate governance in every way possible. NFCG is continuing its initiatives towards achieving this goal and thus fostering the economic progress of India.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first technical session.
Technical team, can you stop presenting now for the time being? Please stop presenting.
Sir, may I continue?
Yeah, please start.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first technical session of today's program. So I'm Prayash Barua, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Business Administration, Tezpur University, and I'm going to be your host for the first two technical sessions today. It's indeed my pleasure to be a part of this seminar today, and I take this opportunity to thank all our organizers and the dignitaries present today. So for the first technical session, the theme is corporate governance and boards. The basic discussion shall be around board evaluation, risk management, directors, liability insurance, the board committees, etc. Overall, the session will focus on the structure of a board in both listed and unlisted committees and the roles and functions of various committees required to be constituted under the Companies Act 2013 and Sebi Lodr 2015. So for the first session, we have in our midst Professor Papuri Barua, Dean, School of Management Sciences, and Sri Vijay Kapoor, former Director, Board of Studies, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and member, Board of Postgraduate Studies, Department of Commerce, Tezpur University. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome you all here, sir. Thank you for your time, as well as thank you for your time, ma'am. So first of all, I'd like to introduce our Dean, Professor Papuri Barua. So before joining as the Dean, she was head of Business Administration Department, Tezpur University. And she is also now looking after the placements for the non-engineering students of Tezpur University as the Director of Placements for non-engineering branches. And I'd like to welcome ma'am, and I'd like to invite her for her talk.
Thank you, Prayas. Respected dignitaries, speakers, and participants, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to our first technical session on corporate governance. The corporate governance landscape has been changing the world ever since the 90s. However, global events coupled with some Indian scams have brought this subject to the limelight. The concept of delegation of power to various board committees is not new, but how the functions of the committees have changed over the years is interesting to note. Moreover, as defaults increase, the man at the top, comprising of the board members and top management officials, have come under fire many times. Given this dynamism, we must understand what are the checks and balances in the management system under the Companies Act and Sebi listing regulations. Today in these sessions, we will be analyzing the various components of corporate governance that have evolved recently. We are fortunate to have today in this session with us Sri Vijay Kapoor, former Director, Board of Studies, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, and member, Board of Postgraduate Studies, Department of Commerce, Tezpur University. In fact, I'm looking forward to Mr. Kapoor to deliberate on this topic today, this session. Given his experience in heading the knowledge center of the ICAI, I'm sure We will learn a lot on the above topics. He has also been an active member in various forums on diverse topics, including corporate governance. He has deep insights into the governance aspects practically too, as he is an avid reader and participates in industry forums for exchanging ideas. I welcome him to kindly deliver this session, and after that, we will deliberate on the topic once again. With this, I pass over the session to Mr. Kapoor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Barua. It's nice talking to you after such a long time, though on a virtual platform. I thank our assistant professor Prayash also. As I begin, I think first of all, let me confess, I was feeling very jealous when Professor Binod Jain was speaking, because he was sitting in the surrounds of lap of the nature, and I could clearly see the lovely voices of the birds chirping all around, So my complaint to Professor Sarkar that he is avoiding all my visits to the Tejpur University. I'm sure he will take it on top priority. That's number one. Having looked at the session, in fact, before I begin, I think all listeners must be acknowledged for their presence, as they are the people, I think I see them like the Lord Ganesha. They are listening. They are listening very carefully, and they have not been able to respond so far. So I actually appreciate their presence, as I have been looking constantly that many people are there, and I'm sure that they are simply not participating, but they're actually listening to the program. Of course, as far as speaking for today's session is concerned, I consider it to be a privilege and honor, because I can never say no to any directive coming from the University of Tejpur. So it's my love and affection for them and their mutual love and affection for me, which makes me strong enough to deliver these talks. I think first of all, let's capture. And I think the just immediate speaker, I think I do not know whether Ariz Ahmed is listening to me or not. I must congratulate him. I think he has made my job very simple. He has covered a lot of background in the corporate governance. But on the top of it, I think he was brutally frank in admitting that what actually is the state of affairs of corporate governance in the Assam public sector enterprises. Believe me, yesterday night I was trying to look at the website of Department of Public Enterprises of Assam. To my horror, I found that the website is not even updated to a large extent since 2016. On the top of it, in fact, I think Ariz Ahmed was, I think, fair enough to admit that accounts have not been compiled for several years. In fact, there is a classification given of, I think, about 35 to 40 public sector enterprises where actually accounts have not been compiled. It really sends shudders that if the accounts are not being compiled, what actually shall actually happen in the board meeting, how the accounts are audited, how the financial information is being compiled. But I congratulate him. I think he did explain the whole topic in a wonderful manner. He was able to give the perspective of the government side on this. And he actually, I think, is the right person. I'm sure that he will take it forward. The other gentleman, Mr. B. Paul, I think he did raise a very good question. He says he's not sure how to select the independent directors. Wonderful question. I think still it remains. I think Sebi has been struggling hard. Companies at 2013 has undergone several changes. There is no question, complete answer to the question, how exactly to select the right quality of independent directors. And of course, Professor Binod Jain did raise a point that governance is a matter which should not confine to the corporate corridors, but must extend to all other affairs of the society, including the academic institutions. So I'm sure Professor Sarkar and Professor Barua would enjoy that autonomy while working at Tejpur University. Having said that, I think given the time constraints and given the topic and the vastness with which it has been given to me, I thought since I will try to cover the journey of the corporate governance and particularly of the board constitution and various its related element with reference to Sebi listing obligations and disclosure requirements of 2015. So maybe I missed certain things, but my attempt will be that I'm able to give you a bird's eye view what exactly is the direction India has been going. I think at the back of our mind, I think we should be very clear. I think somebody did mention that we want to take this country to 5 trillion, but whatever we may say, today India sits on the head table of any committee in the world. In fact, even the most developed countries of the world cannot think the absence of India while formulating even their own policies. This shows that where actually the India has arrived. And in fact, the recent innovations in the say the vaccine, the way we have actually invented and way we have actually given to the entire world, I think it speaks volumes about the India and its strength. And I'm sure that with this kind of talented people in this country, we can conquer all the grounds. I have absolutely no doubt that we shall be able to reach to the 5 trillion mark, maybe little later because of the COVID situation. I'm sure that we shall be able to reach that mark sooner than expected, you know. And let's not forget that we reached the 1 trillion mark in about 2007 or 2008. And today we are talking about $5 trillion. So the future is very bright. And that should make us conscious, you know, that we should have the best of the policies to be followed by corporates in this part of the world. Now, looking at the first thing, you know, I think I also thank the NFCG and the ICMI particularly for taking and being a knowledge partner for this particular program. And I thank all the active participation from the members on this particular fora. Since I've been associated with the NFCG, I've seen that ICMI is now an active part of the NFCG as well. And they're also taking a lot of interest in this particular area. Now, coming back to the topic, in fact, if you look at it, Companies Act 2013, I think Companies Act 2013 was a, I think, change maker, in fact, as far as the corporate governance is concerned. But my only submission is that as a student of commerce, when I'm looking at Companies Act 2013, what exactly we wanted to change over the Companies Act 1956, and have we succeeded there? The first few things, few observations of mine, which I want to share with the younger generation, and they should remember. First of all, historically, they should remember that Indian Companies Act 1913 was the first Companies Act which was enacted in India. And after exactly 100 years, we had the Companies Act 2013. Companies Act 1956, which was there on the scene for about 75 years, actually was considered to be a highly voluminous and complex act of its own times. The Companies Act 2013, when it was enacted, one of the major change was that number of the sections were brought down, I think from about 700 to 470. The complexity reason of the Companies Act 1956 was that it contained both substantive law as well as the procedural aspects of the law. Being procedural aspects of the law, it was felt that it is very difficult to administer the Companies Act 1956. But when the Companies Act 2013 came into existence, we saw that in 300 sections out of 470 sections, there were the words, as may be prescribed from time to time. That means the government retained the power to issue circulars, to issue announcements, to issue notifications from time to time. And today we see that Companies Act 2013 is one of the most complex documents it has become. There are so many schedules and there are so many rules, notifications, but on the top of it, since 2013, it has been modified or amended in 2015. It has been amended in 2017. It has been amended in 2019. It has been amended in 2020. Something is also proposed in 2021 also. Of course, the stabilization may take place, but this kind of playing with the substantive provisions of the Act is a problem in itself as far as the corporate world goes, because they have to actually, the compliance is a very, very expensive affair. And you might have found that the Prime Minister did issue a statement that about 6,000 compliance provisions may be dropped after evaluation, So that is one aspect of the Companies Act, which has made it very complex. And the second aspect, which has been very complex in this act, has been that unlisted companies were covered in this act, which was not there specifically in that manner. The intention was that unlisted companies are heavily dependent on the finances from the Indian banks. So it was felt that they should be brought under more close watch. Exactly, we are not sure. I leave it to the academicians to actually do some kind of a study that unlisted companies which have been specifically brought with specific provisions under the Companies Act 2013, how exactly the implementation of those provisions have been done in respect of unlisted companies. At least I could not find any study where I could say that the provisions have been implemented in a proper manner. Another aspect which need to be remembered is that the Companies Act 2013 was a game changer act. The reason being that since the Irani committee report, in fact, the Satyam scam broke out, and with the Satyam scam coming on the surface, of course, the government did amend the Companies Act in a very, very different manner, and 2013 was brought into place. Now, as a student, I think you need to understand that what were the actually path-breaking initiatives in the Companies Act 2013. The first path-breaking initiative in the Companies Act 2013 from the perspective of the society was the concept of corporate social responsibility. I'm not going to discuss it in detail, but let's remember that we are the only country in the world which actually has implemented this provision, mandating that so much thing has to be done as a part of CSR. And of course, we know how exactly the provision has undergone changes thrice over in the last 7 years. That was one provision from the society perspective. The second change which was there was in the now it's very important to understand in the definition of duties of directors. I think if you permit me, I will read out that how those duties underwent a change, and look at the definition, the way it was defined under section 166 subsection 2. And it's very interesting to see that it states that a director shall act in a good faith to achieve the objects of the company for the members as a whole. Up to this, it is very fine that a director shall act in a good faith to achieve the objects of the company for the members as a whole. That's completely understandable. But the next 3 lines are little disturbing to me. And in fact, the students of corporate governance must take note of it clearly, that how the society aspect has been brought in. And you will wonder that should I call them the people who framed the legislation? They were visionary, or they were thinking, or they were expecting too much from the board of directors. So the second line runs that a director shall act in the good faith in order to promote the objects of the company for the benefits of the member as a whole, and in the best interests of the company, employees, shareholders, community. Now, please, I actually want to raise this question, that if this is the duty of the director shall act as good faith for the company as a whole to achieve the objects is clearly understandable. But they shall also act in the best interests. Best interests of whom? Best interests of the company, understandable. Best interests of the employee, all right. Best interests of the shareholders, still understandable. Of course, even if I stop there, I do not know if I am trying to achieve the best interests of the company, how do I actually reconcile with the best interests of the shareholders? The interests of the shareholders and employees and even the companies sometimes can't be congruent. They can't go in one direction. So there will be a lot of push and pull would be there. But still I go further, that director shall act in the best interests of the company, employees, shareholders, and the community. Now, this is simply appalling, In fact, sometime I ask a question to myself, and no director asks this question. If I'm sitting in the board of directors, and if I'm taking a decision on behalf of the company, and if any work is being done in the company, while taking that decision, do I evaluate each decision of the company with reference to the fact that how this decision would affect the entire community as a whole? Or I will look strictly to the company maximum so that adding value to the shareholders, ensuring that my employees are kept happy, they're on the right track, and company gets the benefits in the overall manner. I think that was going too far. So we have put certain thing in the act which according to me is not achievable. It runs further and it runs further. Now people from Northeast should be more happy. And in fact, we all should be happy, and we can at least tell the entire world. The last line is, and for the protection of environment. We can tell the world, Baba, now you are talking of ESG, environment, social, and governance. We talked of environment in 2013 and imposed it as a duty on the board of directors. But actually speaking, when I read this 166 subsection 2, I am quoting this section very clearly because most of the sections I may not be able to quote in that detail. But this is one section which is the basic and fundamental section, which was brought in by Companies Act 2013 for the first time, and which did state that a director shall act in good faith for achieve the objects of the company and in the best interests of the company, employee, shareholders, and community. So that means every decision taken by as a director sitting in the board meeting, I should be able to weigh and I should be able to take the best of the decision. Of course, somebody did say that how to actually this thing, but I think that every time we have to do the balancing act. Now, whether the balancing act is also possible or not, that's my own doubt, So I leave it there, but I say that this was one of the major change, and I call it as a change from the perspective of the society. And two other changes which I would like to say is that was from the society perspective was that I think the boards were asked to encourage the participation of employees in the board activities. They were asked to devise the whistleblower policy. It was also from the society perspective. And very importantly, the stakeholder relationship committees were to be formed, of course, depending upon the number of shareholders, etc., which was never heard of. And I think if you go through the Mr. Ahmed's presentation, he has, I think, listed a lot of things in detail. So I'm trying to take just a bird's eye view of this. So from the society's perspective, whistleblower mechanism, stakeholder relationship committee was never heard of earlier, and duties of auditor to keep the best interests of the community as a whole. I think it's a wonderful thing, but actually whether it is implemented or not, that is rest to be seen. The second is from the perspective of the shareholders. I think it was a well-known fact. I think the time when Professor Baru and Professor Sarkar were the students in mid-80s and the 80s and even early 90s, I think we used to say that the minority shareholders do not have any role of participation. In fact, that time of there was nothing called as virtual. Today, electronic voting is there. Earlier, nothing was there. Physically, people could not attend the meeting. The people will go to AGM to collect a copy of the diary or the calendar, and have a chai and a samosa and come back. So what was there was that shareholders were not recognized, in fact, at all significant in the entire process of running the company. The Companies Act 2013 did recognize, and I call it as the second basic thing which happened in the Companies Act 2013. I say that absent shareholders primacy was given its due place in the Companies Act 2013. How the absent shareholders were given due place? Just see that in most of the decisions, say for example, related party transactions. They say when the transactions are, in fact, each student of commerce must study in detail what are the related parties, how exactly they are defined in the Companies Act, how exactly they are actually dealt in the accounting standard, how exactly they are actually treated from the income tax viewpoint of, that is, arm's length transactions. When these transactions are being entered into, that they have to be passed through a 75%, that is special resolution, minus the interested shareholders from that category. Now this had happened. I think this is a path-breaking, sweeping change which had never happened earlier. The second thing which happened was that the company used to actually fund political or charitable purposes at their own will. Now 2013 came very heavily, that it stated that more than 5% of the thing, you go back to the general meeting and get its approval. Similarly, there was a provision like this, that there will be no insider trading, there will be no forward dealing by the board of directors. And more interestingly, that companies with more than 2 layers of investments was completely banned. So one can see that there was an intention in the Companies Act 2013 that they brought in few things from the society perspective, and then they brought in few things to protect the interests of the shareholders who are generally absent in the meetings. Third, I think that's very sweeping changes were made in the processes of the board. For the first time, we found that who is an independent director was defined. What are the meaning of independence? That was defined. The code of conduct was brought in by way of Schedule 4 in the Companies Act 2013. For the independent director, a lot of things were done that I think very important. I would like to note it very specifically, that ESOPs were banned, and because they were making a lot of money through that. In fact, jocularly, we used to say before 2013 that if you're on the board of Infosys, I think you can make more than 25 to 50 lakhs per year. So then not more than 2 terms, cooling off period. So a lot of things were done for the independent directors so that a proper system could be laid down for that matter. Now, while doing that board processes, I think a lot of things were also done that in case independent director is not present in a particular meeting, he will have to ratify the decision within a particular time framework, and audit committees were strengthened at that point of time. So one can see that a lot of board processes underwent a change. I think the concept of women director and concept of shareholders director was small shareholder director was also brought in. And we can see that how actually these changes are affecting. I think if I little take a deviation from at this point of time, besides, in fact, I'm not quoting that what scams have taken place pre-2013. If I talk after post-2013, I think some of the scams which hit our eyes are Jet Airways, PNB, ILFS, Cox and Kings, even Lakshmi Vilas Bank, even Franklin Templeton Mutual Fund. People have been losing money. Of course, Mr. Ahmed did describe it to be a very noble objective, as the government of India is going to look after the savings of each and every individual. Sir, let me tell you very clearly, the government of India is not going to look after the savings and the investments of each and every individual. We need to be very clear, sir. We are living in the world where we have adopted the market economic framework. We are living in a capitalist society. Tomorrow, with these fixed deposits or the bank saving deposits being raised to 5 lakhs only as of now, I think beyond that, my money is not secured. I do not know who's going to pay my money if any bank fails. And let me tell you, in the next 10 years, 15 years, many small banks would fail, because the way this technology is actually increasing the element of transparency, and the way the things are coming to the surface, I think it's making the things more serious. It's not the particular, the stringent laws with the technology. Now you just see that but for the artificial intelligence in the GST council being run on the GST transactions, I think there have been frauds more than 30,000 crores. Now, this is amazing. And let me tell you, when I'm talking of these frauds, when I talk of Jet Airways, when I talk of Punjab National Bank, when I talk of ILFS, when I talk of Cox and Kings, two questions clearly come to my mind. One, are promoters bad? Do promoters run away with money? Then I ask a question to myself, if promoters are bad, how ILFS failed? In Jet Airways, I can understand. Naresh Goyal was a very, very flamboyant chairman and the director, and he did not listen to Saudi Airways, and he did not vacate the Emirates for that matter. Or say our Vijay Mallya is quite a flamboyant fellow, and they try to dictate their own terms. But the question is that who ran the ILFS? ILFS has never been a promoter-driven company. The company has been run by the most of the smartest of the government officials who actually threw their jobs away and joined that company. Or for that matter, even PNB is not a promoter-driven company. Why these frauds could take place? So as an academic researcher, I think somebody has to understand it very clearly that it is not the promoter-driven company which have been actually committing the fraud. There may be some greedy promoters, but it is even the professional companies, even those who are committing the frauds. I give you another example. And it hurts me when I talk about this. It hurts me when I talk about this, that Larsen and Toubro. I'm shocked. At least I'm not able to even talk that how Larsen and Toubro employees could make fraud transactions or claim input tax credit on account of GST for only 30 crores. Now, 30 crores is a very, 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 very small sum for a company like Larsen and Toubro. And let's remember, I always used to give an example that look, Larsen and Toubro is the best professional run company in this country, and they have an order book of more than 2 lakh crores at any point of time. No, they are doing a fraud of 30 crores on the GST tax credit input tax. So that hurts me. So as a good, I think, academicians and researcher, I think we need to know differentiate going forward. And let's remember one thing, as a good student, please do remember that whatever model of corporate governance is embedded in Companies Act 2013 and Sebi listing obligations and disclosure requirements is the Anglo-Saxon model. In the Anglo-Saxon model, we put bold the shareholder and the board at supreme. But in case of, say, Germany, and in case of certain other countries, it is the insider model. So in case of Japan, Germany, and there are not many corporate governance requirements like this, because they say it's an insider model. Because of insider model, because it is the bank which has financed the company, so banks take care of the corporate governance issue of those companies. They call it the insider model, So not a lot of provisions have to be fulfilled. So sometimes I wonder that as a country, when we are trying to bring the elements of corporate governance, of course, let me tell you that under the Companies Act, we think of our own things also. It is not that we have borrowed everything from abroad and then actually put it here. We have gone a step extra, maybe good or not, that I am not commenting at this moment. Sometimes we have added more complexities to it, because nowhere in the world, in the capital market economies, somebody would like the CSR should be like this. because CSR is quite a discriminatory, company who's making loss is not required to make CSR, but company who's making profit is required to donate to CSR at the cost of the value to the shareholders. So that point remains different. That's not the subject matter for today's discussion. The point which I'm trying to make today is that despite Companies Act 2013 and 2015 guidelines, based on 2013 Companies Act and quite wonderful guidelines by Sebi, again revised in 2017 and then again in 2019, and now again they are trying to review. In fact, on February 21st, they have actually, the paper they have released is open for the comments of the public. They are again further trying to revise this guideline. I will raise those 3-4 issues, that how they are going to make things more stringent. So let's understand the point which I'm trying to tell you, that despite this Companies Act 2013 and these 2015 guidelines, the frauds are happening and shall continue to happen. Let's remember it very clearly. So that's a separate point. But whether the law will improve the whole thing, because even the Tata's group, Shapoorji, that Palanji thing we have seen. And in fact, people tell me that even in the best of the companies, when they sit in the board meeting, the daggers are out. So nobody knows that who will stab whom and what point of time, That's the reality in the corporate world. But corporate worlds have to go by these rules. So that's the basic point. Now, I was on the path-breaking initiatives of Companies Act 2013, friends. The first thing which I stated was 2013 Act had a societal perspective. Number two, 2013 Act actually had the primacy to the absent shareholders. They tried to bring in those absent shareholders back into the fold. Wonderful thing they did. And the advancements in the field of related party transactions are wonderful. Not forming investment companies for more than 2 years is also path-breaking, according to me. As a company, the things like whistleblower mechanism, etc., were wonderful. The third thing I said was the small shareholders and the board processes, independent directors, all those changes. That was third. The fourth was with reference to, I think, the other disclosure, like the consolidation of accounts started post 2013. And then, of course, the rotation of auditors was done. Good or bad, I'm not commenting on this. That something is good. They also did an element of National Financial Reporting Authority in 2013 Act. Of course, they implemented in 2018. But simply bringing it, please understand. One has to evaluate today that if the corporate world is there, listed companies, unlisted company, whatever companies are there are regulators. Now, to my mind, today I have no doubt, and I stand at any fora and say that our regulators have failed us. Sebi even has failed us on so many occasions. I think still it is into a web of complex things versus National Stock Exchange. And if you look at how the actually Karvi's and Anugrah Finance has failed, how the Lakshmi Vilas Bank has failed, how this Franklin Templeton Mutual Fund has failed, Sebi is clearly responsible. Failure of PNB and IFLS has to be completely rest on the shoulders of the Reserve Bank of India. I still know that there are many friends in RBI and Sebi. They're very intelligent people. They do a lot of work. But the question is, as a regulator as a whole, they have failed. But they had brought in another regulator for the auditors in 2013 Act, implemented after 5 years. So you can imagine the pressure of one lobby on the even establishment of the regulator, that is NFRA, National Financial Report. It started working in 2010. But very sorry to say that NFRA in last 2 years had just after one case, and in the meantime 5 other cases have happened. And the case on which basis they came into existence, that PNB, they have not decided to even examine that case. Why? The question. Now I think Mr. Ahmed did say that where CBI has stated that the management knew this has happened. In an ecosystem of financial reporting chain, I think first of all it is the board which has to be held responsible. Going forward, then we have to have the other parts of the chain as well. So these are some of the major changes then which have taken place. And finally, I think yes. So finally, I think the one I wanted to see that unlisted companies issues are brought in, and good or bad, but I leave it to the researcher that why actually it has not happened. One more observation on the this system one-person company in the Companies Act. My whole objection was, even in 208 meeting in the CII, I did object. Throughout the world, one-person companies are run only for the professional services, not for the manufacturing and industrial services. Now, here in India, we have taken a different U-turn. In fact, at one point of time, MCA did want to abolish this one-person company for the manufacturing, but this was not allowed to be done under pressure. They could not do it. So I leave it to the world how exactly the things would happen. Now, let's not forget that in 2016, July 1st talk of Prime Minister Modi, they did write up 300,000 companies. I think now today they've got 400,000 companies written up from the Companies Act. The complex web of shell companies which is there. Now it is very, very difficult to think that how companies actually rotate their money and how actually that corporate governance elements are complied with in so many companies, So there is a system which has to be actually examined. So I thought I will first of all make these points that in the Companies Act, what have been the path-breaking initiatives, and these were the 5 major areas I think I thought I will cover. The next is independent directors. I think independent directors are fine people brought under into the, say, after 90s, they are the concept which has been introduced. And 2013 did actually specify a lot of things about them. But usually I used to say, when I look at the composition of the audit committees of the Satyam, or say ILFS, or say some other companies, who are the people there? They're independent directors, and there are actually from the world of academics, or they are some of the retired government officials who become the independent directors, So normally what I used to call them was, that I think you know that IPL matches take place. And IPL matches, if there's a wicket is fallen, so there are cheerleaders who cheer the bowler, and if the sixer is done, then again the cheerleaders are there. So I used to call these independent directors as cheerleaders, but let's not underestimate it. My point was, I think I used to give this example. In fact, Satyam, I do not want to discuss because for me the Satyam has become an history. People who are actually the Harvard professors, they were sitting in that audit committee in which the decisions are allowed to go through, except for the one professor, Professor Mangalam. Again, he's a dean, but ISB Professor Gopalakrishnan was our, so top of the people were sitting. Vinod Dham of the Pentium chip was sitting there. Pierre Prasad, former cabinet secretary, was sitting there. So all these people were sitting there. My objection is that in 2019, when the Companies Amendment Act takes place in 2019, they add 3 or 4 clauses. One of the clause was academic certification for the independent director. Arey Baba, who will teach to the Harvard professors, who will teach to the retired director of ISB that what kind of corporate governance, whether Professor Barua would teach, Professor Sarkar would teach, or unknown Vijay Kapoor will go and teach that what is good corporate governance, But the government of India did introduce the academic certification in 2019, and they said if you go and pass this test from the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, I'm also an adjunct faculty there, so I don't underestimate the worth of that. You go and pass the test, you are now qualified to obtain the DIN number. Arey Baba, by writing one exam, am I qualified to become an independent director? So I have a lot of questions on this issue, but 2019 has academic certification point of view, and very conveniently MC has issued circular after circular that people with so much of experience, people with 10 years, people with 5 years, people in the central government, people having the director level, they are exempted. So the whole thing, we make a mockery. We try to show to the world as if the data bank is being maintained, people who are qualified. So 2019 Act also brought in certain changes, wonderful changes they had brought in. But like the beneficial owner concept has been brought in, where independent directors have to act very, very carefully. So these are some of the things. In fact, Sebi regulations did contain a lot of provisions with reference to the independent directors meeting and everything. Now, I think rush to the latest provisions which are being brought in by Sebi. Now, how exactly stringent they are made? That in future they say that independent director shall be appointed by what you call it as the dual approval. That means one approval will be done by the shareholders, Second time will be approval will be done by the majority of the minority shareholders. Now, please understand very clearly. Now, this process is going to be laid down. I think it is a very innovative process. I do not know how exactly it would work in practice, So two approvals will have to be made for the appointment of independent director. One, shareholders would have to appoint first, and then majority of the minority shareholders. Similar thing will be done in respect of removal also. Of course, in resignation, certain more conditions have been put. But interestingly, at that point of time, I think one more change which is being done is that now somebody was asking that how to locate those independent directors. I think our gentleman from Northeast funding company did ask how to locate that. It's not only the data bank, sir. In fact, now in forward going, Sebi is going to make a rule that even you can go to an external agency. So that means that certain other agencies will flourish. So they will go and search. Advertisements may be made. People will apply. So my people like me may also stand a chance, to become the independent director. So that importantly, now when the resolution will go to the shareholders, it will be pointed out in detail who is this person, what kind of experience he has, who has recommended his name. That will also come on the notice, Interestingly, the point is that the basic qualification of independent director is that he should be a man of integrity and he should have relevant experience and expertise. Now, I really do not know how exactly you will match the expertise and the experience of the independent director with the needs of the company. Today, according to me, after audit committee, the most important committee is the risk management committee, not mandated in many companies. But today, if you have to run, I think several lakhs crores worth of companies, even a company like say State Bank of India, you have to run this. If you don't have risk management committee and actually you can't actually estimate the risk, work towards that in the new manner, I think everybody gets eliminated. In fact, that brings me to the question I think earlier I was discussing with Professor Sarkar, that with the concept of digital banks coming in, which do not have any walls. I think Singapore recently gave permission to 2 banks. What will happen to banking sector in next 5 years down the line, we actually do not know. So these are the potential risks which are happening to the company. I think the launch of electronic vehicle is going to be very, very strong area. So that area is actually, so that is why I say, in fact, we used to give an example, that independent director, somebody will put his barber on the board of, he will nominate the barber. He says he's a personality grooming expert, so that he can groom the personality of the rest of the members of the board by cutting their hair and make them smarter, So personality grooming expert. So the question is that how exactly we achieve that objective. And let's remember one thing very clearly. If you look at the size of the companies in our country, about 85,000 are the public companies, out of which only 8,000 are listed on the stock exchange. Out of 8,000, only 2,000 are traded. And out of 2,000, only 100 or 200 are traded actively, That is the country in which I live. And there are about more than 10 lakh private limited companies. There are so many shell companies, So one has to actually see how exactly for these companies. But as the data show, as the research undergoes, today many companies are putting 2 women directors on their boards. They've seen the advantages. So good companies are coming forward. Companies are opening up. Going forward, the Sebi has also proposed, henceforth in the audit committee meeting, there will be 2/3 as independent directors, 1/3 as non-executive directors, and of course the quorum will have to be there with the presence of independent directors. So all these stringent provisions are being brought about with reference to the independent director. Having said that, I think I will like to give some concluding remarks. And the concluding remarks I'm trying to give, that people do make a statement that if we implement the corporate governance, if we implement the corporate governance principles, will we succeed in the actual business? The answer is no. The good corporate governance is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for the success of the business. The corporate governance principles leads to more conformity to the principle, but it does not improve the performance of the company that way. So you need to have a lot of bright minds. In fact, if you see some of the best companies are bringing in, say, CEOs, etc., from abroad, and they're paying them very heavily. The training aspects are also being looked into. In fact, most of the directors may not be aware about all the aspects, and way actually the audit provisions are undergoing change, and the way the accounting standards are undergoing change, the way the business innovativeness is undergoing change. I think all companies are under some kind of a threat. So to survive,
Sir,
I think the boards have to.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
So I'll just take 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
I'll just take 1 minute. So I'm sure that the key element, I think everybody has been talking, but exactly is there. Integrity is the key element. So I will actually give a framework how exactly we as an individual, because I feel that every individual has to be conscious how that actually we can have a framework for independence and integrity. I always say integrity precedes professional competence. Whatever degree I may be having does not matter if I don't have the integrity. So I must have this principle in my life. Number one, I should always follow the rules, howsoever complex and howsoever new it may be, howsoever difficult it may be. I can challenge it at any other forum, but I must follow the rule. Number two, if there is no rule, I must ask my conscience, I must exercise my fair judgment. If I'm still in doubt, I think I should ask some of my senior counsel that what exactly is the way. And finally, when I look at all this fraud, I always say that in case you are taking any decision where you have a doubt or you are in a dilemma, ask a question to yourself that if something happens wrong tomorrow happens, how you and your family can be scrutinized in the face of the public at large. Ask this question and then go forward. So everybody must remember this integrity and independence is the keystone, whatever conditions or the rules we may put it there. So thank you, Prayash. I'm sorry I did take an extra time. Maybe I would have gone astray. I just tried to give a bird's eye view overview what exactly things have been under. They're still being debated. The latest paper of Sebi is still out for the public comments. I'm sure people should read it and go forward. Thank you, Prayash.
Thank you so much, sir, for your chisel's insight into the Companies Act 2013 and providing a deep understanding of the theme of today's.
Any questions? If somebody can ask a question, that would be better.
Yes, sir. It's open to questions. I see.
You can read out that question if I'm able to answer it. Otherwise, Professor Barua will answer it.
Yes, sir. I see a raise of hand by Sri Ahmed, Ariz Ahmed, sir.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you, sir, Professor Ahmed.
Yes, I saw. I think maybe by error it is showing here.
Actually, Dr. Ariz Ahmed is practicing what sir is telling. He is also struggling with having the independent director. And you know, Vijay Kapoor sir, it is always pleasure in listening to you.
Professor Sarkar, Ariz Ahmed has gone one thing in wrong. He has not included any good professor and academician in his task force. He has only put the figureheads. I'm sorry to say, because today at the age of having served in this institute for so long, 35 years, and coming from academic background, I'm 66 today. So I can very well say you need to have people who should work on the ground, who should be able to actually implement it in reality.
Yeah, these are your, I think, you get emotional when you talk on the issues of independent director. You are also talking on the, the qualification of independent director, the IICA test and all these
Professor Sarkar, today it pains me if you tell a person of your level to pass an examination to become a director. It's shameful. This government of India wants, but a director of the government of India is allowed to become the director. And cabinet secretary sits on the board of ILFS. Cabinet secretary sits on retired cabinet secretary sits on the board of Satyam. Everything, nobody talks about it. In PNB, half of the government people are sitting on that board. Nothing.
Very, very nice. I think some kind of thought-provoking exercise will go to our young students. They should also know that these areas, some of the areas where when Vijay Kapoor sir is also talking about this NFRA, this is also another issue, where you can talk on our.
I can appeal to all my listeners because my listeners are like Lord Ganesha. See, nobody can listen so long unless he is a follower of Lord Ganesha. Lord Ganesha is actually listens more, speaks less. So they're the people.
Over to Prayas.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And I also thank Professor Papuri Barua for her insights into the topic. And as we move forward, I thank all the panelists of the technical session 1. And we shall shortly, now we are going to begin the second technical session. And the theme of the second session is financial literacy for boards. It is actually a very crucial factor for governance and also in understanding of financial facts. Also related things are that the board members and the senior management must be aware of the norms that require and ensure proper governance. Also, when we consider entities like ILNFS, it is most important to understand that financial irregularities as and when of raising of red flags. So in this context, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Chandan Goswami, Head Department of Business Administration, Tezpur University, and CMA Sri B.B. Goyal, former Additional Chief Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. I'd like to welcome both of the panelists to the second technical session. And first of all, I'd like to invite Professor Chandan Goswami, the present Head Department of Business Administration, to initiate the discussion.
Thank you, Prayas. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I welcome you to the second technical session. Finance is supposed to be the lifeblood of any business. However, we know that paucity of finance is harmful to any organization, but at the same time, plenty of finance may also be harmful. A greatly successful business like Enron created the illusion of too big to fall, but soon it was realized that that was not the truth. Corporate governance failures mostly have some common factors. They are the misappropriation of actual funds or mistreatment of information related to finance. Either of them has devastating effects on the shareholders' value and spoils the market sentiment. The volatility of the market will always be present, but instances like widespread manipulation made in the ILNFS case shake the confidence of the investors. Many boardroom decisions or reports of third parties like credit rating agencies seem to be worthless when entire governance mechanism shatters. It is therefore important to be able to have a primary understanding of the pressure points and red flags, which may be indicators of a governance failure in making. Given this background, today we have with us CMA B.B. Goyal, former Additional Chief Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Shri Goyal will share his experiences from his illustrious career with the Government of India and also his views as a finance professional. I request Prayas to introduce Mr. Goyal to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for very well placing this topic in today's second technical session. I take pleasure in introducing CMA B.B. Goyal, sir. So, sir is a former civil servant. He retired as Additional Chief Advisor, Cost, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and Head of the Indian Cost Account Service. Presently, he is providing valuable technical support to the entire CMA profession and also functioning as an independent director on the board of Central Coalfields Limited. He has completed his graduation in commerce and a master degree in economics. He is also a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and had specialized training from Sprite University, UK, International Law Institute, USA, and the National Law School of India, Bangalore. Goyal sir has nearly 40 years of professional experience in the Government of India and in corporate sector. He is a well-known expert in public administration, public policy, finance, costing, pricing, audit, valuation, corporate management, leadership, capacity building, business strategy, team management, and academics. He has been chairman and member of large number of high-level national and international bodies and committees, and board member of number of companies, institutions, and autonomous organizations. It's our pleasure to invite Mr. Goel to address us today in this seminar and provide his insights on the theme for the second technical session. So I'd like to invite you to discuss on the key aspects of this session. Sir, I think your microphone is muted. If you can please unmute yourself.
Thanks a lot, Prayash,
Yes.
introducing this topic. I think since morning we have been focusing on different aspects of corporate governance. I recall the presentation made by Mr. Arish Ahmed on highlighting the focus of various aspects of governance, followed by the talk given by Mr. Vijay Kapoor, who has recently highlighted a lot of significant changes in the 2013 Companies Act, and he equally highlighted that what are the difficulties in real operation of the corporate governance framework, or the approach followed by Sebi, or the approach followed by the Government of India in appointing or selecting the independent directors, the type of new examinations being introduced, or the new provisions being introduced in appointing them by a double appointment system through the normal shareholders and then through the minority shareholders. I think what to sum up that in India the concept of corporate governance is getting so much confused. My feeling is that there are so many areas where because of repeat corporate failures, the government try or the regulators try to address those issues, but in the process they complex it much more. So in the end of the day, those good companies who are already following a very good global level corporate governance framework, they find it very difficult to comply with those kind of rules, regulations and all that. But today's this session is more focused on the need for the financial literacy for the directors, for the board members and all that. Now, as we can sum up very clearly that any of your board functioning, any of your directors sitting on the board, for whatever discipline he has come from or whatever functions he may be looking after, in whatever capacity he may be independent or non-independent or a functional director, in whatever capacity he is sitting, one of the prime requirement for him is to understand the finances. If he doesn't have a fundamental financial knowledge, if he doesn't have a fundamental financial literacy, it's very difficult for him to really play an effective role as a director on the board of the company, because it's a board which is the supreme authority for the governance, for the running, for the operations, for everything, for taking the key policy decisions, or giving a real direction and monitoring the real performance of the company. So it's a complete board orientation. So if a board member is not aware of what is the type of literacy required, so I believe then it's very difficult to expect that the company is perfectly a professional board driven company. So I have made a quick small presentation on that. Just look at I think that this my presentation has been uploaded or not yet?
No, sir, we are not able to see your PPT. If you can start present now. On the right hand side, extreme right hand side corner, you will see a present now button. If you can please click on present now.
Just hold on. Your entire screen. Eh?
Yeah, actually select that thing and click on entire screen. And okay.
Better to choose the window. Choose one window. The second option.
No, I think there is a... Just hold on.
Sir, your PPT should be open to be able to
The
share.
PPT is open. PPT is open already. I know that.
Sir, bottom right-hand corner, there is present now.
Present now.
Then choose a window.
Window.
There will be a dialog box on the top. You need to select the window.
Dialogue. That is where I was looking at the.
Yes, you can try presenting now.
Permission in order to screen share.
Yes, you have to grant the permission. On the top. Just below the address bar of your browser. If you can try presenting now again, once. On the right hand side, sir, there is a button called present now.
Okay. Allow. No, it doesn't allow me the screen sharing. I think I have already shared it with one of my institute's director studies. If he is present, I request him to put it on the screen.
I'm contacting him, sir. You can just continue. I'm contacting.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you can just start, and they will show the PowerPoints.
Ms. Nandi, could you do that?
The institute is now uploading the.
Okay, fine.
From Calcutta.
Anyway,
So
we continue with our discussion till that time the presentation is uploaded.
there you can
I
just.
was saying that in the last few years, both at the global level, even and the India level also, we have seen a large number of corporate failures or the corporate frauds or the financial scandals happening in a number of companies or number of banks and all that. Now, as Mr. Vijay Kapoor was also mentioning that the type of people sitting on the board of those companies, the board of those banks, the board of those organizations, are highly experienced and valuable board. Even then, they fail to see that particular issue is turning into a fraud situation or turning into a scandal situation. Even by at the So therefore, what was missing that those people were either not performing their function, those people were not either performing their function as a director on sitting on the board, or they were not knowledgeable enough to read the proper documents or the balance sheets or the financial statements of the company. Now both could have happened. Please go to the next slide. Nandi, just go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Now, just I just want the friends to read this statement from the court, which says that that the defendant directors of the center, there is a company which case went to the court, and then the court really came out with a very ample judgment to understand that what should be the real role and of the directors. It says that the directors of Centro had failed in the performance of their duties to properly read and understand the financial statements and to apply the knowledge they had or should have acquired to perform that task. Please understand. Further, it says, although the court found that they had not acted dishonestly, So the court very clearly says the directors did not act dishonestly, but each director was aware or should have been aware of the relevant accounting principles, which would have alerted each director to the apparent errors in the financial statements relating to the short-term debt. So if this is the situation, that the directors, even though acted in a bona fide manner, even though they were not dishonest, but because they failed to acquire the knowledge of financial, reading the financial statements, they failed to acquire the understanding that what is the financial working of the company. Therefore, they were not able to discharge their function which was assigned to them as a member of the board. So when they failed in discharging that function, the court punished them. Not because I cannot say that this decision was taken without my knowledge, because I belong to a marketing discipline, or I belong to a personal discipline, or I am a technical engineer. I am not concerned with the finance person. So that is not the case. So given that situation, and now coming to the responsibilities required in the law, or from the directors to have, for the board members to have a real knowledge of the finance. Let's travel to what does the law says. Please go to the next slide, Nandi. Nandi, next slide, please. Yeah. Now, what does it? The section 134 in the Companies Act says that there shall be attached to statement laid before the company in general meeting a report by its board of directors, which shall include, I've just highlighted some of the very, very important, not all, entire provisions not written here. I'm talking of only very limited areas. Explanations or comments by the board on every qualification, reservation, or adverse remark or disclaimer made by the auditor in his report. Now, how can you, if the auditor has pointed out some mistake and all, and you have no knowledge, you have no understanding, you have no financial literacy, you have no competence to understand how would you be able to reply and give the comments? Similarly, it says the amount, if any, which it proposes to carry to the reserves or declare as dividends, or the material changes of the commitments, if any, affecting the financial position of the company. Look at the type of responsibility cast upon the board. Now, can this responsibility be discharged by the board and the board directors, board members who are collectively responsible for the board running of the company without having fundamental knowledge in the financial areas of the company, financial operations of the company? So therefore, the law very clearly expects that the board members should have a fundamental literacy in terms of understanding the financial statements of the company. Nandi, please go to the next slide. Further, we go to the section subsection 5 of the section 134, which says the director's responsibility statement shall state, just see, in the preparation of the annual accounts, the applicable accounting standards had been followed, along with the proper explanation. Now, it expects that the board of directors, when they prepare a director responsibility statement, they must make a declaration that in preparing the accounts of the company, the applicable accounting standards have been followed. Now, if his director sitting on the board is not even aware of that, what are the accounting standards, what are the auditing standards, what are the type of standards, can he make a statement of that nature, that yes, in a company, the relevant accounting standards have been followed? Similarly, it says that the directors had selected such accounting policies and applied them consistently and made judgments and estimates that are reasonable and prudent, so as to give a true and fair view of the stated affairs of the company at the end of the financial year. Gentlemen, is it possible to make such statements? Can you sign such a statement as a director of the company without having fundamental knowledge of the relevant standards, relevant financial disciplines, relevant financial statements, relevant financial policies, the financial structures, the internal financial control systems? Can you make that kind of statements? Can you sign such a statement, responsibility statement? It's against director's responsibility statement. It further says the directors have taken proper and sufficient care for the maintenance of adequate accounting records in accordance with the provisions of this act. Can it be made without having knowledge of the financial thing? The directors had prepared the annual accounts on a going concern. The directors in the case of listed company have laid down internal financial controls. Gentlemen, look at the expectations under the law from the directors, not a particular director of finance only. It says all directors are responsible, including the CEO, CFO, CMO, CEO, everybody is collectively responsible and would sign such a director's responsibility statement. Now, is it possible to sign such a statement, to provide such a statement to the shareholders, to the stakeholders, to the employees, to all, without having fundamental knowledge of that? So therefore, it is prudent that it is prime responsibility, not because you have just passed an exam of the IICA, which Mr. Kapoor was mentioning, that you are competent to be appointed as independent director or you are appointed as a director of the company, not because of that. Even if you have been appointed, even if you don't have a financial background, if you don't come with that kind of literacy, it is necessary for you to acquire that. Please go to the next slide, Nandi. Please go to the next slide. Yeah. Now it says the audit committee, gentlemen, lot of responsibility. He was mentioning was that the two committees, the audit committee and the risk management committee, are very, very, very important committees. So a lot of work is done through these two committees and all that. Audit committee casts a lot of responsibilities. What are the financial related responsibilities? Examination of the financial statements and the auditor's report thereon. Who will do that without the knowledge of the financial? How do you read the financial statements? How do you examine the financial statements without having financial knowledge? Approval or any subsequent modification of the transactions of the company with the related parties. Very, very difficult. So there are so complex principles to understand the arm's length relationship when you examine the transactions with the related parties. Then the scrutiny of intercorporate loans or investments, valuation of the undertaking or assets of the company wherever it is. Now, the valuation of the company will pass through the audit committee wherever it is necessary and all that. Can it be done? I remember in one of the company we were sitting on the board, very leading merchant banker did the valuation of the company for a buyback of the shares of that company. There was a proposal in that context. And when it came to the board in the audit committee, I was also a member of the audit committee. When we came to the audit committee, we had discussion with the merchant banker who had valued the company, and we really did not agree that the bank had followed the prudent principles of valuation, and virtually we had to cancel that valuation, and they were forced to do the fresh valuation again by changing the value. No, that was possible only because we came from the background where we had enough understanding of how the valuation is to be done, what are the type of principles to be kept while undertaking the valuation of the company and all that. Now, if a director who are sitting in the audit committee and all that are not aware of all this kind of now obviously they will sign, they will expect a very eminent merchant banker had done the valuation. So nobody would question that kind of valuation given by that level of valuer. That is where difference lies. You will blindly sign whatever he has given the valuation. But when we went into the details of their valuation exercise, we found there was a number of areas, the kind of principles which were required, they were not followed. Hence, the valuation was, according to us, was given higher than what should have been. Normally, the boards expect a better valuation on the other side, but we were going by a prudent approach that what should be the correct true valuation of the company and that. So this is where we are saying that when you sit as a member of the audit committee, you have to discharge all these important functions under the law. Now, you obviously cannot discharge these functions without having a basic financial literacy about the operations, the functions, or the working of the company, the design knowledge. Nandi, please go to the next slide. This again is additional provision under the law. 179 says that the board of directors of the company shall exercise the following powers in the meetings, where all these powers, majority of them relate to the financial decisions. So this is what the law says, that all these are so important decisions. They must be discussed in the meeting of the company board deliberately and deliberated in detail, and then only the decisions must be taken. It cannot be passed by circulation because they are very, very important financial implications will have on the future of the company. So this is where it obviously the law is expecting you to be financially adequately literate. This is where you must have that. You don't have to be a chartered accountant to become financially literate. You don't have to be a cost accountant to be financially literate. Without having that acquired that level of qualifications, also you can be financially literate. Nandi, please go to the next slide. Yeah, Mr. Kapoor was mentioning about the major change in the Companies Act coming with respect to the independent director schedule 4. Some of the I just picked up some of the points with respect to the professional conduct of independent directors and all the roles and responsibilities given. My feeling is, though the law says it is for independent directors, but my feeling is that these are for all directors. So when it says that a director shall act objectively and constructively while exercising the duties, do you think it is only for the independent director to act objectively and constructively? No, it is for every director to do this. Similarly, director shall exercise his responsibility in a bona fide manner in the interest of Mr. 6, where it says that you have to take a decision in the interest of the company, in the interest of the employees, in the interest of the shareholders, and in the community at large. So look at the much larger responsibilities given to the. No, is it only for the independent directors? No, it is for every director. My feeling is, though it is said in Schedule 4 only meant for the independent directors, if I would read the real crux of these kind of responsibilities, duties, roles, and all that, some of them are common for all directors. See, it says devote sufficient time and attention to his professional obligations for informed and balanced decision making and assist the company in implementing the best corporate governance practices. This is the duties of all directors. Similarly, please, Nandi, go to the next slide. Coming to the role and functions, the independent director shall scrutinize the performance of management in meeting agreed goals and objectives and monitor the reporting of performance, satisfy themselves on the integrity of financial information, and that financial controls and systems of risk management are robust and defensible, and safeguard the interest of all stakeholders, particularly the minority shareholders. No. Do you think these are the specific exclusive responsibilities of only the independent directors? The answer is no. These are the responsibilities of all the directors of the company, irrespective whether they are full-time directors, whether they are part-time directors, whether they are independent directors, whether they are non-independent directors. In whatever capacity they are sitting on the board, they have these type of duties and responsibilities and these type of roles and functions to perform and really perform in the interests of the company, keeping in line not only the legal provisions, but also the real intent of giving a future to the company. Then please go to the next slide. Again, it comes to the director's duties. More or less, I have gone through that, read it, that the fundamental duties which it mentions in the name of that, they apply to all directors, undertake appropriate induction and regularly update and refresh their skill, knowledge, and familiarity with the company. Now, look at this is all directors have to do that. Seek appropriate clarification or amplification, keep themselves well informed about the company and external environment in which it operates, pay sufficient attention and ensure that adequate deliberations are held before approving related party transactions, or report concerns about the unethical behavior, actual or suspected fraud or violation of the company's code of conduct or ethics policy. So these are some of such duties and responsibilities. These are some of which are every director is expected to discharge. They must keep in mind if he has to really discharge his functions prudently, in the keeping in mind the future of the company, the future of the stakeholders, interest of all stakeholders, including management, then definitely he has to be very, very prudent and knowledgeable and have enough understanding about the complete environment of the company, which includes the financial environment also. Please go to the next slide. Next. Now, when we talk of financial literacy, it's not that you have to be a qualified. It only says that you should be able to read and understand the fundamental financial statements, which include your balance sheet, income statement, or profit and loss statement, which we call it as, and the cash flow statement. So you should be able to have at least that level of understanding, that you can read, understand the fundamental part. Now, if you cannot read the balance sheet, obviously you have no business to be on the board of directors of a company. I remember, when in the company where we used, but sitting on the board of, we sit on the board. Many times the director personnel or the director technicals, when the statement comes, financial statements come before the board for discussion, they will definitely keep silent that it is none of their area. They don't understand this. They will behave like this. This is where we used to object that this is not the correct approach you should follow. You must have equal knowledge. It is the board's collective responsibility. It is not the responsibility of an independent director. It is the responsibility of the director of finance. It is not the responsibility of the CFO of the company or the CEO of the company. So everybody must have the basic minimum financial literacy knowledge to be able to read and understand the fundamental financial statements of the company. Please go to the next slide. And on the other hand, I just mentioned financial expert. He should have all knowledge of the accounting standards, generally accepted accounting principles, experience of finance, understanding of the internal controls, and of course, understanding of the audit function, all that. While you don't have to be financial expert, if you are sitting on the board and you're not directly responsible for the finance functions, you don't have to be financial expert. You only have to be financially literate. So there is a wide difference in becoming a financial expert or you don't have, as I mentioned, you don't have to be a cost accountant or a chartered accountant to be a financially literate, or MBA finance in becoming a financially literate. No, you don't have to do that. You can be a financial literate by just understanding the basics of the finance. Please go to the next slide. See, we have seen the basic financial statements are fundamentally three. Now one more statement is added, is the statement of equity, changes in the owner's equity or the shareholder's equity. The first statement is balance sheet, second statement is your income statement, third is your cash flow statement, and the fourth is your equity statement. And the four major ratios which are said to be very, very important. Within each ratio, there are many ratios. The first is profitability ratios, second the leverage ratios, third is the liquidity ratios, and the fourth is the efficiency ratios or the operating ratios. Now, if you can understand these fundamentals of basic ratios and all that, to how do you really monitor the performance, how do you really see, I am sure that sitting on the board, you can avoid the fraud like Satya, fraud like the Global Trust Bank or the Enron or the WorldCom, these kind of white collar corporate frauds happening in the, definitely sitting on the board, you will never permit this kind of things to happen. Please go to the next slide. It's just to give you a confidence that even if you are not a numbers person, please don't afraid of finance. It's not a rocket science. It says that it's very easy. You have to have a basic understanding of the finance, basic accounting knowledge. You must have a difference in knowledge of the how do you, I mean, as it says that financial accounting is more of addition, subtraction, less of multiplication and division. So it's make you to fundamentally mentally feel comfortable that finance is much easier to understand. Basic finance, of course, it has a lot of intricacies or a lot of complexities if you go deeper into the financial management and all that. We don't expect all directors to have that level. It only expects that you should have a fundamental knowledge of that. Please go to the next slide. Nandi, next, please. See, that's what it says, that you must have a fundamental knowledge of double entry bookkeeping system, cash in those who come from the government background. They must know that the government accounting is cash accounting. It is not accrual based accounting. So you must have a difference knowledge of that. What is the difference between the cash accounting and the accrual accounting and all that? So if the second, which I always we insist that you should always have a financial mentor with you. Whosoever, your friend, your father, your daughter, your son, whosoever you feel who has a knowledge of finance, it is only to make you comfortable that whenever you are sitting on the board and you got a statement and you're not able to understand that statement, at least you can take the help of that mentor, take the help of that friend or father or whosoever it is. Because going in and sitting in the board and taking a decision without understanding that paper on which you are taking a decision is perfectly wrong. So therefore, never do that mistake. It is better to have a mentor with you, a type of friend with you, that whosoever, wherever as a director you are not able to understand a particular statement, you should and develop a habit of asking as many questions you want to before you want to approve the statement. You must understand that statement and all that. So that is where it says that if you want to really have the understand the nonsense of the financial systems or the financial statements, please go deeper into it. You must remove the fear in your mind. So once you remove the fear of the mind, it's very comfortable to acquire the basic financial skills and all that. Please, Nandi, go to the next slide.
Yes, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. We are running short of time. If we can.
See, more time it is taking for change of slide. I could have finished it much faster had the slides were in my control.
Yes,
that is the reason it's happening.
Yes.
It's more. Next slide, Nandi. Next. Now, these 3 slides I want to 3-4 slides. I just finish with that. Though there are more slides, but I will finish with these 3 slides. 3-4 slides. We have understood that these are the 3 important financial statements of the company: the balance sheet, the income statement, and the cash flow statement. And there is one more that at the end of all this, there are notes to the accounts. The notes to the accounts are very, very important part of the understanding the accounts. You must read that notes to account, which gives a detailed explanation of each and every decision taken, financial related decision taken by the company. So therefore, it is very important to read the notes to the accounts. Nandi, please go to the next. Now, I have just given you a tip as a when you are sitting in the as a board member, you must understand that these are some of the very common techniques of financial frauds. What are the misstatement in the earnings by inflating the revenues, which Satyam did or many other companies did and all that. Where we book the fake invoices or by making the false entries in the books and all that. The second is diverting or siphoning of funds through other group companies and all that, which many have done, including the Nirav Modi has done when he borrowed the money from the bank and all that. They diverted and siphoned of the money to the other accounts and all that. In many cases, this kind of illegal siphoning of the funds through chain of funds. That's why the Companies Act today put a restriction on the chain up to the second level only. So otherwise, there is a practice of for every company to open 500,000 more group companies and do the financial jugglery and financial fraud through siphoning of funds like that. Or overstatement or understatement of the expenses to manage your profits or losses or the taxes. Similarly, misclassification of various revenues as assets or the assets as expenses, expenses as liabilities. So there are a lot of misclassifications which are done to do the real financial frauds in the company. The another which is very common technique is to hide your bad debts, hide your receivables, make under provisions. Don't make full provisions. You know that a particular debt has failed, particular transaction has failed. Even then you are able to convince your auditors. You are able to. In fact, most of the majority of the financial frauds, you would have seen that the auditors are hand in glove with the management. Auditors were aware of all this kind of changes happening. That is why over the period in many of the India or global level of financial frauds or the corporate frauds, the auditors also have been punished, starting from the Arthur Andersen of the Enron and WorldCom, where the firm itself was dissolved. So that kind of today also the firms pay huge penalties by virtue of being hand in glove with the management. So these are some of the very common techniques of. Now, if you are aware of all this and sitting as a director, you must have knowledge of that this can happen. So I must be careful. Please go to the next slide. So what do you do when you have to sit on the director to ensure that the frauds do not happen, the financial scandals do not happen? I have just given you tips. Use the common performance ratios or the comparative trends. How much was the change? Is it change? If the board says that I have performed 40% higher growth, 30% higher growth, the last 5 years you will find that only 2%, 3% growth has been happening. Suddenly this year the management is showing 30% or 40% growth. There is something wrong going on. It was never forecasted. It was never projected like that. So there is a possibility that the management is befooling the board members and all that. Therefore, please go through that. Now, do the what if type of analysis or the statistical or data mining analysis techniques are there. These days, a lot of data analytics are available. You can make use of those. Take the help of artificial intelligence tools. Take the help of your friends and all that. Promote this whistleblower policy among the employees. This is very, very important. Many of today's frauds have been unearthed by adopting by virtue of the whistleblowers. The whistleblowers came out. They really told the regulators that the fraud has happened. The management is so therefore promote this as much as is possible. So it will help give a lot of strength to you. Study the movement of your operational sales or revenues, in which direction it is moving. What is the trend? How it is flowing with the production? How is the flow of inventories? What is can so much of production is possible vis-a-vis the availability of. I will give you a small example. In one of the case when I was working in the Ministry in the Excise Department, a case came of tax fraud evasion came to me. I examined that how much of the energy company has used in the company. They, in the board of directors report, there is a schedule attached with the board of directors report, the energy consumption schedule, complete how much of coal, how much of thermos oil, how much of gas, whatever quantity has been used by the company. So I just converted that into energy. We know the calorific value of each fuel, so we converted into, and then by finding that this is a norm of producing this particular item, so company could have did have produced so much of items. And while in the excise return they are showing only 1/3 of or half of that balance they were clearing without paying the excise duty. So we could have caught that the company is doing the tax evasion by following this. So by following this kind of relationships, you can comfortably find out that where the fraud is happening, where kind of evasions are happening. Please go to the next slide. So I'll just end up with this slide. We have more slides, but I would, because of lack of time, I just try to finish up and end up with it. It says that do little more study of your consumption of utilities, consumption of man hours. Another study which we did, that a company was producing particular, we were in the Ministry of Finance doing the pricing of particular product, and they were claiming that the total man hours consumed for producing this item was X. And when we visited the company and we visited that particular shop where the particular item was produced, and we found that the total manpower working in that was only 1/2 of what was claimed. When we asked the company, your claim is so much of man hours consumed to produce one item, you don't have manpower here. From where this man hours came for consumption? So company didn't have answers. They gave us some, they tried to explain us and all that, but virtually it was overstated type of consumption and all. So to get a better price from the product, it was a railway product. So that's the. So what I'm only saying is that when you do this kind of interrelationship comparisons, you can comfortably find out that there is some kind of fraud is happening. There is kind of wrong statements are happening. The companies are. So that basic, at least the financial literacy you must have. That the last I mentioned, identify the outliers. Where is outlier, disproportionate behavior of any item, any expenditure, any income, outclass transactions or sudden changes happening anywhere, unexpected relationships and all. So wherever you can find this kind of behavior in any kind of operation of the company, you must red flag it and raise the issue and ask questions. You will be able to find the solutions. So my request is that if you are sitting on the board and you really want to be an effective board member of any company, in whatever capacity, be it independent or non-independent and all that, you must have the basic financial knowledge of the company. Then only it is better to, you will be able to function. I gave you, before we end up, we gave one more example. In the case of one company where we were on the board, the marketing director came out with a proposal to fix some rates of the transportation. When we asked him to do this kind of a change in the particular slab system and then get the fresh working done, and we found that the proposal was not correct. When we made those changes, the company earned almost 37 crore extra in 1 year, not even 1 year, 10 months of that year. So in the next, it would have given a lifetime advantage of maybe 500 crore. So what I'm only saying that these are the kind. Now, Director Marketing was not knowledgeable in the finance. He didn't have that kind of. He didn't know that his decision can make so much of change, financial impact on the company. So we expect that even if you are sitting in any capacity, you should have that kind of fundamental knowledge. With this, I just close the day today, my program. So I am sure that whosoever my friends sitting here, if they are tomorrow put on the board of any company, even if you are not on the board as a director, you are sitting one step below the board. still you must have enough financial literacy so that you can discharge your functions more effectively in the interest of all stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed presentation as well as the insights that you've provided through your delivery today. I am very much sure that participants would have an enriched learning on the topic of this session. And although we do have certain questions, but I believe the questions have already been answered by you during the course of your delivery. So basically relating to frauds, and you have specifically put up specific slides which answers those questions. So I think we do not need to again bring this up again. So we have got some questions on YouTube platform. So with this, I'd like to thank you and as well as Professor Chandan Goswami, Head Department of Business Administration, for their inputs in this particular session. And I believe going ahead, we would have better clarity as practitioners and as students for the financial literacy part of it. And we'll be breaking for lunch now. We'll be joining again at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Request all to log in by that time. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the participants on Google Meet as well as Google platform, as well as YouTube platform. And I thank all the dignitaries and the speakers of today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the participants can join back at 2:15 p.m. sharp. So we'll be starting with the next session on responsibilities and expectation of members, which will be also a learning session on that time. Thank you. Thank you, Goel sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you.
Welcome to the world of cost and management accountants. CWAs were crowned CMAs by the Parliament of India for their valuable contribution to the business, society, economy, and nation at large. We are now even much widely recognized by the Parliament as CMA, or Cost and Management Accountant, from being a CWA, or Cost and Works Accountant. In this dynamic, challenging, and progressive business world, every industry leader has an objective to either manufacture goods or render services at an affordable cost for the customer or consumer. It may be pricing for your cell phone or telephone call charges per minute or per second, or SMS pack, or buy two get one free offer, or buy a burger and get another burger for free, and many other varied types of offers. A businessman must win the customer's confidence and must deliver goods or services to provide maximum satisfaction to customers. But who helps the businessman to attain these goals? It is the CMAs, or Cost and Management Accountants. Behind every successful business decision, there is always a CMA. CMAs are managing the process for optimum utilization of scarce resources, managing employees effectively, effectively managing funds, that is the capital of the business, facilitating in strategic decision-making, and implementing cost-effective business processes. CMAs contribute in making legitimate profits of the business, ensures sustainability, growth, and expansion of the business, generates employment opportunities for emerging young India and employable persons. Society gets benefited, national interest is served. CMAs, when effectively utilized, contribute in national development. CMAs are also recognized as strategic thinkers and technology accountants. Sail through this eventful and challenging journey from ledgers in business to leaders of business. A CMA can even be a more successful entrepreneur. We make your dream into reality. CMAs are recruited in both private and public sectors, including multinational companies as Chief Financial Officer or CFO, Chief Executive Officer or CEO, Chief Operations Officer or COO, banking, insurance, electricity sectors, infrastructure and project consultants, business analysts, research analysts, strategic heads, heads of finance, cost advisors, managers in finance, accounts, and business process. Name any industry or business sector, you may find yourself well placed as a CMA. Just a few years down the line to be the true friend, philosopher, and guide of a business. CMAs can also start their independent practice as management consultants, project analysts and project consultants, tax consultants, business process analysts, cost auditors, cost engineers in designing and managing costs, internal auditors, registered valuers. Many of you who also dream to serve the community as an educationist, professor, lecturer, teacher, especially in the field of commerce, finance, and management. CMA qualification would provide you an additional edge over your peers. Hence, CMAs are the most preferred professionals by both industry and government. How do you feel then with your little but valuable contribution? You will definitely feel proud that you could make a difference to all. Customers would be immensely benefited as they will make more savings. Businessmen will be happy to serve the customers at their affordable costs. Business growth, more employment generation besides job security for the employed. Government is much benefited to control inflation or rising prices. The nation gets enriched with more strength and dependence on growth of domestic industries. CMAs are the leaders in value creation. That's why, to match with the pace of growth and development in today's dynamic and challenging business world, we all should improve our knowledge on cost and management accountancy. Gain the CMA advantage to your credit. For a great career, CMAs, the eGen Management Accountants. The CMA course advantage. Earn while you learn. You can take direct admission after graduation from any discipline, excluding performing arts or music. You can start pursuing the course at your 10+ level and qualify foundation examination. This will give you at least 3 years of time savings. If you even choose the path of employment, have you ever thought what these 3 years mean to you? Socially, 3 more extra years of service or in practice, besides your comfort and achieving other needs, dreams, and desires. Financially, 3 more years of additional earnings. Just imagine if you even start at a pay package of rupees 10 lakhs per annum at the age of 23 or 24. If it is assumed on a very conservative note that your salary at the age of 60 years would be around rupees 60 lakhs per annum, you may gain rupees 1.8 crores for your retirement corpus. You are the best judge now to decide, do you want to gain in life or lose? Does your earning life end at age 60? No. As a CMA, you gain earning potential and remain employable until God's desire. Our curriculum is aligned with global management accountant bodies like CIMA, CMA, and many others. Our curriculum is based on the IFAC, that is International Federation of Accountants Guidelines. Curriculum of different state boards at 10+2 level, universities in India, and UGC is aligned to our course structure. We enrich you to gain employable skills at the completion of every level and get ready to serve industry. By this time, you have all started thinking about the cost to be a cost and management accountant. Affordable investments aim to fulfill dreams of your parents into reality. The total cost of investment for both intermediate and final course is less than interest cost for 1 year on loan taken for any other professional course. Lifelong employability.
Corporate governance has been the keystone to successful economies. To align with these global ethos of good governance, to ensure transparency, to boost confidence amongst investors, and build trust in the stakeholders, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, MCA, in the year 2003, partnered with Confederation of Indian Industry, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, set up the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. With a vision to be a key facilitator and reference point for the highest standards of good corporate governance in India and its mission, NFCG further made a significant difference to Indian corporate sector. Post-2010, other stakeholders also came forward to join NFCG in fostering a culture of good corporate governance practices. For more than a decade, NFCG as a catalyst has been successful in sensitizing industry on the implementation of corporate governance practices through seminars, conferences, workshops, and directors' orientation programs, thus contributing to the society at large. Developing a framework for corporate governance reforms, the Foundation not only facilitates the effective participation of diverse stakeholders, but also deepens links with national organizations for collaborative actions, promoting voluntary adoption of corporate governance practices as the key to sustainable wealth creation. With this continuous endeavor to strive for excellence, NFCG is changing the regulatory landscape in the country by gaining a momentum for better corporate governance in every way possible. NFCG is continuing its initiatives towards achieving this goal and thus fostering the economic progress of India.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Anybody is there?
हाँ सर. हाँ मित्र सर.
Who is on the line?
Professor Sarkar, Tejpur University.
হ্যাঁ নমস্কার 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 ভালো আছেন?
হ্যাঁ স্যার স্যার. So your session will start at from 2:15 sir sharp.
No issues, no issues. How is the program is going on, sir?
ভালো এখন পর্যন্ত তো so far so good. So we have already told the participants that we will be joining back at 2:15.
ঠিক আছে.
There are many people in the YouTube also. So দুটো 15 2:15 এ জয়েন করছি স্যার আমরা.
খুব ভালো. No
Yes,
issues. Dr. Nandi, have you joined? Dr. Nandi?
ডক্টর নন্দী করেনি হয়তো জয়েন এখন। So we'll start at 2:15, sir. 2 minutes আছে।
No, that is okay. That is okay. But I just wanted to understand that whether he has joined it or not.
Okay.
Yes, Mitra sir, I'm here.
আপনি জয়েন করেছেন?
হ্যাঁ।
Dr. Nandi, we'll start at 2:15, all right?
Okay.
এটা শেয়ার হচ্ছে না কেন?
হ্যাঁ,
শেয়ার হচ্ছে না কেন?
present now.
CMA Devashish Mitra, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chitoda.
Good afternoon.
But the problem is I'm not able to share my presentation.
Are you go to the share now the whole screen.
Present now.
Present now. From that you go to whole screen, and before that you open the PPT.
Acha, I have to open. Acha.
You open the PPT first.
But then also where it is, it's not appearing. Just let me call my IT people. I will.
Present now, then your entire screen.
Entire screen, but it is not coming.
After entire screen, you have to click on the system. That system, you have to click on the total system, and then share. It is coming.
It's coming, but where it is?
Now you open the PowerPoint. Now it will come. You can see your screen.
No, but screen is coming, but screen is not coming to me.
No, we can see the screen. If you open PowerPoint, just you open PowerPoint from there.
PowerPoint, I have already kept it open.
Coming, it is coming. It is coming.
Now you can make it.
But it is not coming actually.
We can see now.
No, you can see, but the unfortunate part is this: I am not able to see.
Oh.
But why it is not? I am not able to see. Just can you help me? You see that
you can send the presentation to Nandi, sir. Then
I have already sent it.
Oh, they can run it from their end.
I can run it from here.
Present, okay.
Yes.
ये जो है.
Mitra sir, let's start.
Just a minute. Let me try one time. This your entire screen, okay. But then after the Age wants to share the convert your screen with the Meet Google. Choose what you like to share. But where it is not coming at all. Which one is coming?
You are presenting a screen.
But after that, what is that?
ये दवाई sir.
Yeah.
दवाई.
You see, nothing is coming.
Devashish, let me share from my screen also whether the same problem comes to me or not, that I am just testing. Then you can also see that whether the problem is a generic one or it is a special one. Please.
Dr. Nandi, what I suggest, just I have already sent the presentation to you. If you kindly share it.
Okay, done.
I am stopping it because the time is precious.
Yeah. In the meantime, let us start, sir. Dr. Nandi will do, because they have done in case of Mr. Goel also. It was done correctly. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for joining. And we are grateful to CMA Devashish Mitra and CMA Dr. DP Nandi for joining the after lunch session. So though it is immediately after lunch, but it is on a very, very important topic on responsibilities and expectation of members. So here in this session, we will discuss about the roles and expectations of members in the entity. And also, as the speakers are having versatile knowledge, so they will discuss on PSUs as well as private organizations. Our first speaker in this session is the CMA Devashish Mitra, who is presently working as the General Manager of Finance in Konkan Railways Corporation Limited, a public sector undertaking of Government of India. As you know all that KRCL is one of the prestigious PSUs engaged in the operations of trains, both in passenger and freight. It is one of the beautiful track in the country. KRCL also undertakes various projects activity throughout India and overseas. Entire finance and accounting function, including the taxation portion, are being taken care of by our Devashish Mitra.
You have been muted. Professor
Hello?
Sharkar, you are muted, Professor Sharkar.
Oh, sorry. We are very happy to have with us the first speaker of this session, CMA Devashish Mitra with us, who is presently working as the General Manager of Finance in Konkan Railways Corporation Limited, which is a public sector undertaking of Government of India. KRCL is one of the prestigious PSUs in India, which is engaged in the operation of trains, both passenger and freight. It has also a very beautiful track. KRCL also undertakes various projects in India as well as overseas. Entire finance and accounting function, including the taxation, are being taken care of our Devashish Mitra sir. Before assuming charge as General Manager of Finance in KRCL, he was working as Senior Deputy General Manager at DB Power Limited as one of the important thermal power projects in India. And the total capacity of the plant is 1,200 megawatts, so 2 into 600. Devashish Mitra sir has more than 24 years of rich experience in the areas of project finance, corporate finance, treasury, corporate accounts, capital budgeting, etc. Devashish Mitra sir is presently working as the Central Council member, and he is the chairman of the Board of Advanced Studies and Research and members in Industry Committee of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He was previously the chairman of the Western India Regional Council of ICAI in the year 2015 and 16. We are very happy to have you, sir, with us. And
Sir, you are muted. Professor Sharkar, you are again muted.
I do not know what this keyboard, I think, is placed. So we are very happy to invite Devashish Mitra sir in this particular session. For your information, sir, this audience is comprising of the members of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the members of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, as well as company secretaries. And here also another chunk is there who are in this state level public enterprises in Assam. And also we have the student group studying business administration, commerce, and law. So with this varied group, sir, I hand it over to you to continue with the session. Over to you, Mitra.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nandi, is it possible for you to share?
Yes.
At the outset, I just like to convey my highest gratitude to Tejpur University, Professor Shubhangshu Shekhar Sharkar sir, Board of Advanced Studies staffs, including Dr. Nandi, my colleague in the council, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, and all other dignitaries who are present in this platform. I like Dr. Nandi, whether I am audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So just I'd like to tell you that this corporate governance, according to my opinion, it is not a, it cannot be controlled only by the Companies Act. Okay, it is a concept. It is a journey which does not have any destination, but path is there, and we have to walk along with this. So it's a journey. It's a continuous process, the corporate governance. So you see that from the childhood, we are very much interested to listen the story. So without going to the different jargons of the company law or any other rules, regulations, Department of Public Enterprise, I just like to tell you a story. In road sector, just a minute. The viability of the project is only the comfort securing the quality of any loan asset. You know that when a particular big project comes, say, take up the example of my previous companies, a thermal power project. So whenever I was in the project finance, we used to go to the bank and the financial institutions to borrow money. So at that time, we always give the dream that, sir, itna bada project aayega, 1200 megawatt ka project aayega, the total volume of the investment will be around 8,000 crores. ये इधर हमारा DM plant बनेगा, इधर हमारा this IDCT आएगा, इधर हमारा चिमनी आएगा, ये एरिया में मेरा इलेक्ट्रिक precipitator आएगा, चिमनी आएगा, बॉयलर आएगा. We always take it on a future view. At that time, we do not have any balance sheet. We do not have any asset in my hand. Whatever the asset we are talking, that is only the future assets. So, and as such, the due diligence of the project before signing the common loan agreement, ensuring compliance to the conditions set of the common loan. CLA means the common loan agreement. One of the leading financial institutions, IIFCL, they also wanted to undertake such type of road project. It is a different project. IIFCL is a government company. They didn't give due diligence to the major risk of the ROD available to the project. In 7 out of 9 NPA cases, non-availability of the required ROW was the leading factor for the non-compliance of the projects. And this project also may go to the NPA. Now the point is this. In para number 5, you saw that generally the C&AG, the Controller of Auditor General of India, highlights or to go for the audit of several public sector undertakings. In the very recently on 31st of March 2019, in the annual report, the Controller of Auditor General level, the C&AG, has highlighted this problem with this particular company. This monitoring of the project progress was weak due to inadequacies in internal control system established by the lenders, particularly the incomplete deficit information contained in the LIE. LIE means Lenders Independent Engineers report and CA certificate. Particularly whenever there is any project finance there, whenever the company wants to draw money to acquire some assets or to establish some assets, at that time, generally the bankers depend upon the LIE report and the CA certificate report, and they also wanted to understand that what is the requirement of the fund. On the basis of that, they generally disburse. The deficiency, there was some deficiency, there was some unadjusted informations, unrecovered, and that the deficiency in monitoring led to promoter taking undue benefits out of the project fund at the cost of the project work in progress. there was some deficiency in the informations, and by which the deficiency led to the loan of rupees around 1,895 crores to 9 projects. Whatever the project was handled by this company, around 9 projects out of 32 projects examined in an audit becoming NPA, which indicate that IIFCL still has a long way to go to achieve its mission of adopting best practices and developing core competencies for facilitating infrastructure development. This comment was done or issued by the Controller of Auditor General of India against this particular company. The corporate governance start from this type of problems. Why I wanted to give this case reference first, because I just wanted to draw your attention that the corporate governance is not that only some of the rules, regulation which has been framed or highlighted in the Companies Act, which is coming from some of the problems which the financial institution faced at the time of the due diligence, and from that particular point of time, the requirement of the corporate governance emerged. Now I am entering into the Dr. Nandi, ma'am, I am audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are
Hello?
audible, sir.
You are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So that's why I have given this first case reference, and it is this case was evolved by the C&AG audit only. Now I wanted to enter into the corporate governance of the PSUs in India only. You know that the PSUs are totally governed, government controlled. Government should control, but at the same time, government also wants that their day-to-day functioning, their regulations, their controlling should be done by the individual board of directors of that particular PSUs. CPSU means Central Public Sector Undertakings, are expected to expand international operations. Say for an example, whenever there is any PSUs goes for some international operation, as some private companies, private limited companies or the public limited companies also can go to the international operation. At that time, there are so many due diligence happened. Or say for an example, today some of the foreign institutional investors also want to invest in a particular company. They also go for the due diligence. At that time, if that company are able to prove that it is a totally corporate governance principles, rules and regulations has been properly maintained, then definitely that the company who are investing into this particular company, their confidence grows and they easily invest the money into this particular company. This has happened to the PSUs also. Now, as I have told right now, that the PSUs generally been controlled, the equity wise it is controlled by the governments, but day-to-day functioning and whatever the decision has to be taken on a regular basis, that generally taken by the board of directors and the CMD himself. But indirectly and functionally they are not in, the governments are not involved, but indirectly the government controls the PSUs through a very important mechanism which is called MOU. MOUs is the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU has been signed by the CMD of a particular PSUs and the Department of Public Enterprise and the respective ministry also come into the picture. It covers annual plan, budget of the enterprises, as I have already mentioned here. And previously, there are some lacunas in the MOUs, but recently, on 16th of February 2021, the MOU guidelines has already been formulated and it has already been circulated to all the PSUs. Why I am telling you this MOU is very important? Because this is the significant in view of the linkage in the performance linked pay. That means the performance linked pay which a CMD or the director, the board of directors or the executives which they are supposed to pay, that depend upon how far they are in a position to meet up the MOU parameters. That means at the beginning of the year, whenever they are telling that my operating ratios will be like this, and if there will be a deficiency in the operating ratios at the end of the financial year, their PRP may be decreased, or there will be a serious observations by the ministry. Now the question comes that who is preparing or who is monitoring these MOUs? There is a high power committee which has been, this high power committee is comprising of the CEO, Niti Aayog, Finance Secretary, Secretary Expenditure, Secretary Statistics and Program Implementations, Chairman Public Enterprise Selection Board, Chief Economic Advisor, Chairman Tariff Commission, Secretary Public Enterprises. They are the main person who are formulating this MOU.
ডক্টর নন্দী কি হলো? ওহো, কাদের? ওনার? ওহো, আচ্ছা। So I think there are certain connectivity issue, and if Devashish Mitra Saab is not there in between, Dr. Nandi, if you are there,
yeah,
then just we can have the session carried on since he joins back.
yes.
In the meantime, I may introduce you to the audience. Dr. Devaprashanna Nandi, as you know, is the person behind the show, and he is the senior director at the head office of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Dr. Nandi has obtained his PhD in economics as a UGC fellow from University of North Bengal. He is a postgraduate in commerce from Calcutta University. and after being graduated in Commerce Honors from Goenka College of Commerce and Business Administration. He has done his MBA from ISWBM Kolkata. He is a fellow member of the Institution of Cost Accountants of India and also a fellow member of Institution of Valuers India. He is also a member of Operational Research Society of UK and Indian Public Health Association. He has vast experience in industry as well as in teaching and research. He is presently working as the Senior Director at the Institute of Cost Accountants of India at the head office at Calcutta and looking after various important academic and professional verticals of studies, advanced studies, training, placement, research, and members in industry. He is also the Chief Executive Officer of ICMAI, Registered Valuers Organization, which is a Section 8 company promoted by Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He had also served the institute as director, journal and publications, and also director examinations. He worked as associate professor of finance at SIMA course lead as a SIMA course leader, the faculty in charge of AMP at Symbiosis International University at Pune. He teaches as guest faculty in many renowned B schools and universities in India, including IIFT, IMT, NBU, EDII, SIU, Sikkim Manipal University, etc. He is the editor of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India's pioneering publication, The Management Accountant, as well as the Research Bulletin since 2013. He was the former editor-in-chief of International Journal of Productivity Management and Assessment Technologies. He is a member of also a member of the postgraduate board of studies for Department of Commerce, Tezpur University. He has contributed in many national and international journals. He is a permanent member of Indian Chamber of Commerce, national expert on BFSI. He is closely associated with various renowned industry associations like CII, ASSOCHAM, PhD, Chamber of Commerce, etc. So we are very happy that you are here, Nandi sir. He is a resourceful person, and since this particular session was shared by Devashish Mitra sir and DP Nandi sir, and Devashish Mitra sir is now has some kind of connectivity problem. So I will just hand it over for the time being the session to DP Nandi sir, and you can coordinate with Devashish Mitra sir accordingly for the balance of the time in this session. Over to you, Dr. Nandi.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much, Professor Sharkar. So it is a great privilege to conduct such a fascinating program on corporate governance and with Tezpur University and in support with NFCG. But from the morning we are having different sessions. So unfortunately, our chairman of Board of Advanced Studies and Research, Devashish Mitraji's connection has been lost. Actually, it was proposed that he will deliberate on some case studies because he is particularly from industry, and then I will sum up his session with some conceptual framework on this topic on responsibilities and expectations of members in case of this in the light of corporate governance. So as his network is in dilemma, so I'd like to give some conceptual framework. Many of the students are also here of the MBA section, and esteemed members are there. So actually, there are two basic responsibilities that I can say for the directors of companies. The responsibilities may be responsibilities to the shareholders and obligation to honesty and integrity. So these are two primary responsibilities of the directors. As we know, the corporate directors are appointed by the shareholders as members of the company. Therefore, the basic responsibility of a director is to the shareholders. It belongs to the shareholders. And the boards need to provide strategic direction for the business, set relevant policies, and supervise the activities of top management. So this is all about strategic policies, not the day-to-day regular intervention. So that will be the responsibilities of the directors. And the boards are required to be accountable to the members and also required to present regular reports and accounts duly audited in most cases in a statutory form. So this is the basic responsibility of the directors, and that goes to the shareholders. And the second part is this honesty and integrity part. So company director is expected to act with honesty, integrity, and candor towards the company, especially to its members. Therefore, decisions must be taken in good faith for the common good. That means any sort of decision, strategic decisions, any sort of financial decision that has been taken up by these directors, that should be with highest level of honesty, integrity. And in other words, we can say the primary duty of a director is to act honestly in good faith, giving all shareholders equal, sufficient, and accurate information on all the issues that could affect their interests. Consequently, a director must not make a secret profit out of the dealings with the company. His duty is to disclose any such interest to the board and to abide by their decisions as to what is in the company's best interests. Insider trading, that is dealing in the shares of a quoted company based on privileged, price-sensitive information, is considered a criminal offense which a director shall not do. So we see there are two basic responsibilities from a conceptual framework point of view. That one is to its shareholders, and on another point is from its ethical perspective, that is honesty and integrity. So we can see so much unethical issues that has been rounding across the globe in the name of this corporate governance, bad governance, you can say. So we have to be careful while we will have to discuss on this corporate governance, but this due weightage should be given towards this ethical values of the directors. So to be more elaborately, if we can discuss on this issue, there are some disclosure of information in the part of this directors, that is also responsibilities. That is, members of the board and key executives should be required to disclose to the board whether they directly, indirectly, or on behalf of third parties have a material interest in any transaction or matter directly affecting the company. That disclosure should be made whether there is anything that creates any material interests. And number two is that the board and top management should conduct themselves so as to meet the expectations of operational transparency to stakeholders, while at the same time maintaining confidentiality of information in order to foster a culture of good decision making. So decision making is one of the important aspects of this good corporate governance, and for that utmost level of confidentiality is to be maintained, and the transparency in operational matters, that is also to be taken care of. So these are two disclosure information that is one of the most important responsibilities of the board. And with this, we are having a few key functions of the board that can be said as the responsibilities of the board in a broader way, like reviewing and guiding corporate strategy, major plans of action, risk policy. I think in our next session we are having more deliberation on this risk management issue, annual budgets and business plans, setting performance and objectives, monitoring implementation and corporate performance, and overseeing major capital expenditure, acquisitions, and disinvestment. You see, if there are major capital investment, huge amount of capital investment, even we talk about these PSUs that Mr. Mitto has started with talking about these MOUs and all those things. A huge capital investment has been taken care of by these PSUs, big PSUs. So directors are having major responsibility in disbursing and monitoring this type of huge capital expenditure in terms of this corporate governance issue. Monitoring the effectiveness of companies' governance practice and making changes as needed, selecting, compensating, monitoring, and when necessary, replacing key executives and overseeing succession planning. Sometimes you see somewhere the key persons, CEOs, CFOs, they have been replaced by more efficient one. So that is one of the major objective, major responsibilities of the directors. So to find out the key persons in proper place, aligning key executives and board remuneration with the longer term interests of the company and its shareholders, monitoring, managing potential conflicts of interest of management, board members and shareholders, including misuse of corporate assets and abuse in relation to in related party transactions. That is another important area where this board of directors responsibility can be easily envisaged. Overseeing the process of disclosure and communications, already mentioned regarding these disclosure issues. And lastly, this monitoring and reviewing board evaluation framework. So the performance of the board that can be evaluated through a proper framework and guidelines. And another important aspect is ensuring the integrity of the company's accounting and financial reporting system. In the last session already, regarding financial literacy, Mr. Goel sir has already discussed elaborately how this financial literacy can be easily obtained for these directors and it can be implemented, including the independent audit, and that appropriate systems of controls are in place, in particular systems for risk management, financial and operational control, and compliance with the law and relevant standards. So this is from this perspective, these are the key responsibilities. And lastly, I'll just mention few points on the other responsibilities, other important responsibilities that we are having for the directors. The board should provide the strategic guidance, already have mentioned few strategic areas, ensure effective monitoring of the management, and should be accountable to the company and shareholders. And it should set a corporate culture and values by which executives throughout a group will behave. That is a proper corporate culture, corporate ethics that should be properly implemented in the company, in the organization. That is one of the major responsibilities of these directors. Board members should act on a fully informed basis in good faith with due diligence and care and in the best interest of the company and its shareholders. The board should encourage continuing directors training to ensure that the board members are kept up to date. That is another important issue. So morning we have learnt about this financial literacy of the board of directors. So it is another issue how this financial literacy will come. It will come only through good training system. So that training should be imparted properly so that board members, they may be from different areas, they may be from different disciplines, but while they are in the board, they should have the proper knowledge how to read the balance sheet, how to read different ratios, how these ratios and all these things affect the balance sheet and these transactions, that they should know properly. And where board decisions may affect different shareholder group differently, the board should treat all shareholders fairly. The board should apply high ethical standards. It should take into account the interest of the stakeholders. That is very important. I have already discussed that ethical values should be given the highest level of priority in case of this type of while fixing this responsibility of the directors, because you know these ethical values are such a thing that is that should be there in between in case of any directors. In actually it cannot, this type of ethical values, if we can write many things, if we can say many things, if we can enact many things, but if you are not ethical, your behavior, your practice will become must be done in an unethical way. So it cannot be explained in so easily how these ethical values can be developed. But for that, regular culture, regular practice is required to develop this ethical culture in the corporate. The board should be able to exercise objective of independent judgment on corporate affairs. So while we talk about this, the independent directors, sometimes we see these independent directors are not at all independent. They are dependent. because they have been mostly appointed in some vested interest, we can say, many of the organizations. That is why there are so much corruption, so much unethical practices we see in different organizations, different companies. So these independent directors should be really independent in their decision making, their activities. So that is one of the major responsibilities that should be ensured by these directors. Board should consider assigning a sufficient number of non-executive board members also capable of exercising independent judgment that I've already mentioned to task where there is a potential for conflict of interest. The board should ensure that while rightly encouraging positive thinking, these do not result in over-optimism that either leads to significant risks not being recognized or exposes the company to excessive risk. So while Mr. Chattopadhyay will be dealing with this risk management, sometimes we see the board becomes very much enthusiastic and they take some decision that is very risky, and for the future generations or the future days to come, the company's activities that is become very much vulnerable due to this risky proposition that should be taken care of properly. That is one of the major responsibilities. The board should have ability to step back to assist executive management by challenging the assumptions underlying strategic initiatives, risk appetite, exposures, and the key areas of the company's focus. And board members should be able to commit themselves effectively to their responsibilities. So in order to fulfill their responsibilities, they should have access to accurate, relevant, and timely information without being properly informed. So they cannot take that proper decision, and they cannot disburse their responsibilities properly. And lastly, the board and senior management should facilitate the independent directors to perform their role effectively as a board member and also a member of the committee. That have already identified that sometimes most of the cases we have seen, these independent directors are not allowed to work at their with their independency, with their utmost independency, where the major objective of these particular cases of these independent directors, that's become defeated if you cannot let them work independently. So that is another role, responsibility of this board of directors to work them independently, and so that the decisions and the performance of the board becomes very much effective and to the best of the interest of the company or the organization. So I think with this conceptual framework or conceptual view on the responsibilities and expectations of the board of directors, I'd like to end my session here because I think I cannot find Mr. Mitra here. So I had a plan to give a sum up of his discussion as he has not yet discussed, he has just started his discussion. So we have missed the session. I think if he can connect later on, I think if he can have 5 to 10 minutes time, so that can be good if he can present his presentation later on. But I think presently the next session is around the corner. So I am ending my presentation here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Nandi. Thank you very much. Actually, we expected Devashish Mitra sir to complete his presentation, but he could not. But thanks to Dr. Nandi, who could share some important points on the responsibilities and expectations of members. Actually, these are the anxieties for corporate governance these days, that as the board member, suppose even if we are the board members, how well we can perform our duty. Are the independent directors are really independent? Or even if we go and important decisions are being taken, some persons will be coming just to get your sign in the TA bill and your honorarium bill, this, that. So many things, things are distracted and the directors cannot perform the duty properly. But anyhow, you have highlighted very, very important points on some issues where really the institute, as well, your institute is also playing a very prominent role these days for ensuring even better compliance of rules. We have Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We have Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, who are there in the professional bodies, and also this particular event is being attended by the students who will be the budding managers tomorrow, and some days they will also become the directors of some companies. So with all hope, we think that they will also become good people, good human being for the management of corporates. And this particular session was there that discuss about the roles and expectations of the members of the entity. And PSUs, as Dr. Arij in the inaugural session, they have already discussed that there are many constraints with which the public sector undertakings are to work. Probably the private sector undertakings, they may not have that kind of restrictions. But if we discuss with some PSUs, they may have their own limitations. So that's why remaining within these constraints, how this corporate governance can actually play the role. Companies Act 2013 and the Companies Act 2019, with Vijay Kapoor sir has also mentioned several amendments, and we tried our level best to see that no things are properly in place. So we end this session, Dr. Nandi, because it is almost 3 p.m. now, and we have two more speakers in the next session. Next session is on risk management and whistleblower policy, which is a very an important and very interesting aspect. The role of whistleblower has gained prominence these days and over the past years, and many incidents of victimizations of the whistleblowers or otherwise we have seen. So therefore, it is very important that his concepts and his utility are well understood. So with this background, we are having our next session where we have invited two speakers. One is CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay and another is CS Amitabh Banerjee. But first, I will hand this session to CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay. CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay is presently the chairman, Banking, Financial Services, Insurance Committee, and also on the Indirect Taxation Committee. CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay is a fellow member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and he is an associate of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. He holds the qualification from CIPFA London as Chartered Public Finance Accountant. He has 38 years of experience in working in commercial bank in different capabilities. He has brought out several publications on banking for Institute of Cost Accountants of India, which include 3 editions of risk-based internal audit of commercial banks, guidance note on concurrent audit of commercial banks, and internal audit of treasury functions of commercial banks. At present, he is a Central Council member of ICAI and also chairman of the Banking, Financial Services and Insurance Committee and Indirect Taxation Committee. He is also a member of several committees of ICAI, and he is a director of ICMAI RPO. So with this background, we are happy to invite CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir to address the audience on the topic of risk management and whistleblower policy. Over to CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay.
Thank you, Professor Subhranshu. It's a great, occasion for me to present some of my views in personal capacity in this particular session on the this corporate governance orientation program, where risk management and whistleblower mechanism will be discussed. First of all, I convey my heartfelt thanks, and also I want to congratulate the management, science, from Tezpur University, that they have thought such a beautiful, this theme of the whole day seminar. In fact, as a member of the institute and as a professional, I feel that this is now the call of the day, that the professional institute and all others will be handholding for the benefit of the society at large. from the very morning I was attending this program, and I found a lot of discussions were done, already been done, and especially the inaugural session was a fascinating one. I must say that with the presentations of Dr. Ahmed and other speakers. Let me just go back to the year 2020, 23rd February, which you will perhaps remember that it's a glorified day, I should say, in northeastern Assam, Guwahati, when a conference was organized in the Hotel Radisson, where all the public sector enterprise MDs and CEOs were present, and none less than the leader like our Principal Secretary, Dr. Arif Ahmed, actually he navigated the program in such a manner, and where all the institutes are involved, all the professions are involved for the benefit of the organizations, PSCs in Assam, for their rehabilitations, for their rejuvenations, and a lot of problems those who are facing, that has been considered and discussed there. But it is not the end itself. That's the beginning. And lot of programs, lot of meetings were held under the leadership of Dr. Ahmed, and we were very happy to be associated with this particular meetings, and we could, in our capacity, whatever best possible advice or suggestions have been given, we have always tried to put it before the committee, the task force. And really, I am grateful that today Dr. Ahmed has really given a beautiful presentations. I think a lot of after Mr. Kapoor and other speakers, what I have told, I'm sure that we have to be dealing with the subject, the cost of repetition. It can't be, because all the exhaustive informations have already been given to the participants. So respected participants, those who are here, and especially my dear students, those who are attending attentively from the very morning of this this program, I'm really feeling excited to put some of my presentations before you. And I think I'll be trying to justify my, just hold on, because I am trying to present the entire screen. My presentation is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If possible, you can make it full screen.
Is it visible?
Great, sir. Great. Nice.
So you see this particular session, which has been devoted for the risk management and whistleblower policy, taking cue from Dr. Nondi's deliberations. He was impressing upon, and he was emphasizing upon, rather, on the risk management issue. Risk management issues, I understand that it starts from our home. When we just start our, when we put our step just outside our door of the home, one word comes from our parents, that take care. The two words are very essential, take care. And there the risk management process starts. So I think this is not a very new one. Of course, the incorporate, when we will be talking about the corporate governance under the Companies Act 2013 and Sebi Lodr 2015, of course, the risk management has got different parameters, different understanding. But before that, I just want to mention before you that my discussions will be centering out these discussions. I will be discussing on corporate governance, because corporate governance, definitely, it is the pillar of the whole discussion. So we have to discuss some points on corporate governance, as I understood. And let me give this, whatever discussions I will be doing, it will be my personal capacity. And my institute is no responsible for my, this is my disclaimer, my institute is no responsible for my any remarks or any contents. So corporate governance, the risk management and responsible business, reporting of frauds, corporate social responsibility, business ethics, corporate sustainability, business responsibility reporting, and whistleblower mechanism. I have thought in this way that once we'll be talking about any risk management issue and whistleblower policy, let us keep our discussions confined in these areas. So when we'll be talking about corporate governance, this corporate governance is a much talked subject. Already it has been discussed by our very esteemed speakers in the first of the session. So I will be just putting some of my thought process. With the increasing focus in recent years on corporate governance, the role of the professionals has grown in importance. The pace of regulatory change and public mistrust of institutions means that professionals have more than ever to do in bigger and more significant roles as the guardians and leaders of good governance. My dear students, you are here, so you'll be definitely dreaming for becoming a professional. So once you try to think on this score, you always think that you have got a greater responsibility to execute in this corporate governance issue. Then you see the corporate governance top 5 mechanisms which are vital for implementing an effective corporate governance in any organization, which are independence and appropriate composition of the board, which has been discussed at length, role of auditors, internal and statutory and audit committee. Then the whistleblowing, this is one of the issues we'll be discussing, shareholder engagement, transparency, trust, and accountability towards stakeholders. And once we are thinking on that, we have to also think that regulations on corporate governance can only provide the framework or structure to ensure that companies are governed in the best interest of the stakeholders at large. But its effective assimilation and implementation is to be ensured by active participation in strategic planning process, risk management process, internal control process, management information system, corporate communications, succession planning, CSR, board performance evaluation process. So this will ensure high-level corporate administration in accordance with best governance practice, which would result in well-governed and sustainable business for the benefit of its stakeholders at large. So here we could be very much assured that whatever we'll be doing in our professional life, as whether as a manager, whether as a board level member, whether as a professional, so there are various issues on the various process, we have to be very much adapted ourselves. I remember the discussions which has been done by our CMA BB Goel. He has very much he was emphasizing on the financial literacy, and he referred to central case. I remember that this is one of the very important issues in our life, because ultimately the half knowledge is no knowledge. You have to be very much knowledgeable, and you have to have the efficiency. So it is not that only theoretical knowledge will help you. You have to understand the applied knowledge, and that is only possible if we continuously simply go with these particular processes exhaustively in our practice. And now that we discuss about the risk management and responsible business. While risk taking is a fundamental driving force in business and entrepreneurship, the cost of risk management failure is often underestimated, both externally and internally, including the cost in terms of management time needed to rectify the situation. Corporate governance therefore ensures that risks are understood, managed, mitigated, and when appropriate, communicated. This is definitely a beautiful excerpt from the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development on Risk Management and Corporate Governance 2014. Already it has been referred by our Dr. Aljamed that this OECD has given the definition of risk management for the corporate governance. Next, when we'll be thinking for this particular risk management has emerged as the core business function critical to the very existence of the entities. So you have the risk return trade-off. You have the premium for the risk. And you see the most important issue that we always feel that how the risk will be mitigated. So risk management is a preventive process. So from that angle, we have to think that how this risk management will be important for the corporate governance. Effective, actionable, risk-based decision-making framework is needed to meet the challenges. And in this today's world, which we have already witnessed in the post by COVID-19, it's a VUCA world, which was already this much discussed subject. The vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Like never before, this business world is something different. And running a business is challenging. And for business committed to doing so in a reasonable manner, there is the added pressure to demonstrate the ethical and responsible business practices. So risk management also, involves this sort of thought process that in this situation, when there is a vulnerability, there is an uncertainty, there is a complexity and ambiguity, the only proper risk management practice will be definitely helping the business to grow. And you see the Milton Friedman, he has just quoted, I am quoting from Milton Friedman. There is one and only one social responsibility of business: to use its resources and engage in activities designed to increase its profits so long as it stays within the rules of the game, which is to say, engages in open and free competition without deception or fraud. So this is none less than Milton Friedman has quoted this. And when we'll be thinking for this risk management in this rapid changes are happening, the emerging dynamic scenario in the business world in recent years, especially stakeholders of the companies, they are very much skeptical. So stakeholders of companies are increasingly concerned with the conduct of the affairs of the company, which focus on disclosure, transparency, accountability, stakeholders engagement, and internal controls. So these are the very, very familiar words nowadays in the corporate world. And you see the enterprise risk management, which is a plan-based business strategy, which aims to identify, assess, and prepare for any dangers, hazards, and other potential for disaster, both physically and figuratively, that may interfere with an organization's operations and objectives. And that is why today is the enterprise risk management. I am sure all these students and those who are here, they will appreciate that ultimately ERM is playing a very big role in this particular corporate governance issue. Now the world has changed in the last decade from an explosion of information, technological revolutions, digital transformations to the rise and fall of large business institutions, the global economic meltdown, regulatory tightening, all only outpaced by the evolution of newer and more ominous forms of risk. Risk management has always been regarded as an integral feature of sound business management. The board of a company is responsible for the management of risk. The board must have a clear understanding of the risk facing the company, and it has already been discussed by our learned speakers erstwhile, and it must ensure that the organization has effective risk management and control processes, and it must be provided with assurance that the processes and risks are being effectively managed. So in this case, the risk management of any organizations are focused on this, all these facets of the business management. And Companies Act, when we talk about Companies Act 2013, it has categorically contributed to enhance awareness about risk management by clearly delineating the responsibilities for board members. It is up to the boards now to be proactive and lead from the front on risk matters, not just for value protection, but also value creation by considering the risk-based strategy approach. Also, as per section 134(3) subsection N of the Companies Act 2013, the director's report shall include a statement indicating development and implementation of a risk management policy for the company, including identification, then of the elements of risk, if any, which in the opinion of the board may threaten the existence of the company. So this risk management issue has become so robust, so that robustness of the business, robustness of the corporate risk management framework should be so robust that ultimately corporate governance can be an effective with this robust risk management process. And let me tell you, in the various sectors of the economy, bank is one of the organizations where the risk management is a very robust one, and you will be very happy. The Indian bank has shown the robustness of the risk management because they have already managed the risk in a very efficient manner. And a lot of discussions have been made here about in the previous, that Nirav Modi case, this thing, a lot of cases have been discussed here. I was listening very carefully. I have got my own say that I will definitely discuss when the whistleblower mechanism will, discussions will come. Now, let us discuss on this particular issue, that responsible business, because one way your risk management, other way your responsible business. Responsible business practice advocates that the true costs and obligations of business or organizational activity are accounted for, both financial, non-financial, and require a process of accountability, transparency, and comparability through reflection on actual business impacts, risks, and opportunities, responsible business practices to integrated and inclusive management process, reporting on these practices in the public domain via multi-stakeholder approach to management, measurement, and monitoring, resilience through transparency, trust, adaptability, and innovations. And once we'll be talking about the reporting of frauds, this fraud is one of the, it is actually the accumulation of risk. If the risk management is not there and the fraud will be there, then in that case, how will report? This is one of the very important process of risk management. During the course of the professional duties, the practicing professional has to reason to believe that an offense involving fraud is being or has been committed by a company. It is his duty to report the fraud. Section 143, subsection 12 of the Companies Act 2013 provides that Notwithstanding anything contained in this section, if an auditor of a company in the course of performance of his duties as auditor has reason to believe that an offense involving fraud is being or has been committed against the company by officers or employees of the company, he shall immediately report the matter to the central government within such time and in such a manner as may be prescribed. The board must be vigilant, and if something abnormal comes to his knowledge, then he must discharge his duty and comply with the reporting requirements described in other Companies Act 2013. So once this matter has been there, we are now will be this CSR issue. When we'll be talking about the CSR issue, this is also an integral part of these particular discussions on the corporate governance and responsibility business. And you know, all you know that the corporate social responsibility is a concept, an enterprise which is accountable for its impact on all relevant stakeholders. Today, the CSR is such a important issue where CSR committee is there, CSR policy has been there, and CSR data is available. And corporate social responsibility is a hard-edged business decision, not because it is a nice thing to do or because people are forcing us to do it, because it is a good for our business. This is nothing but a very famous quote from Neil Fitzgerald. And next, when we'll be talking about this, business ethics is one of the important. In fact, if you talk about your previous, when you were all learned from our parents, we had a 3-letter, sentence. Greed brings grief. We always heard from our parents, greed brings grief. Actually, this connotes that you become ethical. Your ethics should be most important. In the business also, there should be a uprising of your profit. There can be your income generations, and you will always have a the target for increasing your profit and your income. But that should be the business ethics. And today the corporate world as a whole is in the process of acquiring moral conscience. The new and emerging concepts in management like corporate governance, business ethics, and corporate sustainability are some of the expressions through which this emerging ethical instinct in the corporate world is trying to access or embody itself in the corporate life. And we understand that their business ethics comprises the principles and standards that guide behavior in the conduct of business. Business must balance their desire to maximize profits against the needs of the stakeholders. Companies must be run ethically in a manner such that all stakeholders, creditors, distributors, customers, employees, competitors, the society at large, and governments are dealt with in a fair and equitable manner. A code of ethics should reflect top management's desire for compliance with their values, rules, and policies that support an ethical climate. So these are the business ethics that we have there. And corporate sustainability is one of the issues that is most important, because sustainability is a word which is a mere concern for any corporate. So it indicates a new business philosophy as an alternative to the traditional growth and profit maximization model, under which sustainable development comprising environmental protection, social justice and equity, and economic development are given more significant focus, while recognizing simultaneous corporate growth and profitability. It is a business approach that creates long-term shareholders' value by embracing opportunities and managing risks emanating from economic, environmental, and social developments. So this corporate sustainability, when it is discussed, we have to also continuously we have to see that corporate sustainability is a business practice built around social and environmental considerations. A lot of discussions are being held in this particular area. I am not going into the detail because I know the time is also very much concerned. We are having a very limited time. So sustainability reporting is a practice to measure, disclose, and be accountable to internal and external stakeholders for organizational and environmental, social, and economic performance. So corporate sustainability is one of the very important issues where sustainability reporting is a practice that should be adopted. And here, if we go for business responsibility reporting, that is another area where the professionals must have the proper knowledge. And I think where the Sebi's LODR regulations actually working for that. The realizing the adoption of responsible business practice in the interest of the social setup and the environment are as vital as the financial and operational performance. Sebi in its LODR regulations mandating inclusion of business responsibility report as part of the annual report. It is a mandatory for the top 500 listed companies based on market capitalization and BSE and NSE. This is definitely a revolutionary step, I must appreciate. And again, you see, when we'll be talking about this business responsibility reporting, the very famous quote there from Gerald Almos, the most important right we have is the right to be responsible. It's a very important port, because business responsibility reporting contains a standardized format for companies to report the actions undertaken by them toward adoption of responsible business practice. Business responsibility report has been designed to provide basic information about the company, information related to its performance and process, and information on principles and core elements of the business responsibility reporting. So here, after this, now the whistleblower mechanism, when we'll be entering, whistleblower mechanism, once we start, I'll be finishing my presentations with this only. You know, the Albert Einstein, I remember, the world suffers a lot, not because of the violence of bad people, but because of the silence of good people. A famous quote. And if you go to the Rabindranath Tagore has also had a poem where the two lines, he who commits wrong or condones the same, may your contempt sinks like a reed in flames. In fact, in Bengali, if you allow me to say, I would say, Onnay je kore ar onnay je shohe, tobo ghrina tare jano trino samudaye. I think these are the catch line for this whistleblower mechanism, vigil mechanism. Whistleblowing mechanism plays a critical role in implementing corporate governance practices. The effective implementation of vigil mechanism not only reduces the fraudulent activities, but also sends a signal to both internal and external agencies that organizations exercise a good corporate governance. And once you talk about this whistleblower mechanism, according to section 177, subsection 9 of the Companies Act 2013, every listed company of such class or classes of companies as may be prescribed shall establish a vigil mechanism for directors and employees to report genuine concerns in such a manner as may be prescribed. The vigil mechanism shall provide for adequate safeguards against the victimization of persons who use such mechanism, and make provision for direct access to the chairperson of the audit committee in the appropriate or exceptional cases. The details of establishment of such mechanisms shall be disclosed by the company on its website, if any, and in the board's report. For the total transparency that has been given, the whistleblower policy should include mechanism to encourage employees, vendors to report evidences of fraudulent activities. It should be properly addressed. The process that the employee should follow in filing their representations alleging suspected impropriety. And it a lot of whistleblower policy in a company has been provisioned with a view to provide a mechanism for employees of the company to raise concerns on any violation of legal or regulatory requirements, incorrect or misrepresentation of any financial statements or reports, etc. The whistleblower policy intends to cover serious concerns that could have grave impact on the operations and performance of the business of the company. And this whistleblower mechanism now will be coming with some of the domestic case studies for whistleblowers. I will not be able to perhaps mention many cases, but you know the Satyendra Dubey case. This is 1973-2003 corruption in regard to this NHAI, and that was the most important thing. As I have mentioned here, Satyendra Dubey case, M. Samugam Manjunath case, corruption in IOC petrol pumps, Lalit Mehta case, 1978-2008, scam in NREGA in Jharkhand, SP Mahanta's case, scam in cooperative audit societies in Karnataka. If you see Satyendra Dubey, he has whistleblower, ultimate, what has happened to him? He has to leave this world. And you see, most of the whistleblowers, you will see Lalit Mehta case. In Lalit Mehta case, you will see he had to also leave the world. You see, what happens to us? That ultimately the whistleblowers, we have now, the government is very strict, and thanks to the government, thanks to all our administrators and those who are looking for this particular issue, that they have found a very strong and stern actions against this particular whistleblower people. In the internationally, you will be finding a lot of cases. Andrei Kovsky represented Boyas and exposed the events regime, the first case of whistleblower in the world, that is 1564. And GlaxoSmithKline, total financial impact $3 billion. Two gentlemen representing Phillips and Cohen LLP provided information to the government of the United Kingdom. Pfizer, total financial impact $2.3 billion, unearthed by in Florida. So all these whistleblower issues are there, and I request all students to go through this, all this case, and you will be finding very interesting that how you will be ultimately helping the society and the company and corporate in this particular matter, because ultimately that sort of robustness of knowledge you should have to simply see that corporate are running with their own, the vehicles. The vehicles you will be ultimately driving the vehicles of the corporate governance. Now, I'll be just being a member of the profession of the CA cost and management accountants. I can just tell you that this is my personal view that with the increasing focus in recent years on corporate governance for a responsible business, the role of the CMAs has grown in importance. The pace of regulatory change and public mistrust of institutions means that CMAs have more than ever to do in bigger and more significant roles as the guardians and leaders of good governance. CMAs can add real value to their role and increase their impact by bringing commercial acumen, strategic understanding, and software people skills, in addition to the already much sought after legal and governance knowledge. With increasing focus in recent years on responsible business, the CMA is now seen as the guardian and conscience keeper of the company's reputation, sustainability, and credibility. CMAs will definitely provide value-added services to the company and play a proactive role in creating structures and processes which facilitate building a responsible business. After all, the cost, after all, we have to have a robust organizations, and having the, keeping in mind that our Honorable Prime Minister has given a clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat and for vocal for local. So here, CMA's role is going to be paramount important for this maintenance of this corporate governance. And another area I just want to mention here, because when the whistleblower issue has been there, I just want to mention here that there are certain anomalies in the various sectors where I understand, this is my personal view to all our participants here, that now government should think for a peer review of any sort of audits, peer review of any sort of inspection, peer review for any sort of verifications, and because it is understood that the mere statutory protection to a single profession can not only help the government for having a robust corporate governance, because we have seen in some of the sectors that internal audit is playing a very big role. Our professionals are also working, but we have found some deficiency in some of the sectors where I think the peer review mechanism will definitely work for the better, for better corporate governance in the organization. And with this, I just want to mention, and I am very much thankful that I have been given some food for some of my observations in this particular risk management and whistleblower, program. And here, I must say that ultimately, the Suktameva Jayate, truth alone trumps. Please stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice comprehensive coverage of both the risk management as well as whistleblower. We thought that we are already have got a very good view of your risk management things. You are a practitioner, and from real life you have shared your experience with us, and also you have touched some amount of whistleblower portion also. Our next speaker actually will be dealing with the whistleblower, and he is CS Amitabh Banerjee, who has already joined with us for the another speaker in this session. Thanks to Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir for the exhaustive presentation and exhaustive coverage of the risk management and whistleblower. I think for Amitabh Banerjee sir also, he has just made the road for continuation of the discussion on whistleblower. As Manjunath case, I remember that IIM students in a particular day, they go out for the candlelight march when they remember Manjunath, who is an IIM graduate, and because he exposed the Indian oil mismanagement, and he was ultimately murdered by the mafias. Anyhow, these are some of the cases. I think students might have noted the names of Satyendra Dubey, Manjunath, Lalit Mehta, SP Mahate. So these are the issues which you have highlighted, and I urge Amitabh Banerjee sir to carry on the discussion. Amitabh Banerjee is a qualified company secretary. He is an LLB, MCOM, and holds a diploma in business law from NUGS Calcutta. He is also an eligible independent director under the mandate of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and has qualified the assessment test which is being conducted by IICA. He has started his career in 2004 with ITC Limited, which has registered office at Kolkata. Later, he shifted to New Delhi and has worked with the Eros Group, Mozar Beer Limited, Isolux Corsan, the key managerial positions in their secretarial and legal department. He has also served as the Deputy Director Corporate Governance for CII. He has also been engaged as a consulting for vice associates and advocate. He has been a consultant in the National Foundation for Corporate Governance of a PPP by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He has also acted as resource persons in many prominent particular fields and assignments. He is now a guest faculty at IIT Delhi, Tezpur University, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Banasthali University, Jaipur Institute of Management, and a lot. So we are very happy that Amitabh Banerjee is with us to continue the discussion on this particular session on risk management and whistleblower policy. Sir, you have got some limited time. Sorry, just to remind you.
So I have time for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
So let me try and share my screen. Is the screen visible?
It is coming up, so it should. Yeah, it is visible now. You can make it full screen.
Okay, perfect. So a very good evening to all of you. And, I've been listening to this session from the very beginning. So there are certain things I really wanted to share before I go into the main topic. So today I realized that what exactly is transparency. We have been talking of corporate governance. I've been into this field for 17, 18 years. Fortunately worked with good brands. I've also been working with the government of India in the ministry as a consultant to NFCG. So transparency is the key role that plays very, very significant contribution in corporate governance. And I think today, the way Arit sir has made the presentation, he personifies transparency. I mean, it is not because he is the principal secretary, but it is only because how he presented the real facts. So the first pillar of corporate governance is transparency. And I really, thank Arit sir for actually bringing up the topics in such a transparent way so that we can identify where the problems are. The second person whom I would like to really thank is Mr. B.B. Goyal, because he highlighted the importance of whistleblower. And at the same time, I've been, listening a lot about the test of independent directors. So I did see Mr. Sarkar, Professor Sarkar smile when he said my name, that I'm a qualified person who's done his, IICA certification. And I was also thinking that, should I tell him not to disclose it? Because a lot of things have evolved around this test. But yes, it's a test. I've qualified, and somewhere or the other, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and it was a very old provision in the Companies Act. Rather, when the Act was passed in 2013, this provision was there, but it took time to bring it into live action. So yes, IICA, MCA certification test does not actually ensure everything, but yes, it is a kind of a test that everybody is free to take. And it does not ensure or assure anything, because even getting professional degrees does not assure anything. In all the corporate governance cases that we see, there were firms, big firms like the Big Fours involved. There are orders against people in PwC. The managing partner of PwC was fired. So you can't blame any profession, neither can you say that a profession will ensure everything. Now, coming to the context of whistleblower, thank you, Chitranjan sir, for setting the context. Now, I was just thinking how to quickly begin, and I had a video to show on Satyendra Dubey. Now, most of you would think I will not play it. Most of you would think, okay, it has already been discussed. Chitranjan sir has talked about Satyendra Dubey. We had so many whistleblowers. Now, this is where I want to deviate from. The concept of whistleblower that I will tell you is not about Satyendra Dubey. It is not about any other case. It is not about candlelights. It is corporate whistleblowing. Now, please keep it in mind. The topic that I'll discuss in the next 15 minutes applies right from the stenotypist to the managing director and CEO itself. The concept of whistleblower, to which we everybody, whenever you Google it, you will find the name of Satyendra Dubey. Unfortunately, when I teach in IIT, I always give his story because he's from IIT and he gave up his life because he was a brilliant engineer in NHAI, and he exposed a land mafia, and he had to give up his life. But all that you see regarding these cases, these are whistleblowers who are working for the society as such. And let me tell you, see, I am from commerce, all of us are. I always try to find why am I doing it. You know, Professor Sarkar has around 38 years of experience. So whenever he tells me, sir, jab bhi class loge na, you tell them why are students going to study it. And I realize that yes, why only a student? Even a businessman wants to know what will I get. This is what in India we call as the baniya mentality. Baniyas, businessman, what will I get? So you must understand the kind of whistleblowing regime that we are seeing in the internet, or the kind of idea we have about whistleblower, is not about one single company. It is not about one single employee. It is about the society. So I am not going to delve into this kind of whistleblowing. This is the first difference that you would all see. I am going to talk about individuals, employees working in companies. I will talk about cases of, yes, Satyam, obviously, yes, ICICI Bank, and my favorite, the Ranbaxy case. Now, why do I call it Ranbaxy? Like I told you, you must always understand what will I get. So the first question as a whistleblower, which I will ask, please put all yourselves in the shoes of a whistleblower. When you think of blowing the whistle, how comfortable are you? Are you going to gain or are you going to lose? You will do your maths, whether you're a cost accountant, company secretary, or even a simple chaprasi. You will do your maths. Cost benefit analysis, iske liye you don't need degrees. Even a rickshawala knows what a cost benefit analysis is. So whistleblowing, the kind of whistleblowing what I'll be talking about, is something which employees need to think about, not about activists, not about people like Satyendra Dubey, not about people like who have brought changes in the society. Because what kind of whistleblowing we are talking about, as given in Companies Act, is company specific. Now, why is it important? Further on, I wanted to start with a brighter side. I will not play a video on this person called Dinesh Thakur, but I'll leave it to all of you to do a bit of Google, but I'll narrate a brief background. Now, Dinesh Thakur was head of research in Ranbaxy Laboratories. And we all know that Ranbaxy was sold off to Daiichi a couple of years back. And unfortunately, when Ranbaxy was being sold, there was certain data which was not properly published, and the US Drug Association got hold of it. So when the transfer took place, the Daiichi guys, the Japanese, bought Ranbaxy. They were happy with all the things, but unfortunately, in between, the US Drug Association put a huge penalty on the new buyers because they only knew Ranbaxy. They did not know the Japanese guy or the earlier members. So when it turned out that there was a certain misinformation given in drug trials to the US drug authority, so the new buyers had to pay up a huge fine. Now, what happened is there was this guy called Dinesh Thakur. And why is he my hero? I'll tell you, because Dinesh Thakur was a well-educated Indian scientist. He was head of research. So what he realized is that, this kind of misinformation could cause deaths to a lot of people. A lot of people could lose their life if wrong drugs are sold in the market. So like all human beings, he went to the Supreme Court of India. He filed a public interest litigation. Now, all of you know, or rather, all of you must have watched Jolly LLB 1 and 2. Yes, that is public interest litigation, what I'm talking about. So he went to the Supreme Court, but unfortunately, there were certain circumstances where the Chief Justice of India in 2016 made these remarks because he was stationed abroad. He came to India to file a case in Supreme Court of India, but the Chief Justice had to say that an overseas citizen has come all the way to challenge a rule what is your locus? Locus means how are you related? And then the judge said that, you are a public person, so let law takes its course. Later on, the case was actually dismissed, unfortunately. I think there is a disturbance coming from somewhere. No issues. So the case was dismissed by the Supreme Court because the court thought that it is a mere academic issue for which Dinesh Thakur came to the Supreme Court and said that he had insider information about the wrong drug formulation that Ranbaxy had given, and he wanted to, wanted the court to take action. So the Supreme Court of India was of the view that, there are so many people dying in jail, there are so many under trials. Why should we waste our time on such a trivial issue? The court in India did not take cognizance of this kind of a thing. Fortunately, Dinesh Thakur went back to US. The US drug authorities entertained him. And please do your Google. You will see Dinesh Thakur was granted amnesty, which means he was given protection by the US authorities. He gave up all the information that he had against Ranbaxy to the US authorities. And my favorite part, he was given a hefty mandate, he was given a hefty compensation or a prize money that was around, say, 50 million. Now, this is a happy whistleblowing episode. Because, whenever you study something, you must study it happily. The moment we think of whistleblowing, we think of people dying, people get shot, people being victimized. Maybe that is the reason none of us actually even look at the whistleblowing policy that exists in our entity. See, I have worked in government companies, I have worked in private sector. Every company has a whistleblowing policy. So why is it required? Like Chitranjan sir said, yes, it is required because there is a mandate. Now, mandates are also multifarious. Like banking has some mandate, listed company has some mandate, but the basic mandate comes from the Companies Act, which is given in 177 subsection 9. And it says that you need not be listed. Mind it, there is a misconception that only listed will have whistleblowing policies. No, even if you're unlisted and if you have public deposits or you have taken some borrowings in excess of 50 crores, you still need a whistleblowing policy. Now, the significance has even increased today because under CARO, which is Companies Auditor Report Rules or Order, the CARO now makes it mandatory for the auditor also to inspect into whistleblowing activities and report on it. So now you see, it is not only required that you make a policy and like a statue or a curio, you put it on a showcase and forget it. This is the practice. I have been in the corporate world for 17 years. I know you make a policy and you put it in the file, or worst case scenario, you put it on the website. When was it updated? Nobody knows. How many people even look at it? Nobody knows. But now under CARO, the auditor will check into all these things. So now we must understand that like all other financial and non-financial issues on which the auditor is supposed to report, whistleblower is one of them now. If you are listed, then things become a bit more tough. I am sure there are state level enterprises, even though in Assam there may be very small, less number of listed entities, state level enterprises. But then when it comes to listed ones, they use the word stakeholders. Now, mind it, we are all masters of corporate governance, and all we start our lessons from shareholder to stakeholder. But my dear students, professional colleagues, go and ask the company secretary or go and ask the finance director what stakeholder means. Even the smallest of creditors, even your supplier, customer, everything is a stakeholder. Everything is within the definition of stakeholder. So if you are listed, I think you are doomed, because the word, if you see in regulation in LODR, is stakeholders. So whistleblower mechanism enabling stakeholders, which means even your creditors, customers, auditors, bankers, your consultants can also blow the whistle. So just think, if you're listed, how significant this policy can be. Even individual employees or their representative bodies can go. That is, if employees have unions, their unions can also come in. Later on, audit committee has been given more responsibility, because audit committee is nothing new. It was there in the Companies Act 1956 also. I remember 292 section. So whistleblowing concept existed since the days of clause 49, but now more and more emphasis is being made on this policy, because reporting is being required under CARO, and audit committee still has to report. Now, like I told you, one of my favorite characters is Dinesh Thakur, because he came out like a winner in the whistleblowing race. Most of the cases of whistleblowing that we see are not corporate whistleblowing. Just try and differentiate between corporate whistleblowing and normal whistleblowing. Look at the person who blew the whistle in ICICI Bank. He is well and hearty. He is still in the news media, and he has brought out many information about the Chanda Kochar issue. We are talking of that whistleblower, because please keep it in mind, the Satyendra Dubey type of whistleblowing is not covered under section 177(9). Or Satyendra Dubey's kind of whistleblowing or societal whistleblowing, social activism is not covered under Sebi LODR. The kind of whistleblowing we are talking about is company specific. Further, Government of Assam is a role model to many, because we in Tejpur University have been doing a couple of studies on corporate governance models. So the DPE guidelines of 2012 and 13, they had specific entries regarding reporting of whistleblowing, and they have a charter of corporate governance norms which a practicing secretary and practicing secretary has to certify. We have one of them in the next session. He is one of the person who certifies these corporate governance norms. Apart from the Companies Act, they have their own corporate governance norms. Now, this is a brilliant idea. A state government putting a set of corporate governance norms to its own SLPs. Now, this also mandates the existence of whistleblowing. Now, here we need to understand, why has it not evolved? See, we have that mandate. We have created the whistleblowing policy. We have put it in the website. Board meetings are held. It is approved. But honestly, if you ask yourself, how many times have you read the whistleblowing policy? Are you aware of the whistleblowing policy? I don't think we'll get a majority answer. I think only maybe 5% or 10%, that also is an exaggeration, I would say, ever reads these kind of policy. And one of the primary reasons is the loose ends. I would request somebody, somebody's mic is, I think, unmuted. If you can kindly...
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
It's over.
It's almost
Okay.
time over. Just
Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes. So I'll just take 2 more minutes, because now I think the major thing which I wanted to make is, let us not mix up whistleblowing, the Satyendra Dubey type, with corporate whistleblowing. 177(9) is company specific. Sebi LODR is company specific. They do not cover cases of Satyendra Dubey. So when we have a corporate whistleblowing, why has it not been successful? I have a couple of reasons, and I'll make it very simple. It is like setting your own paper and checking it. The board of directors create the whistleblowing policy, and the audit committee to which you go with your concerns are comprised of board members only. They are not people from heaven. They are members of the board. So you are going to complain against whom? To the same person who has set the question paper. Let us take the involvement of auditor. Auditor is also coming in at the year end. Do you think a whistleblower will wait for the year end for the auditor to come? It is a post-mortem. Doesn't work. Who will bell the cat? Today, if you ask the HR department or the secretarial department or the legal department that whose baby is it? Whistleblowing policy is there, but whose baby is it? Somebody has to own it. There is no consensus. Defining the acts for which you can go for whistleblowing is again a very tedious job. You cannot have an exhaustive list. You can't say this will be for whistleblowing, this will not be for whistleblowing. Anything and everything can be for whistleblowing. Next, darna zaruri hai. every employee who even thinks of whistleblowing will always fear that his entity will be compromised. And yes, Satyendra Dubey got shot, but obviously we must understand this is not corporate whistleblowing. Kaun banega crorepati? Nobody gets to become a crorepati, because if you see all the whistleblowing charters, all the whistleblowing policies, there is always a mechanism of how to report, what action will be taken. But can you show me one whistleblowing policy which says that we will award you 101 rupees, 101 rupee if you do whistleblowing? There is no mechanism of reward. There is only a mechanism of punishment, firing. Read all the policies. Read your own company policy. Why should we even go for whistleblowing? Quickly moving on to the psychology. Before you blow a whistle, I would tell you, understand the materiality. Is it at all significant that you blow the whistle or not? Gather information, because the people in the audit committee, people in the chairman board, they will ask information. Then you see if the information that you're given is relevant or not, and then you make up your mind whether to blow the whistle or not. Lastly, we have certain more issues that apart from the whistleblowing mechanism in the policy, you have certain other external agencies to which you can go to. You can go to the independent directors, because they are also responsible under part 3 of schedule 7 of Companies Act. You can go to the government. And please, all of my professional friends, seniors, there is a mechanism in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. If you go to the MCA portal, there is a form called serious complaint form. If you go and open that form, it has all these headings. You can actually fill in this form. You don't need a digital sign. You don't need a DIN, nothing. You can simply fill in this form, serious complaint form, and best, it does not have any fees. You fill this form, it goes to the ministry, and the respective department will get back to you, and you can bring up issues regarding corporate fraud, accounting fraud, and others, which is a residuary, which means you can cover everything. So lastly, what can we do to make things better? You should have a line of confirmation from your employees that yes, we have read the policy and we are signing it. The moment you sign it, you will read it. Making everyone more responsible. You don't make one person responsible for a thing. Everyone has to take the responsibility. You should also encourage anonymous whistleblowing, because the moment we disclose our name, we will always be careful. Protection should also be given. You must mention that if you blow the whistle, what protection are you getting, and what action will be taken if you don't blow the whistle. Because right now Chitranjan sir said that people who may do crime and people who tolerate crime are equally liable. Yes, if you don't blow the whistle, you will have action. If you blow the whistle, you will get compensation. And lastly, whatever documents you get in whistleblowing policy, there are many policies which say we will retain it for 5 years, 8 years. Kindly don't. Always retain all kind of policies throughout your life permanently. So I think to end, whistleblowing is success. See your goal as whistleblower, understand the obstacle, create a positive mindset, be clear of any self-doubt, embrace the challenge, because whistleblowing is not a cakewalk. Stay on the track, and then you can show the world how you have actually done it. With this, Dr. Sarkar, I think I have not taken too much of time.
No. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, no, we have curtailed your time. But anyhow, this is a very, very interesting area. And it would have been nice to listen to you more on this issue. Anyhow, the budding minds, this here, our audience group comprises of very senior people with 30, 40 years of experience. And also, on the contrary, there are the young minds, the students of management who will be joining corporate. Probably this will be embedded in their mind when they join. And let's hope we can see a better world next. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chitaranjan Chattopadhyay, sir, and thank you, Amitabh Banerjee, sir, for joining this particular session and highlighting on the topic of risk management and whistleblower. Thank you once again. Actually, we will have a now continuous marathon session, and next session is an insight as a regulator and changing scenario in corporate governance. This is a special session which will be addressed by two speakers. One is CS Biman Devnath, who is a practicing company secretary and is involved with the SLPs in Assam for a long time. So he knows all the state level public enterprises. CS Biman Devnath is a gold medalist from Pune University. He is a very active member of the Institute of Company Secretaries in India, and is a very active member in the Guwahati chapter. He had been the first chairman of the any chapter of ICSI. He is the vice chairman of EIRC of ICSI, and also he is the members of expert committee of auditing standards of ICSI. He is a very dynamic personality. And last time when we did the corporate governance seminar in Guwahati physically, he was one of the key persons there. So in this session, we are inviting CS Biman Devnath as well as Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who is the Register of Companies of Northeastern region and also LO of the Guwahati region. So now I first hand it over to CS Biman Devnath to first continue the session on regulator and changing scenario on corporate governance. Over to Biman Devnath.
Thank you, sir. It is always nice whenever you arrange a program. I feel so interested and so excited because Tezpur's university's programs are always well planned, you can designed, and today's topic, that is the corporate governance. I can see from the day early morning 10 a.m. when it started, and now it is already 4. So Tezpur University along with the ICMA, they have shown us how governance can be throughout this program. So first of all, sir, I would like to thank the Tezpur University, the Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, the Institute of Cost and Works Accountant, and also the NFCG for conducting this program, through which all our members of the PSUs, the students, then other fellow professionals are getting benefit from it. I'll also be thankful to our very own Aris Ahmed sir, who has taken a you can say very difficult task, you can say, and he has, I hope and I believe he is successful to some extent also in reviving and you can say putting corporate governance in place in the state PSU. So my since I am a practicing company secretary, so I will deliberate. I will say that we as a company secretary have the privilege of being inside the board among the other professionals. There are various other professionals engaged in the company, either is chartered accountant, cost accountant, lawyers, or other things, but we are the privileged one to be inside the board. So as a company secretary, we know what happens inside the board and how the board functions. So when we talk about corporate governance, so my you can say experience as a company secretary, it says that corporate governance flow from the top. If you want to put a better corporate governance in an organization, in a company, it should come from the top level. If the board at the top is properly governed, if the board at the top level is properly, you can say disciplined, properly intimated, properly made aware of the various instruments of corporate governance, then the flow can be towards the downwards, and enter corporate structure can follow and can go in a good governance guidelines. So there we have many students here. As a company secretary or as a member of the institute, we will say that our institute has given 2 basic structure which you can get benefit of it. That is the secretarial standard. The secretarial standard 1 and secretarial standard 2, it guides the company secretary, it guides the board of directors, it guides the government, governing body of the company, how they should conduct the board meetings, what are the disclosures to be made, how the disclosures to be made, what is the process to be followed. So as a professional, as a guide to the board, if we adopt this secretarial standard 1 and 2 in our every activities, I think most of the issues will be answered there. Now, from the day early morning, everybody is speaking about the corporate governance, corporate governance. But this corporate governance is not a new concept. And as many of our speakers also that there cannot be a straightforward or there cannot be a fixed instrument of corporate governance. The instrument of corporate governance will depend on how you adjust to the situation, how you adjust to the rules, how you tell to the board that this is what you have to do. As a company secretary, I'll tell you, I have come across few questions in the board. And which is very important for a person who is guiding the board in following the corporate governance to have answer of those questions. One question is that sometimes the board, you will find in the board meeting, there's a proper composition of the board as per the executive, non-executive directors, independent directors also. But it some happens that the independent directors, they are mum in the board meetings. They don't express so much in the board meeting. So as a company secretary, if some agendas comes to us, if some agenda comes to you, which you think that the board, the independent director can deliberate on it, but he is putting silent. He is not expressing his views, maybe for various reasons. Then it is the duty of the professional, because in a board meeting, if you see the structure of sitting in a board meeting, the company secretary always sits close to the chairman, near the chairman. So you should always maintain a rapport with the chairman, so that either it is through WhatsApp, through message, or through chat. You should be able to tell the chairman that, sir, please get his views on this. So that the chairman can get, because about in a board meeting, there may be various other members. So the chairman will not be able to know whom to ask the question, whose views to be taken. So these things, as a company secretary, you have to be very careful and meticulous how to get information from them. Then sometimes it also happens that the selection of independent director. I will come to the selection of independent director. So the directors, we all have read in this in the morning session also, there's a nomination and remuneration committee. Okay, nomination and remuneration committee. The nomination and remuneration committee selects the lower level or the second level management or the employees of the organizations and the independent directors also. So while selecting the independent directors, we have to see, the company has to check whether they are doing justice to it, whether this independent director which they have selected are only independent by name, or they are independent truly in the spirit and subject. Because we have seen many cases, because in one of the session, one of the speaker was telling about the giving examples of all the big, you can say, corporate governance failures in the country. And the examples of Jet Airways was also included in that. So Jet Airways, there's a chairman and Naresh Goyal, the CMD post is together. So we have to select, and in Jet Airways also 2 independent directors resigned. Before 1 year before their business was shut down, 2 independent directors have resigned. So we have to check questions on that. Okay, are we selecting the independent directors properly? Are we training the independent directors? Because as a company secretary or as a professional supporting to the board, you have to guide to the board, because there's one concept called for the liability, whether for any issues in the company, whether the board is only liable, or all the other person involved in the affairs of the companies are liable. Because somebody said that board, what is the functions of a board? What is the function of a board? Because we also spoke about the education of the independent director. So can an educational qualification measure the capabilities of an independent director? I have seen the moment in the Companies Act 2013, the ministry has said that they will prepare a database of the independent director. Across the country, there's a rush for various professionals, various retired persons to go get and enroll in the independent director database, with that hope that I will become an independent director. But actually, the company has to decide whether they really need those independent directors. Because those persons who are really good and who will be really serving you in the board, you have to search those persons. They need not search you. And independency, so long the board can be managed by an independent director, there's a separation of chairman and MD, there's a separation of the board from the promoters group. The promoters should not get involved in the day-to-day administration of the company, in the day-to-day management of the board, that the company will flourish, that the company will prosper. We have also seen various other issues of corporate governance, I will say. If as a student, I will request Sarkar sir also, if all the failures of corporate governance in the country, whatever cases we take, we say then CCD, Cafe Coffee Day, we can take Yes Bank, we can take this Nirav Modi's case. So every case has given them some lessons. Every case has given them some lessons. The ILFS case also, then DHF case also. So this, you can say, the instruments of corporate governance are already there. The instrument of corporate governance are there in the Sebi LODR regulations. The instrument of corporate governance are there in the Companies Act. The instrument of corporate governance are there in the state PSUs or the DP guidelines. Everything is there. But whether we are actually in spirit following those things, that question every director, every professional, every company secretary, every chairman has to ask themselves. Because somebody told us once about this banking project financing also. I will tell you one of my experiences that bankers, whenever they finance any project, okay, suppose any big bank, whenever they finance any project, there's a clear-cut terms and conditions in the sanction letter that the banker will verify the books of accounts. They can anytime go for inspection. They will have to get the stock report. They will verify the stock, everything. So these are clear-cut mentioned in the bank. But then tell me why, when the bank is funding few hundred and thousands of crore to a corporate, does not the bank have their own conveyance, own vehicles, own system to go and give a surprise visit to the unit and check those things? No, they don't do that. Whenever they will go for a verification, for a stock verification, they will call the consultant, they will call the management that we need the stock report. Whenever they will go for a site verification, they will call that we on such and such date, we will be going, just arrange for our conveyance and everything. So this way, the corporate gave an opportunity to give a rosy picture to the banks. So it is not only the board of directors. Why I mean to say, it is not only the board of directors who is to be blamed for all these things. Everybody who is involved in this process, whether it is a professional company secretary, whether it is the auditors, whether it is the bankers, whether it is the regulators also. Everybody has to be blamed for this. Because the regulator, only when they get a complaint from any member, any public, then they keep up what is the issue, then the issue, regulation, everything. So everybody has to work together. If you want really India to prosper, to grow, to have a good corporate governance in place, then we have to work like this. Because corporate governance is in depth in our blood. It may be a new concept for the outside world, but in India, we heard about governance from the time of Kautilya, Chanakya. So governance is there in our blood. We only do that whether we are really following the principles of corporate governance. One more thing, what I will want to tell that independent directors, the corporations or the companies should be very, you can say, choosy in selecting the independent directors. And my suggestion will be that promoters should not get involved in the selection of independent directors, because promoters will always try to put somebody who will speak their words. So there should be a separation from the ownership and the control. There should be separation on this. And recently, this Companies Act also, and in our Sebi regulations also, there's a process of board evolution. There's a process of board evaluation. And what I have seen in my practice in my area, that this board evaluation, rather sometimes I don't mind in saying that we also do the same thing. Because what we have seen, this board evaluation is a fantastic, beautiful, you can say, tool to evaluate the performance of the board. But what we are doing, we are taking it as a tick box exercise. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. But we do not go inside it that why yes, how yes, and why no, why not. So this all everything has become a system like this evaluation process. And this board evaluation is my question will be all to, because there are many seniors with me who can also guide me and who can also place if my suggestions are wrong with correct with the ministry, whether this board evaluation process should also be made available to the shareholders, because the shareholders ultimately at the end of the day, if the company gets anyhow something goes wrong and the struck down, if the company gets closed, it is the shareholders, the other stakeholders who is going to suffer. So can the board evaluation can also be made available to the shareholders? So these are the few things which I think you have to really think about it. And the independent directors, whenever they get appointed in the board, okay, whenever they get appointed in the board, they should also ask from themselves, are they really independent? Are they doing their duty towards the organization? The same question applies to an auditor also, statutory auditor. We as a secretarial auditor, it applies to us also. That whenever we give a report, in the statutory report or our report, we mention the independent auditor's report. So are our report totally independent? And what the role the audit committee is also performing? I have seen in some of the course that whenever the auditor gives some observations or qualification, it comes to the audit report first. Then the audit report tries to request the auditor, can you just dilute it? Can you just change this observation? It will give a bad picture to us. So, and in that place, the independent directors can play an important role. In that place, the independent directors can play an important role. Because if the independent director thinks that, yes, this observations is very much required to be known to the public, to be known to the, you can say, regulators, they should immediately accept it and they should not allow its dilution. So these are there. Then, since I am a company secretary, I will definitely speak many things on the companies. This is my core area. Regarding this Companies Act, also I will take 2-3 issues, which I think slowly today or tomorrow it will come up. The Companies Act says that there is a minimum of 4 board meetings in a year. 4 board meetings in a year. But do you think, or do we think, that the 4 board meetings in a year is sufficient? Because most of the company, what they take, they tell yaar minimum 4 karna hai, na maine 4 kar liya, na baat khatam. So are this sufficient? Are this sufficient? 4 board meetings sufficient? Do you think this independent directors, whatever 4 or 5 meetings as per they can do justice to their position? Then there will be again a question, this how we are regarding the fees of auditor. This sometimes the corporation appoint independent directors, sometimes the corporate appoints auditors, but they were not paid properly. They are not paid properly. So my thing is that if you want a good thing, you should give a good exposure also, you should give a good platform also. So the corporates should always believe that they should work with the good people. They should adopt the principles in 2 split, not only in just tick box column. So there are various things. Then I spoke about the separation of chairman and MD, because MD is an executive post. MD is an executive post and chairman is a non-executive. Chairman, who is the chairman? If I ask the question, who is the chairman? Chairman means who sits in the chair. So what is the role of a chairman after the meeting? But we see in various corporations, CMD is there, chairman is there. So there's a need, because the MD or the CEO, there should be separation from this, so that the board, what is the function of a board? The board function is to give directions, to control, to supervise. The board should only into this, that they give supervise the activities of the corporation. They supervise, they give directions how to implement the things, and they control. If anything is going wrong, they should check on this. But they should not get involved in the day-to-day activities like the chairman. That is why the failure in this Jet Airways. Then the audit committee, as to the MD of a corporation or an organization, should be the permanent invitee of an audit committee. He should always be an invitee in the audit committee. He should not be given any excuse for not attending the audit committee. Then there is a secretarial audit standard also says that the audit agendas, all the agendas, everything, so that the board can deliberate, board can discuss on those issues, should be given before time. It should not happen that, okay, the chairman or the MD has approved the agenda, other board members will come and discuss on the board meeting. Then there's no need of this having a board meeting. No, the chairman and MD can decide on all those things. Then one more thing, which I want to like this, there's a regarding this CCD also, Cafe Coffee Day. Why it has happened? Why it has voting? Because the borrowers, financial borrowers, this Siddharth, whatever it is, he has borrowed by giving his pledge of personal shares. He has borrowed huge by pledging his shares. And at the moment when he cannot repay those things, then he has to do these things in whatever he has done. So the company, the board should always check or take control of what the promoters, what the main promoters are doing, what has happened to their shares. There should be proper check and balance on this. There should be proper check and balance on this. And my fellow, I can see there are a number of students and company secretaries in this. So my question is that since I have seen many of the big PSUs, the listed companies who are taken as one of the, you can say, best examples of corporate governance in the country, there is one agenda always comes in the board meeting. Well, agenda always comes in the board meeting where the company secretary or the compliance officer has to apprise the board that the company has complied with all the legal provisions applicable to it from the last board meeting or to this current board meeting. And I have seen many company secretaries or the compliance officers blindly certifying those things. So this practices should also be stopped. Because as a company secretary or as a compliance officer, if I am unable to justify what I am certifying, I should not justify. I should not certify. I should simply say the management, look, this is the services, this is the facilities I will be requiring. Once I get those things, I can support you the things. So,
Viman, is time to just wrap up, no?
One last thing, sir. One last thing, sir. Corporate governance failure is only because of the greed. I will say the greed. Because of the greed, maybe to make it a rosy picture of the financials, to get some good awards, achievements, show to the regulators that we are good, but we should not follow, we should not forget that after greed comes grief in the dictionary. If you follow the greed, then you will definitely come into grief. So wherever there is a greed, grief will follow the greed. So, and last thing, sir, I will just close with this last thing. All my friends, everything here. One more thing, the board, there should be a proper corporate calendar. Proper corporate calendar, so that your independent directors, so that your auditors, so that everybody involved in the management or the decision-making process should know what his performance has to be after 1 month, 2 months, what he has to deliver after 1 month, 2 months. So with this, I think, sir, it's very knowledgeable session today from early morning. Now the session is, sir, your. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Viman Devnath. Thank you very much for having a highlighting on various issues. As you have your practical experience in private sector as well as you are handling with majority of the SLPs, you know the challenges of compliance and you know how to clear the backlogs and etc. So it is very nice to listen to the horse's mouth, the issues of corporate governance. Thank you very much. Thank you for addressing the audience here. Now in this session, we have Dr. Ramesh Kumar, the Register of Companies for the Northeastern region, and also he is the Liquidation Officer LO under the Guwahati High Court. Register of Companies, for our commerce students, we heard it when we just entered the higher secondary. So Register of Companies, ROC, it's a very coveted post from that point of time. And today, it's a great thing to just see the Register of Companies of Guwahati as well as Northeastern states with us. So it's great that you agreed to just share your experience with the audience here. As for your knowledge, our audience now comprises of the members of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the company secretaries, the chartered accountants, the faculty members, and students are in the field of business administration, commerce, and law. So it's over to you, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, sir, to address the audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sarkar Sahab. I have been told that this is an orientation program organized by Tejpur University for students and other stakeholders. So the topic has been given to me, like insight as a regulator and the changing scenario on corporate governance. So this session is basically for the students. I will elaborate the basic things of the corporate governance and regulator in the changing scenario. So first of all, what is my understanding about corporate governance? Dear students, corporate governance is basically rule, process, law, regulation or control which helps in the business. Which corporate governance affect the interest of stakeholder, shareholder, customer and supplier. The basic purpose of corporate governance is to facilitate effective entrepreneurial and prudent management that can deliver long-term success of the company. Basically, corporate governance brings transparency. If any company is having transparency, then people like that type of company. The component of good governance, as per my understanding, is there should be transparency in the operation, transparency of operation, accountability toward the shareholder, fairness in the dealing, and independence. Independence, like there should be some independent director, auditor who does not belong from the company, so they can freely and independently give their valuable input to the company. So four basic thing for the corporate governance. This is my understanding. As I told, my session is basically for the students who is not very much aware about the ROC, means Register of Company, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and other field officers of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Basically, dear students, Register of Companies, ROC appoints under section 396 of Companies Act 2013. There is a provision in the Companies Act wherein appointment of ROC is defined. As of now, we are having 15 Register of Companies office across the country. The Register of Companies is an office under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which is the body that deals with the administration of the companies and limited liability partnership in India. At present, there are 25 ROCs is operating in all the major states and union territories. However, states like Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra have more than one ROC under the section I told you, under the section 396. The principal duty of ROC is registering both the companies and LLPs across the states and union territories. Register of Companies, dear students, maintains registry of record concerning companies which are registered and with them and allow the general public in accessing this information on payment of a stipulated fee. The central government preserves administrative control over the register of companies with the help of regional directors. As of today, there are 7 regional director RDs and supervising operation of ROC within their relevant regions. Dear students, the normal function of ROC is basically ROC take care of registration of company, also referred as incorporation of the company in the country. It completes regulation and reporting of the companies and their shareholder and the directors, as also administers government reporting of several matters, which includes annual filing of numerous of documents by way of e-forms. The Register of Companies plays an essential role in fostering and facilitating business culture, and Register of every company in the country requires approval of the ROC. Before incorporating a company, every company has applied for by way of e-forms to get name approval and for their incorporation. The ROC provides incorporation certificate which conclusive evidence to existence of any company. A company once incorporated cannot until the name of the company is struck off from the register of ROC, register of companies. Among the other function, it is worthy to note that register of company could also ask for supplementary information from any company. It could search its premises and seize the books of account with the prior approval of court, and without there is a provision under section under Companies Act under section 12. Register of companies can visit the register office of the company, and it can under section 12 register of company may go the and find out that whether the subject companies proper maintaining the register office or not. It is proper maintaining of their books and books of account and all, register and all. This is the this under section 12 register of companies can go and find out whether the company is complying that section or not. And the thing is that if as after this IBC, register of company can file and winding a petition under section 272 and 271 and 272 before the NCLT. Dear student, as the subject of curiosity, you may ask that how company registered with the ROC. So in this connection, dear student, I can say no company can come into existence by itself. It's required a certificate of incorporation issued by the Register of Companies after finalization of several statutory requirements. As part of statutory process, and the promoters need to submit several documents to the Register of Companies. These documents includes memorandum of association, article of association, the pre-incorporation agreement for appointing director, managing director, and the declaration by an authorized person confirming that requirements relating to the registration have been adhered to. After all this, after authenticating the documents, the register ROC inputs the company name in the register of companies and release the certificate of incorporation. The registrar, together with the certificate of incorporation, also issue a certificate of commencement of the business. For that purpose, company has to file another e-forms. A public limited company is required to get this certificate prior to the commencement of the business. The role of there is several role of the ROC in the administration of the administrating the company. Once company is asking for the shifting of register office, changing of its name, they have to file e-forms, general ones, by enclosing the petition for the changing or shifting of the register office from one state to other state. and thereafter ROC forward a report to the regional director, wherein regional director sanction an order that yes, shifting of assistant office may take place. So all these things, dear students, this is the basic function of the ROC. There are lots of things because ROC, the custodian of the companies in 2013 and other relevant rules. So this is my say regarding this topic. I will not take much time on in my this presentation. Thank you so much, Sarkar Sahab. This was my
Thank
stating.
you, Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir. It is so nice to listen the ROC's activities from your own way, because in academics, no, we study normally that what ROC does. And you are the ROC of all the Northeastern region, the 8 states, as well as the liquidation officer under the Guwahati High Court. We are so nice that you agreed, and we will invite you to Tezpur University once to come and visit us and interact.
Thank you, sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining with us. So thank you, Dr. C.S. Biman Devnath and Dr. Ramesh Kumar for joining the special session on the insights as a regulator in the changing scenario on corporate governance. Before the valedictory session, we will quickly have a summary session, because summaries, as we have seen that most of the people who are here are joining, are there from right from the beginning when the Vice Chancellor inaugurated the event. Then we have some short description about the working of NFCG. Then the President of ICAI, CMA Bistarup Bachchu sir joined, and he talked about the present day, the age, and he about the corporate governance. Then it was followed by CMA Balvinder Singh, the immediate past president of ICAI. Sri Rajkumar Moore joined from the private sector. B. Pal Muktia, the chairman of MD and NETP, also talked about the basics of corporate governance. And the keynote speaker in the inaugural session was Dr. Ariz Ahmad, who talked about the challenges of the corporate governance in state level public enterprises. Then our first technical session was done, and we have the people here with Vijay Kapoor, when he was introduced by Professor Papuri Borua, the Dean School of Management Sciences, and Vijay Kapoor that talked a wide variety on the independent auditor and the various corporate governance scenario in India. Then we have got the second technical session on the financial literacy, where Professor Chandan Goswami introduced the speaker and the theme, and Sri M.A. B.A.B. Goel talked about the various roles of the board members on the about the requirement of financial literacy of theirs. Then we have after lunch the CMA Devashish Mitra sir, and who started the general manager of Konkan Railway, but because of some technical difficulty, he could not complete his session. But I am coming back to that point, and it was nice that CMA Dr. D.P. Nandi talked about the various issues of corporate governance at that time. Then we have the risk management, very nicely discussed by CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, and the whistleblower policies are discussed by CS Amitabh Banerjee from a different angle. And in this session, we have got CS Biman Devnath, who just narrated his own experience about his practice as a company secretary in compliance procedure of corporate governance. And it was the Register of Companies for the Northeastern region, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, was talking with us. Actually, when so the general manager of Konkan Railway, CMA Devashish Mitra, joined, he has made an elaborate presentation to discuss with us. But because of some technical reasons, we could not listen to him properly. But Devashish Mitra sir has joined now. So I have 10 more minutes in my session. So I would request Devashish Mitra sir, because many people in the state level public enterprises were eager to listen to you. Even I have got a WhatsApp message from Dr. Ariz Ahmad that he is also listening to you. He was also listening to you at that point of time. So, sir, as we are running out of time, we just urge you, if you can just tell us the gist of your discussion, in 10 minutes, it would be great, sir, so that we will not miss your insights in that particular field. Devashish Mitra, sir.
Oh, whether I am audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am really apologize that I could not complete my presentation at that time. Actually, the main problem is this: I am not in a position to understand that whether I am on the online or offline. So
Yes.
all of it suddenly got disconnected.
Yes.
So now I am audible, na?
Yeah, now you are audible. So it is great that if you can give us the gist of the
I do not know whether my presentation is getting shared or not, but I feel that I was up to the slides relating to my memorandum of understanding in between the different publicity undertaking and the this respective ministry, that up to that particular point I was discussing. And after that, I was also discussed that who are the main apex body under MOU system. They are the CEO, Niti Aayog, Finance Secretary, Secretary Expenditure, Secretary Statistics and Program Implementation, Chairman Public Enterprise Selection Board, Chief Economic Advisor, Chairman Tariff Commission, Secretary Public Enterprises. After that, I discussed about the various sections pertinent to Section 134, Section 177, Section 184, and the most important guidelines of the Sebi, that is the 49, clause 49 of the Sebi. And I wanted to tell that each and every sections and the clause of Sebi, Section 35, the clause number 35, 33, rules 33, whatever you like to say, that ultimately one particular point that is triggering that the corporate should run in a proper manner, proper functioning, and under 100% transparency. That is the main ideology of the corporate governance. And I also told that the genesis of the corporate governance for the CPSU, that on November 1992, this inclusion of the non-official directors in the board of directors was been proposed and included. In November 2001, inclusion of the independent director on the board of directors has also come. In the June 2007 introduction, the guidelines on corporate governance for the CPSU came, which was a voluntarily proposition. And after that, on 10th May 2010, the mandatory provisions or the mandatory guidelines on the corporate governance came for the CPSU. And this is the way this corporate governance for the CPSU has been started, and it has been continued. And another point which I'd just like to highlight, that corporate governance for the PSUs are mainly controlling the 5 pillars. One is the board of directors, another is the audit committee, this another thing is the remuneration committee, disclosures, another is report, compliance, schedule of implementations. I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whether I am audible?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Just whenever I will ask, just kindly say, yes, you are audible. Then I will be more comfortable. Okay. Now the question comes that how many types of the directors are generally been seen in a board of directors of the PSUs? One is functional director, that is the CMD, the head of the family, and the director of finance, director of operations, various director personnel. Then the nominee directors are coming from the financial institutions who are then nominated to this particular board. Independent directors, and particularly in the independent directors, if it is a question of the listed on the stock exchange, the PSU, if it is listed in the stock exchange and whose board of directors is headed by the executive chairman, then at least 50% of the board members should be the independent directors. And if this listed stock exchange, but without an executive chairman or not listed in the CPSU, then at least 1/3 of the board members should be the independent directors. So independent directors has a very big role to play in the CPSUs. And another point I also like to highlight, that the code of conduct of the board has to be maintained, has to be mentioned. There should be some policy, and the CMD of a particular CPSU should highlight this code of conduct of the board of directors in his chairman deliberations in the annual report. And not only that, if he also organize any training session for the directors, that also he should highlight in the chairman's speech in the annual report. Audit committee, which is the most important committee of the board,
where all the listed companies must have an audit committee, and the rules and regulations, then definitely you can read it. But the most important point which I just like to highlight, that the composition of the audit committee should be the minimum 3 directors with independent directors forming the majority. Again, I am drawing your attention that the independent directors are conducting very important role in the audit committee. That's why their majority should be maintained as and the majority of the directors in the audit committee should be from the independent directors. So when the independent directors are there, they do not have any vested interest about the particular company, but they can give the independent view of any particular proposal. That's why the number of independent directors should be bring into the board in a maximum way. And another thing is this quorum of the meeting, that either 2 members or 1/3 of the members of the audit committee, whichever is the greater. Now, another point which I just wanted to highlight, that I feel that somebody might have discussed about the power of the audit committee. And one, I just like to highlight it in the Department of Public Enterprise. The role of audit committee has been maintained in the para number 4.2, 4.2/7, that I have already mentioned here. And they are discussing about the internal auditors and the auditors and the significant findings they are coming. That is to be highlighted to the audit committee. And after that, the audit committee will highlight after screening it, they will place it to the board of directors. Another point which I just like to mention, that the remuneration committee is the most important committee in the board, which is according to the CPA and according to the Department of Public Enterprises guidelines, that each CPSE should constitute a remuneration committee. And again, you kindly see the first sentence, at least 3 directors, all of whom should be a part-time director, that is the independent director. Again, just try to understand the importance of the independent director in the remuneration committee also, because only on the basis of their recommendations, the remuneration of the CMD, that is there, and the board of directors and the executives, their remuneration has been fixed on the basis of the recommendations of the remuneration committees. Because when the question of the PRP is coming, that is the performance links bonus to the board level executives or the just below the level board executives, that is on the basis of the recommendation of the remuneration committee. So remuneration committee in any PSUs are very, very important. And the most important part is this: the maximum number of the directors will come from the independent director slot. Another is this remuneration of the directors, that I have already told, that all elements of the remuneration package of all the directors, that is salary, benefit, bonus, stock options, pension, everything has been controlled, regulated, reviewed by the remuneration directors. Then accounting standard, nothing to say, because accounting standard are formulated mainly towards the proper corporate governance. And this report compliance on the corporate governance that I like to highlight, the company shall obtain a certificate from each and every auditors on the practicing company secretary regarding the compliance of the corporate governance. And these things this chairman's speech also, this report compliance should be highlighted. And the grading of the CPS is also depending upon the proper conduct of the corporate governance, and which has been controlled, regulated, and overviewed by the Department of Public Enterprise in case of the PSUs. And the schedule of implementations, as I have already like to mention, that that CPSE shall submit the quarterly progress report within 15 days from the close of each quarters. And we just say, take an example from my company, that the Konkan Railway Corporation, on a quarterly basis, we give this information to the EDPSUs, the Executive Director of the Public Sector Undertakings, and we also give it to the Ministry of Railways. And one thing is this: the administrative ministries will consolidate the information obtained from the CPSEs and furnish a comprehensive report to the DP within 31st of May of every financial year. So this is the way the Department of Public Enterprise and the respective ministry also overview the corporate governance status or corporate governance positions of that particular respective public sector undertaking. So these are the mechanism which is very, very important to follow. Another is this clause number 49, this annual, as I have told that the clause number 49 is relating to the information relating to the annual operating plans, budget, quarterly results, minutes of the audit committees, and etc. That has to be highlighted. But again, I also like to highlight that some of the corporates, that's HMT Limited, they fail to inform this minimum information, that is the capital budgeting on any updates, quarterly details, even the National Bicycle Corporation of India Limited also. But these data are related to the around 93, 94. I do not have the recent data, but these information I got from the public domain only. Another thing is this internal financial control, which is the very, very important part under section 143I of the Companies Act, and which is comprising of the various risk matrix, annual certification for the compliance of the IFC, for independent evaluations and verifications. All these are triggering to the corporate governance. Actually, I have a chart that how this internal financial control risk matrix has been controlled in some good corporates. But the point is that because of the lack of time, I cannot show it to you. But definitely in future, if I get any chance, I will show it to you that how internally PSUs, how they control the internal financial control. Because this is a totally documented it's a document by which we can understand that how this risk can be controlled, and who are the departmental HODs are responsible to control these areas. Risk management, I feel that somebody has already discussed. And another thing is this, the board disclosure risk management, that also, that the disclosures relating to the staff responsibilities in relation to the fraud prevention, responsibilities of the fraud investigations once a fraud has been identified, process of reporting on the fraud related matters to the management. These all are supposed to be highlighted through the board disclosures. But the main point which I just like to tell you, that unless and until that the proper composition of the board is there, that the board cannot function properly. Just I'm giving a small information that around this some of the corporates like Cement Corporation of India, where the director of finance were not available for more than 16 months. NEPL Limited, the director of finance was not available for 125 months. So there may be some lacunas, some of the reasons for which this position could not be filled. But definitely some reasons may be there, because these statistics I am giving as on 31st of March 2012. But the composition of the director, the full board should be there to run the company properly and to control the corporate governance properly. And I also, somebody has talked about the whistleblower mechanism, that is a clause 49 2D. So hopefully that somebody has also discussed, so I do not want to touch. And another point which I just like to highlight, that this is a case study on the report of the Controller of Auditor General of India, because other than the Department of Public Enterprise and this Companies Act, the Controller of Auditor General of India is also working, having a commendable role to maintain the corporate governance. I'm giving a small example. This case has been highlighted from the report of the Controller of Auditor General of India for the year ended 31st of March 2019 itself. One small story: the NLC Limited entered into an outsourcing contract for lignite excavation in respect to Mine 2. While opening stock of lignite, actual quantity of the lignite excavated from the Mine 2 and lignite transported from Mine 1A was sufficient to meet the requirement of both the thermal power stations linked with the Mine 2 for the year 2015-16 and 16-17. Outsourcing excavation contract resulted in expenditure of 28 crores, which was avoidable. Further, quantity excavated through outsourcing contract resulted in overstocking of inventory and ultimately deterioration in the quality of lignite. So that is not only the deterioration of the quality of the lignite, but at the same time there was an overstacking of the lignite also. So this was been highlighted by the Controller of Auditor General of India. Why? Because these are the operational issues. These, unless and until even these operational issues has been controlled, the corporate governance cannot be maintained properly. So this was my very short presentation because it is around, I feel that I got only 10 minutes time. So I tried to deliver the salient features of the corporate governance maintained in the central public sector undertaking. I hope that you might have liked it, but I do not know that how far I have justified my presentation. But in future, if I get a chance, definitely I will go for an elaborate presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. So kind of you, sir, for joining again. And it was great listening to you because we have many members from the public enterprises, and you being in the public sector for a long time. So your things are really, I think, of great interest to all of them. Thank you, Mitra Saab, for being so patient to join again at this moment. And it was really great that we could listen to you, all your points. Great, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. We will go to the valedictory session now directly, but we have the today's attraction, Dr. Ariz Ahmed sir, with us. Sir, actually we had many questions in between, but we have so many speakers and the sessions are lined up in such a way that we could not allow the questions in between. But Ariz Ahmed sir is here, and people are referring to your speech in all the sessions. So if anyone in the audience wish to have anything to interact with Dr. Ariz Ahmed, so he is here, and he has just told us that he will be happy to answer some questions either from the audience or from the students. So it's open to the forum to have some kind of interactions with Ariz Ahmed sir before we go to the validation session.
Good evening, Dr. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Am I visible as well?
Yeah, you are visible. Audio is a bit less, but we can listen to it. We can listen to you.
Audio is me. Am I visible?
Yes, sir. You are visible, sir.
Right.
You are visible. We can see you. Yeah. So if anyone has any queries to Dr. Ariz Ahmed, then it's
So
open.
somebody is asking, I will interact with the student. Okay, so take first row, first person. Okay. One by and one girl, I will have interaction. One student, whoever is sitting in front row first. From right side, left side. I will tell a story. Our students are there.
Yes, sir. They're here only. They're here only.
First, I will take. Let them have some brief introduction. Their names quickly.
Tapas, just quickly, you can have an introduction. You are there in the hall now.
By students,
Yes, students, you can have a quick introduction with sir. One by one, you can introduce with Dr. Ariz Ahmed.
So I would like to ask one question. I would like to know what is Assam's role in terms of corporate governance. How does Assam stand like the industry in Assam? How does it stand in terms of corporate governance?
Why is it not happening?
Excuse me, sir. I would like to know how does Assam stand in terms of corporate governance? Like, how are the industries based in Assam? How is the corporate governance? Is it according to the norms that you can stand out? I would like to know about it.
It's a very good question, which has been addressed from morning till now. See, Assam means we have both government, public sector enterprises that side. Right. It is a job continue, as all the resource persons mentioned very rightly. That everybody's everyday job.
Was I audible?
Am I audible? You are audible, but
the voice is not properly
Yes,
clear.
sir. So my question was, how does Assam stand in terms of corporate governance? Like, there are several industries which have been set up in Assam near the Amingao area. I would like to know, how does it stand in terms of corporate governance?
Yeah, see,
Is it adequate according to the standard that has been set out?
in my presentation, I made observation from the Assam public sector enterprises. Because Assam means both public sector enterprises as well as the companies which are there in the private sector. So, with regard to the public sector enterprises, we have made it very clear. Things are, I can say, not good. We are working. We are if things are not good, but it's opportunity for me now. Our team is sitting to make a difference. So now, Mr. Chittaranjan is here, and so we have built a good team to make a difference. Okay. So we are committed to make a difference. We want to. Our team of all the public sector enterprise MDs and administration department, we built a good team now. So everybody is sensitized. So everybody knows that we are we have decided the destination. Okay. So hope you are aware about the Alice in the Wonder World. Okay. So where one character is the children's book. The girl asked she felt that which side to go, which path to take. She asked a cat sitting on the tree that which road I should take. Then the cat asked, where you want to go? What is your goal? The girl says that I have not decided. So then the cat said, then you can go any direction. Okay. Deciding destination is very important. Many a time in government we forget destination. Okay. So we have to bring a course correction. See, when you must have seen this slide. As per Assam Rules of Executive Business 1968, the destination is fixed, but many a time we falter. Okay, so now we have brought everybody into a track road, but we are also very clear about destination. Yes, I'm sure that within 1 year we will be on the progress, work in progress. Because it's everyday business. So with regard to private sector, it's a challenge. We should not leave. See, what is democracy? By the people, for the people, of the people. See, the citizen should take full responsibility, also responsibility. You should not leave everything to the government. Okay. Any government, our constitution. What is the rule? Textbook for the government? It is the Constitution of India. How the Constitution of India is very first sentence. We the people of India. So we the people means both male and female, whether you are private sector or government sector, we the people. Okay, you are. So whether you believe in God, don't believe in God, whether you are tribal or not tribal, whether you speak Assamese, non-Assamese, Bengali, Hindi, Urdu, Telugu. See here, public sector means the money is of the people. They are the principal. They are the, but in the company system, the shareholders, they don't run the company. It is the agents are the shareholders, that is board of directors, the CEO, they run the company. Okay. So that we should be very clear, unless everybody is alert. So these bound to happen. Okay. So that alertness is very, very important, not only from the government regulatory side, but also from the shareholders, other parts. See, I have shown a slide. So what CBI said about Punjab National Bank. CBI said that everybody knows it is happening. Okay. So these frauds won't happen without in dawn. They open blatantly daylight with the cool. So only thing is that we should the citizen, when it comes, we should be conscious. It's not as, for example, PNB. Yes, that. Not only the fellows, the depositors are crying. It is also my responsibility. If any Indian citizen is made to injustice, it is also concern for me. Any injustice to anybody is injustice to all. So we should be very, very clear. So that's why it is a very, very important regarding your specific question, Assam, public enterprises. We are working hard to make a difference, to make a positive difference, and my colleague, all friends are listening. These are the facts. Okay, government means it is who is the owner? The people of the country, and I'm sure we are definitely right back. And my all the public sector enterprises, MDs and board of directors, and everybody is clear that. And thankfully, I should thank the government of Assam that they have approved the public sector enterprise policy 2019. Also, they excellently drafted. We'll make sure that those are implemented. Later, our intentions are put in writing, good, but we don't implement. Now we are determined to implement and show the results. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Great, sir. If anyone has any other query, we will invite you, sir, once to come to Tezpur University. Please come and interact with the students.
See, gender parity should be there. One ask, another should ask.
Yes. We are going for gender equality. Yeah, please. Tapas, please see.
Hello, sir. So, sir, am I audible?
Yes.
You get, sir, as you said that audit committees and board of directors in Assam are yet not fully fledged. Sir, what would your take on in small enterprises in Assam? That's Assam not having not having big enterprises as such. What would your take on the small enterprises as being having good corporate governance?
Especially in power sector, you find the lot of investment is very essential. You can't allow them to die. Okay. So government has invested a lot of money in the power sector enterprises, unlike other enterprises. But this is essential utility. And the accounts are updated, their meetings are regular, because all senior officers are involved. But still, there are a number of other areas where they need to improve it. And for that, it is a collective exercise. That collective exercise, many a time, we are in the government, the priority changes every day. Okay? So we have to bring them everything in the time. So the power sector enterprises are, I should admire that they are very much. But at the same time, there are a number of other features of corporate governance. Even the government of India guidelines, you see 2010 guidelines. Okay, now 2021. Okay, 11 years. Things have changed. It is like more than ocean. Okay. So yes, the government organization, many times democratic setup, certainly in India, anywhere, the number of public sector enterprises across the world does not mean that we are all products of the many times government schools, government hospitals, government institutions. For example, IITs. What are they? They are government. What about A? They are government institutions. What about the GMC? See, how much freedom we provide them, and how much the amenable, good environment we provide them. Then everybody wants to perform. Nobody wants to prove that one is lazy. Everybody wants to perform. But question is that you have to create such kind of environment, support them. But currently they require a lot of capacity, helping hand. I'm sure with all your help, we will make it.
We can have a
Professor, can I just say something on the small enterprise issue?
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, Dr. Arij Ahmed sir has mentioned that regarding the small enterprises sector, already definitely a lot of steps are being taken, as I understood from task force meeting. But again, sir, I'm telling you, to add flavor to the progress, we from the institute could understand for the small enterprise, after the change of the definition of the MSME, we have come out a robust, comprehensive guidelines book. It's a 500 pages book, comprises of every aspects of a small enterprise. In fact, this is small and medium enterprise, of course. And I would request everybody to go through that, where you will be definitely, it will help you for maintaining a very big, robust corporate governance in small enterprises even. The book name is Aid Memory on Lending to Micro, Small and Medium Sector Enterprises. Although it is a lending, but we have covered all the aspects of MSME sectors. So kindly go through the book, and I think it will be helpful for you also.
Okay. So it's great, Chittaranjan sir. So it's nice that our students have also heard about that. Arish sir, now I think it was very kind of yours that you joined the meeting and interacted with some of our students and some of the queries. And it would be great that if you can make some time and visit the university, it would be great that if you can have some interactions with the students at any point of time.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, sir, anything to add?
That's fine. Only I'm concerned that the students are not asked questions. I share your story generally to students.
They will, sir. They will.
I share one story. I was in the Ministry of HRD, okay, looking after the education across the country. Okay. The critical thinking is the basic for the country. Not only for the individual, not only for the institution, for the country as a whole. The society which don't nurture, develop critical thinking is a danger. So for that, what is required? First, one should question. I just share a small story. A mother in England, okay, a mother in England used to ask her son every day once he returns from the school. The mother used to ask 2 questions. First question, how many questions did you ask to your teacher today? The second question, for how many questions the teachers could not provide the answer. So whenever the mother used to go to the school for the parent-teachers meeting, the teachers used to say, your son is very naughty. Okay, March, okay, in their own language, okay. And that son, see, as you all aware, if one wants to get the Nobel Prize, which is the topmost prize of the world, one has to, whose hair should become white, okay, minimum 60, 65, 70, okay, then only one will get the Nobel Prize. And this child could get below 50. The question is, the point here is that we should challenge, we should question. If a public sector enterprise is not doing well, you and me have, as a taxpayer of the great country, we should question our systems. Similarly, if a private company is not doing or doing indulging fraud, you and me have a citizen. Not to talk about that I should be MD, no, not required. If any injustice is happening, I and you should question it. Once I again quote Martin Luther King Jr., an American social activist of 60s US. He says, for any institution or country, the destruction is not because of the bad people, no. Because of bad people, institutions don't get damaged, countries don't get damaged, but because of the silence of the good people. It is the silence of the good people which makes our institutions fail. So, students, question. Don't be afraid, academic freedom is much more, okay? You should question, you should grill us, because we are paid by the people of India, okay? You should question, you should ask tough questions, not every authority. What is democracy? We are accountable. We are by default, should be transparent. I request Professor Sudhanshu Sarkar encourage them. So everybody should ask, 2-3 questions. Whenever my children, I ask these questions. Okay, how many questions did you ask? Okay. So please encourage. They should know how much they know. They know how much they do not know. Let them be exposed in the classroom. So we should question ourselves. We should question. The teachers also will enjoy. Definitely will enjoy. Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry, I have taken time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think you have given some kind of motivation to them, and the next session will be, I think they will be more active and be more interactive with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us once again, and it is your motivation that with which SLPs will work.
Very kind.
Thank you. So we are quickly going for the valedictory session. We have CMA Rana Bose with us. Rana Bose is a qualified cost accountant. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is also associated member of the Indian Institute of Bankers. Presently, he is the General Manager of Finance at NIPCO Limited and the Chairman of the Guwahati branch of EIRC of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. So on behalf of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I urge CMA Rana Bose to just have a closing briefing remarks. Over to Rana Bose. I think there is some kind of, he was there in the line, but some kind of connectivity may be lost in the meantime. So we have the other speaker for the valedictory session here. He is our own person, finance officer of Tejpur University, and he is also a member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA Dr. Brajabandhu Mishra, who is now heading the finance area of Tejpur University. So Brajabandhu Mishra sir is here with us right from the beginning. He has listened to all the people in the sessions, and he is a very dedicated person in his own field. We are very happy to have a person like him in the finance. So we request Dr. Brajabandhu Mishra to give the closing remarks in the valedictory session. Over to Dr. Brajabandhu Mishra.
I am audible?
Yes, audible, and we can see you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all participants. It is a very fascinating and very energetic day for all of us and all the stakeholders also. First of all, on behalf of Tejpur University, which is a central university, I express my thanks to the organizer, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the National Foundation of Corporate Governance, the technical staff for this virtual support. I especially thanks to Professor S.S. Sarkar, Department of Business Administration of our university, who have done a first-class job and extraordinary effort to make the program very successful. We can make a clap of making a clap for him. I thank to the Vice Chancellor, Tejpur University, Professor Vinod Kumar Jain, for sparing his valuable time and highlighting the corporate governance in the corporate as well as in the education sector also. My heartfelt thanks go to CMA Vishwarup Basu, President of the Institute of Cost Accountant of India. Sir, you are being exceptionally helpful and also highlighted the corporate governance in the inaugural section. Thank you very much, sir. We are also thankful to CMA Balvinder Singh, immediate past President of the Institute of Cost Accountant of India, for his address on corporate governance for this orientation program. I also express my thanks to Mr. B. Pal Mukti, CMD Northeastern Development Finance Corporation Limited, Guwahati, for sparing his valuable time to address the such issues on corporate governance. I also express my thanks to Sri Rajkumar More, the director, and Dr. M. Oriz Ahmad, the IAS Principal Secretary, Government of Assam, for sparing their valuable time and focus on the orientation program in his brilliant speech, sir. My thanks to eminent speakers of the technical sessions, Professor Papuri Borua, the Dean of the Tezpur University, Sri Vijay Kapoor, Professor Chandan Goswami of this Tezpur University also, CMA BB Goel, CMA Devasis Mitra, CMA Dr. Dipti Nandi, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyaya, CS Amitabh Banerjee, our visiting faculty of Tezpur University, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, and CS Vimal Devnath Ji sir. Thank for everyone who participated in this orientation program. And my thanks to all, because of all of you help this orientation program and all make this event very successful. Finally, thank you all of you and have a pleasant evening. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. V. Mishra, sir, for summarizing the event and conveying thanks on all of our behalf. So thank you all, and on the behalf of Tezpur University and the Institute of Cost Accountants of India for attending the day-long program. So I now request the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, the technical team there, for just play the national anthem to end the program graciously. So it's over to the technical team to play the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for joining the event. So we will meet again on such occasions in future. Thank you and have a great evening. Thank you very much.